Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart
Raccoon, they will take what is theirs.
Space Station now did what was required. There's no way GK have done it! Again and again and again. House keep doing it.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The impossible achieved.
We have a good old-fashioned gentleman's duel on the front line, folks. That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Falcons break the ties that bind to become your mid-season champions.
Oh, buddy, it doesn't get any better than this.
One last look at the outside world before we lock ourselves inside for 5 days to win channel points, to make predictions, and to crown the best team in Overwatch Esports. We're live from Stockholm, Sweden, the most gorgeous city in the world, if I may say so myself. And welcome into the studio. It's me, Reinforced, joined by my fellow friends, Jake and Matt. How we doing?
That's an improvement. He called us co-workers during the rehearsal.
We've been promoted.
Yeah, we've been promoted. No, I'm excited. I mean, World Finals time, more teams than last year. It's going to be pretty sick.
Yeah, really excited to get this tournament going. You know, I'd say that in modern history, this could be one of the best tournaments we ever had. I mean, I think at this point in our esport, we have ancient history, we have modern history. Yeah, I'm ancient history.
Yeah.
A modern history.
You're ancient history. You're somewhere in the middle.
I'm like mostly ancient.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not quite ancient, but
And I don't know what Matt keeps Matt young.
I've been here forever. Yeah.
Matt's a vampire. I hate to break that on the show now, but
Now everybody knows.
Sorry, it's a spoiler. All right, let's take a look at the years that's been. It's been a lot of dill-ducking, one dip versus 100 gorillas. It's just been an absolutely crazy year. And taking a look at the major tournaments, of course, we had a Champions Clash in the spring where Crazy Raccoon, they walked away the victors. And just a few months ago, the mid-season championship where Team Falcons, in a dominant 4-0, were able to take down Alcacia. But now here at the World Finals, this one's for all the marbles.
yeah, obviously the key storylines of the year, you know, Dill Ducks and one dip versus 100 gorillas. But Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they had some all right games too. They won a couple
Shout out
trophies.
PDK, come on.
they had some trophies. All right, but it's fair, the real ones know.
Last year, though, was obviously very similar, right? With Crazy Raccoons and Falcons just kind of running through it. This year, though, feels like it's more competitive overall. It feels like the West here, you know, really I am looking at like the EMEA teams and like maybe there's like a team in NA that can kind of give those, you know, Korean teams a run for their money. But it feels like the closest we've been in a very long time. And when I say very long, like reinforced playing time from like an EMEA team winning a World Final.
Yeah, envious. Winning Apex Season 1. Most of you watching, you don't have an idea what that tournament was or when it happened. So don't worry about it. We're not going to revisit that ancient history. Let's actually visit, though, the teams that are participating in this very tournament. We have 12 teams from across the world, 3 from North America, EMEA, and Korea. 2 teams from China in Team CC and Weibo Gaming, and Barrel joining us from Japan.
It's awesome to have just a full roster of teams here with the best 12 teams in the world. And here at the World Finals, it's just great to see that global participation. I'm really excited to see a team like Varel on the world stage, right? There's been so much passion out of the Japanese fan base to see a team coming to represent and honestly looking pretty impressive at moments. Yes, they're going to be underdogs this tournament, but they're just one of those teams I'm really happy to see on the world stage.
It also still hasn't hit me yet that VP is not here, that Peps is here. Like, I see the graphic, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I casted that. Like, I was there for that. And then now, you know, Peps, like a dark horse team from EMEA making it on through. But really, it all starts with Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. They're our top 2 teams coming into this one.
Yeah, it's probably how we're going to end it, so why don't we just kick off the tournament with as well Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. First of all, Crazy Raccoon, your #1 seed from Korea after taking down Team Falcons in that Asia Finals. And they were the victors of the Champions Clash. But is it fair to say that they maybe struggled a little bit halfway through the year with an early exit in the Mid-Season Championship?
Yeah, I mean, the Mid-Season Championship, they looked pretty uncomfortable. They weren't really their former selves, struggling against, as we said, some of those teams out of EMEA. So I think there's really a lot to prove despite this roster of incredible veterans that has lifted trophy after trophy here, especially in the Overwatch 2 era. I think they really want to close this year on a strong point to kind of smooth over some of those failures through the year. There's a bit more pressure on Crazy Raccoon in this tournament than I think they've experienced maybe ever before as a team.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. That, like, there's more pressure on them now than really ever going into an international because they've been so consistent, right? Like, them and Falcons have been clearly, like, you know, our top 2 teams globally for a very long time. It does feel like, though, Falcons is hitting like a new high, right? Where I think when you looked at those two teams, like Falcons, the potential, right? Like when Falcons is playing like a peak Falcons, I don't think they can be beat, quite frankly. I think they are that good, especially since adding someone in Merit.
Right.
It's just maybe they're not always at that peak, but lately they have looked awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that has faced so many tests and has passed almost all of them with flying colors. As you said, right when they picked up someone in Merit, it was some questions. It was like, yeah, obviously the star power is there, but they weren't able to get the results. But then as we saw, giving those players a little bit of time to gel into the roster, we saw that in Riyadh with this 4-0 crushing beatdown of OWCS in the grand finals. They were the obvious favorite in that tournament, and they just ran the table through to the end. And honestly, I think there's a good argument for them just running it back, doing it again. I mean, somebody has to show in this tournament that they can stand up to peak Falcons. And as you said, Matt, it might be the case that that's just not possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is another major tournament where this generation of Korean players come in as the #1 and #2 favorites. I mean, these are two super teams, arguably the best two teams ever assembled in Overwatch Esports. So naturally, coming into this tournament as big favorites. Now, a lot of underdogs in this tournament, I'd say. Maybe we're not, expecting great results from a lot of them. But what is a team that stands out to you guys that could make a run here?
So we had to take GK here for our sort of underdog dark horse. I mean, this is a team that they have pulled it together. We've seen them perform in international events against the best teams in the world and look good and look really effective. And you can't say that about too many squads out of North America. So big, shoes to fill really for GK. Yeah. But at the same time, their recent run in North America has been a little lackluster. Are they going to be on peak form in this tournament? I think that's the question. Not only that, but they also have a really challenging run in this early part of the bracket. Some tough draws early in the tournament.
Yeah.
If they can get out of that early part of the bracket, if they can show their peak form, though, I think this is one of those teams that you don't want to count out regardless of their qualifying seed here at the tournament.
Yeah, it's a team that isn't going to be kind of blinded by the moment, right? Like, we've seen them play in huge games against international competition at events like Champions Clash, if you think back, when they were like a nightmare. It's just their early run here is going to be really tough. Like, I think they have that OWCS game really early on here today. Like, if you don't make it out of that one, right, which like OWCS is like an awesome team, you're in a really rough spot moving forward.
I think also it's worth mentioning that Kaffa in an interview with Overwatch TV also said that they dropped their coach, Goldtech, and he said that Scrims feel a lot better actually. Like the environment is just better. Like they feel like they're more ready going into this tournament. They have a better vibe about them. That atmosphere, that could help in a setting like this, just to come into a match and feeling like yourself.
I mean, TM doesn't have a coach, right? And when
worked out for them.
And when I spoke to Psycho yesterday, he was like, "Yeah, it's like the best vibes we've had with the team. So maybe new meta. Maybe just
honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
The post-coach honeymoon phase. You don't know. Maybe we'll work out for GK. All right, let's take a look at the bracket and how things are going to play out this week. Of course, we got a double elimination bracket, but no teams in the lowers just yet, like in the regular season. And if we enhance on the upper bracket, we can see that waiting in the next round, of course, our #1 seeds, Crazy Raccoon, Weibo Gaming, Twisted Minds, and Team Liquid. And today, our job is to run through all of the upper round matches that are first 4 here in this tournament. Which of these kind of stand out to you guys?
I mean, we were talking about this already, right? But I think GK and OWCS is going to be really interesting. Kind of a wild draw to be the first round.
Very lucky.
Honestly, I feel bad for Feral, man. Somebody had to take the round 1 draw against Falcons. Falcons are not the #1 seed out of Korea, right? Given their recent performance in that Asia qualifier. However, they are the reigning world champs from Esports World Cup. So it's like, you don't feel great about having to play, they're not a top seed, guys. Like, it's okay,
It's first to 2, Jake.
Yeah, we got this. Yeah.
Who knows? All right. Okay. All right.
Well, okay, so we have first to 2's Champions Clash, right? And OWCS Falcons went to 3, right? That was like before they were playing Ziyad. They were playing like Tread at that time, so like a very different OWCS team. But like the first to 2's do make a little bit of a difference. I think, judging by the bracket, I think we're actually primed to get an EMEA versus Korea upper semis on both sides. Like,
that's what I'm going for.
Yeah.
That's what my bracket said.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, OWCS. I think they're really strong, so we'll have to see.
I feel like this is one of the first times historically in Overwatch we've seen a European innovation really playing these sim comps spread to the whole world. I mean, especially in Korea, we saw that hugely influence a lot of these Korean teams. Either they're preparing to counter the sim or they're bringing it out themselves. But I don't know if anyone is as good at it as OWCS and Twisted Minds. I mean, they really have a unique tool that everyone in the tournament is going to have a response to. Whether you're going to take the mirror or try to counter it with something else, including how you face it in the draft phase, it really adds a unique twist to this tournament that it's just going to be exciting to see the best teams in the world go up against.
Yeah, and I feel like Symmetra is always kind of like lurking to come out. You never know when the Symmetra is going to come out, but when it does, you got to figure out how to solve it real fast. All right, now is the time that I'm trying to get people's attention who have muted the stream, because I have something really important to say. So I don't know, you can't zoom in on this perhaps, but I'm asking you to please unmute the stream here, because I got something really important to say. All week long, we got a huge competition taking place here on the broadcast. Obviously, with BlizzCon returning in September of 2026. So does the Overwatch World Cup. The Overwatch World Cup is returning. And throughout this week, you yourself could win a pair of tickets to the event. And of course, you gotta win this one by submitting a secret word that will appear throughout the broadcast. Ooh. And it could appear in so many different ways. It could be on a graphic, it could be on a stage, it could be tattooed on Matt's chest. We don't know. You have to wait and see. But obviously, it can't just be any word. Like, for example, it could be Kevster, because Kevster is not going to get you to land. But it could be a bunch of different words here. So just keep in mind, keep an eye out. You never know when it's going to appear. And when you find the secret word, go to the link bit.ly/OWC2026 and submit the secret word. And you can win yourself a chance for a couple of tickets.
You know, I'll give you guys a nice little hint. The last time I checked, it is not tattooed on my chest. So,
well,
you will not have to.
You have to go to the biggest surprise later.
So, just like you might want to check again.
Yeah, maybe I do have to check again. You're right.
All right, we can simmer on that one for a little bit here, and just keep an eye out for that word, okay? Just keep an eye out for that word. All right, let's take a look at the map pool, which we'll be playing this weekend, of course. And there's a bunch of familiar favorites here. Let me tell you guys, it's going to be no surprise when a bunch of these dive teams end up picking Ilios. But there are a couple of new additions here as well. Dorado is making a return to the pool here. Nepal for the first time since Stage 1 for the EMEA and North American teams. So what are we seeing in this pool, Jake? What are the maps you're looking out for to have an impact?
I think there's definitely going to be a lot of picks for Shambali, right? Let's say a team opens on Ilios. They're a dive team. That's what they want to play. Makes a ton of sense. If you win that map, the opponent's going to have map pick. And if I were wanting to stay away from dive, I would be taking us to Shambali very often. So I think we might see that quite a bit here, in especially these first two series. Maybe King's Row as well, as we've seen be a super popular map pick, especially for teams who maybe want to stray away from like the hyper mobile style that we always see coming out of Korea in particular.
Yeah, New Junk City back as well with some adjustments, so excited to see that back in the pool. I think we'll see a decent amount of Surabasa. King's Row, we basically saw 24/7 in EMEA.
It's still always here.
Yeah, just don't even like have a map selection there for the EMEA.
I mean, in ranked, people vote for it all the time. Like,
yeah.
We've settled at this point in this time of Overwatch. King's Row is always just going to be there. So
maybe it should just be the official map one every series.
The first map? No, we're sticking with Control. We figured it out. All right, we have a bunch of events, of course, taking place this week. So on Saturday, we'll be checking out the 2026 Esports format, so don't miss that. We'll, of course, have a couple of people in charge of putting together that format, be here to announce it, unveil it, and we'll find out what we'll be doing next year in the Overwatch Esports circuit. And then on Sunday, I'm pleased to announce that we've got a show match, but finally, this year, me and Jake are not participating. We won't be the ones in charge of wasting time playing the new hero, Vendetta, that we'll be trialing later this week, of course, within the game itself. We're very excited for this hero, Jake. Do you think it's going to be another main of yours?
I think it looks fun. I mean, I want to try it out, right? And I think soon we'll be able to get that. I think players are going to be able to get their hands on Vendetta on like a trial basis very, very soon. We're going to be able to see some of the top streamers who are here in Stockholm co-streaming with us, playing in that show match, showing off their skills on Vendetta. And I think it's going to be exciting to see, like a melee DPS. Yeah. For a long time, people thought that kind of wasn't possible in Overwatch, right? Well, I think that was Genji's original design, but exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Vendetta kind of get into the game, what a melee DPS can actually do. And just, there's going to be a lot of people who are like, I can't get this to work. And then a lot of people who are like just stomping on it. So it's going to be awesome to see.
I'm going to feed my brains out. I am so sorry. Like, I will be hiding my name.
Stay off the queues. Johnny's queuing DPS. Watch yourself.
Yeah, who is this guy? I apologize in advance. But anyway, let's get to the tournament itself and take a look at today's schedule and the matches that will be taking place. So kicking things off first today is going to be Team CC against T1 Falcons. Oh my God. We were expecting a bit of a beatdown here of Valor. We'll have to see how that one goes. Now, the big one, Alcatia against GK. And then later on, the last match of the day, SSG Peps, a bit of upset alert here.
I think that one's got a little potential to get wild. SSG Peps.
I think, all right.
That matchup in the first of two's got a little wild potential.
It's spicy, but come on. This is Sugar Free and Hawk on LAN. Just like, let them cook. Let them cook. I won't hear this upset potential.
Don't tilt.
Yeah.
I'm an NA booster, baby.
Don't tilt, please. We're begging you. SSG, when they're in their peak form, they're a team to be reckoned with. But Peps at the same time, they got some good vibes right now. I'm feeling it. Like, they have nothing to lose. They're going to come into this one and just play this as Willis.
I mean, they do have something to lose. We're at the World Finals now. It's not like it's like, you know.
Okay, but they have no expectations, I say. People aren't expecting the greatest performances out of Peps. So I think that gives them some upset potential. Okay, let's take a look at the drops. And let me tell you, we got new drops for you every single day. So don't you close that broadcast because you got to secure all of these. Matt?
Yeah.
Which one's your favorite?
I'm a big fan of those ponies. I thought, what are they?
Dalahest.
Dalahest.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's the horse. That's the name of the toy.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a toy.
Yeah.
All right.
Hest means horse.
I was looking up horses that are native to Sweden, and all I found was a Gotland pony, which I think is
maybe that is the Gotland pony. I don't know.
It could be.
I don't know.
Or it could be a what is it called again?
Dalahest.
A Dalahest.
Yeah.
Or it could be
like
one of those.
Toy. So you can get that and many more drops.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for indulging us in that. Okay, let's actually set up the first match here, and finally we'll be showing some gameplay on your screen here in just a moment. I talked about the first matchup of the day, Team CC against T1. Let's meet our first team here, Team CC, the second seed from China, and they made it fairly close against Weibo Gaming there in the finals over in China. What do we expect out of this team this round?
How good is China right now, Jake? Like, that's kind of where I'm, like, the big hang-up for me is, like, I obviously know these players are extremely skilled and talented and, you know, gave a good game to Weibo, but, like, where does that region sit at right now?
I mean, that's the big question, right? With Weibo Gaming historically in this year, not having the best results in international tournaments, right? It's been difficult for some of these Chinese teams to show up on the world stage. But I think it's actually a really positive sign for the region that Team CC is stepping it up and making it more competitive, because I think that was kind of the trouble in China. It was kind of just Weibo, and they weren't really being pushed to the limit. They weren't being pushed to improve. But some of these new generation Chinese players, like, let's see what they can do here on the world stage. That being said, T1, they might be the third seed out of Korea, but believe me, not a fun draw in round one. Like, as good as Team C look, as much upset potential as there is, I mean, maybe T1 has a really off day. We've seen from them kind of like high-low performances, and that's what you're hoping for if you're a Team CC fan.
Well, also, I think it's a bit of an upset alert because Team CC, I would say, a bit of an unknown to a lot of these teams who are particularly familiar with their play style, but they've actually kind of popularized this off-tank style with Billy Deng as their primary tank player, right? And like, if you perhaps lose control map here, you get the second map pick rather, and you're able to go to one of those maps you're pretty comfortable with. So Team CC, with their style, watch out for them. All right, let's take a look at that T1 squad. And to me, this has to be a team with so much potential. We always talk about it every single major, not quite able to compete with the top teams in Korea. Is this going to be the event where they're able to overcome teams like Falcon?
I still just have a bad taste in my mouth from EWC.
Yeah.
They look so good in groups, and then like I think they got up against like Twisted Minds, it just kind of like fell apart in the bracket. So look, we obviously know like a lot of these players historically have been on some incredible Overwatch teams in the past. T1 themselves are a very good team. It's just I want to see them do it against like top competition from all across the globe. Like if they beat Team CC here, I would obviously be like, oh, that's a good win. But I wouldn't be like, all right, I'm all in on T1 yet again. And you see Jasmine starting lineup here early. So we saw a lot of Donghak at Riyadh. So this one's going to be Jasmine starting.
Pretty interesting, right? They want to lean in towards the off tank, and actually, I think this is the right call strategically for T1. I think the best hope for Team CC in this match was getting a mismatch, playing the off tank comps, and with recent buffs to D.Va, maybe that just kind of overpowers Donghak, and you're able to force that style. But I think in the raw mirror match, this is, as a stronger team, you just say, all right, let's see who's got the better mechanics, and that's a place where I don't love the idea of going up against T1 in like a raw mirror match, pure mechanical test. Proud has been an absolute demon on the server. Proud and Zest, man. Like, this is a super scary DPS lineup.
Yeah, very scary indeed, and we're just about to jump into the game. But first, we have our predictions. And now, because we are in Sweden, because I am the host, at least for the opening segment, I've decided to bring a little bit of a twist to the predictions. So here we have some lösgodis, which if you weren't familiar in Sweden, you know, this is how you essentially buy candy. You just get a little bit of a whatever. You take a scoop at the supermarket, just scoop up some candy, put it in a bag, and this is what you get. So, I'm announcing to you today here, if you get a prediction right, you get a candy of your choosing. If you get a prediction wrong, then someone else would get like the candy for you. So, is there anything that stands out there, guys? Any favorites? You know, we got
I'm like a
these
sour
little,
candy fan.
those little gummies and stuff like there. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for you. What predictions do we have in store here? I'm going with T1 naturally. I think the big favorites in this one, but anyone willing to upset here?
No. T1, I think they're really good.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to be the tournament they really turn heads and convince everybody, but I think this is a game that would be a monster upset for Team CC. I don't think this is the one where T1 are going to drop the ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think T1 should be able to get through this one. I feel pretty confident about that. I'm just worried about T1 like deeper into the tournament, right? Like, you know, once we start getting into that top 6 range, that's when I start to worry.
All right, guys. Well, we don't have to wait any longer. I'm going to hand it over to you, Jake, Matt. Let's get us into the game for the first match of the OWCS World Finals.
Couldn't be happier to Johnny as we get into this one. Going to get it started checking out Team CC versus Team T1. I mean, a lot of expectations on T1. And as you were saying, Matt, it's been a struggle for them.
Yeah, and I think maybe one of the more interesting things here, Jake, would be like if T1 drops map number 1, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sets up an opportunity for Team CC to kind of get that, map selection in a potential game 3. I think that could definitely turn the tides in a series like this, right? That you win that opening game on control, you then end up like whatever happens in map 2, right? T1 ends up getting that map selection, and you kind of take the path of winning it in that third and final map. I think that's kind of the path here for Team CC if they're going to kind of win this series. I find it hard-pressed to believe that they would win 2 straight games here against T1.
Yeah, I mean, and I think a first to 2, if you're an underdog team, is kind of the series style you're hoping for, right? You want a little bit more variability, a little bit more chance for T1 to slip up. And maybe for T1, there is a lot of pressure, right? Just as we've been saying, hey, look, some of these international performances have been lackluster, right? You know, in the Esports World Cup, they were hoping for a better result, to be sure, especially the way they went down. And so maybe now coming into another international event, being the 3rd seed, like, you can't think this is a free win if you're T1. You have to come into this strong.
I think it's just really hard to gauge, like, where CC and Weibo are at.
China is.
Yeah, where China is.
Yeah.
Like, every event we come in and we're talking about Weibo and how good they are, and then I feel like they've been a little bit lackluster, at the internationals. Like, I think when we talk about Weibo, I think it's like we expect them to be in the finals of internationals, right? Maybe they've been good, but not
It's been
as
a long
good.
time since that. That's honestly kind of a bygone era right now, right? Like, Weibo haven't really been in contention for like the true top spots. They're also a bit of a team stuck in the past, right? And that's where Team CC can kind of come in as a next generation team out of China, one that is not, I mean, let's be honest, Weibo Gaming is a Winston team. That's what they do. If it's good, they could look good. If it's not, they're in trouble. And with the draft phase now, with bans involved, you can't be reliant on just one style. Team CC, I think, has a little bit more flexibility in that regard. That strategic edge, I mean, I don't know if it's enough, right? It's something. Yeah. Does it put you over a squad like T1, though?
And I'm curious what we get here for the first map in this series.
Yeah.
Obviously teams, it'll be T1, the higher seeded team here. Actually, no, it'll be Team CC, the higher seeded team.
I think
right?
it is.
They're number 2 out of the region, yeah. So it'll be Team CC taking Nepal here.
This makes sense.
For game 1. Yeah, it feels like...
you want to deny main tank, right? You want to deny the option for main tank, play to your comfort zone. I think Nepal is the best map for that. And clearly, it's worked in a sense because it's pushed T1 to start Jasmine, to be likely mirroring an off-tank style, at least more often than not here on Nepal. It's been a while since we've seen much Nepal in competitive play.
We didn't really see it at all in EMEA, right? NA, not as much, I believe. So for Nepal, it's pretty cool to see it back in the pool and also see it here early. Let's see what the bans here are as well, Jake. So it'll be a Curie ban here for Team CC, and it'll be the Echo getting removed by T1.
Interesting bans here. I mean, I think there's a lot of question marks about the meta coming into this tournament because Tracer and Genji both copped a pretty severe nerf, I would say, coming into this tournament. Just a little bit less consistent with their damage. And I think we might see a lot of emphasis on flex DPS this tournament. What can they run? What can they bring? Echo has not been a top-tier hero really much so far
No,
this
not
year.
really.
But I think this makes sense as, like, if you don't have Tracer, if you're not playing as much Genji, if those are less popular picks, Echo could step in and kind of replace that role in a sense.
Yeah, we did see some Echo in like the EMEA playoffs, but it was really only on like Eichenwald and like really
very situational, right?
Yeah, niche scenarios. But well, with Tracer maybe being not as strong, right? Potentially, like Echo starts to get into like, okay, like that could be a pretty viable option, especially to burn down some of these heroes quite quick.
I think, you know, with Tracer it'll be super interesting because you got a player like Zest. It's kind of crazy to say, okay, you're not going to play Tracer. I think it's absolutely still viable.
Yeah.
But we're on Nepal. This isn't the most comfortable Tracer map. It's not the worst one either, though. And I think the fans are probably going to be really interested, as I am as well, to see what are the strats, what are the compositions coming out here that may start to give us a sense of what direction this tournament's going to go overall.
Yeah, and maybe, obviously, we're still going to have Sim, I think, in the mix in a pretty healthy amount from a lot of different teams here, right? Teams trying to play it. Johnny, speaking of him in the back, believes that we should see a decent amount of Zarya, which, at least here early on, that looks like Team CC potentially hovering that.
Yeah, and Zarya has been a very popular choice for Billy Deng, but T1 locked and loaded with the Ramatra. I mean, this is arguably the natural counter to Zarya. It's really challenging to put down damage into a Ram that just soaks absolutely all of it. So as we come into this opening mid-fight, a lot of pressure on these teams, see what they can deliver. Big damage already onto that Wu Yang. He's forced into the corner, and with the Disruptor shot, they can't even come out the choke. T1 in full control of the map right now.
Yeah, it kind of just stops them right at the door, right? As Team CC now trying to take a different angle, trying to play for this high ground. Oh, I think Farway's just lurking here, trying to get like an off angle, maybe bio grenade, but they do a nice job pushing him out.
Yeah, doesn't get the space for it. Now the point's going to open. Team CC starting to get out onto the point. T1, are they going to grab first split? Proud, caught out alone. Kaneki, nice find, that opening kill. Will it convert though? T1 playing very slow now, trying to just stay alive through this. The TP back to the high ground is going to give them just a bit of stability. Team CC starting to flip this point back with that hit scan down, although Proud is going to be back in very soon.
I was going to say, it's really difficult for the Zarya to challenge that high ground, but you know, after those early picks, you don't really have to do it, right? You can kind of play on that low ground. Pineapple finds Zest, and I got to say, Jake, for a team that had high ground, right, T1 there, like Team CC played that as good as you can to be able to take the point.
Yeah, picking off Proud on the rotate is really nice in that fight. Skewed, getting a little bit low on this Lucio, getting harassed from multiple sides. That Tracer struggling to finish this kill, but Kaneki gets the job done and says the death of Tracer may have been greatly overstated. Point starting to tick up, and T1, without their Lucio, really taking a lot of the teeth out of this composition. Sim sticking around just a moment longer, getting a little bit of extra damage, but Team CC in a pretty nice advantage. And what this composition lacks in mobility, it kind of makes up for in raw poke damage. There's a lot of threat to be worried about from Team CC.
Yeah, it's going to be a TP here, cross the point. Big hit. It's a lot of damage there, but you get the Wu Yang, then you get the Ant Matrix, Immortality Field, Billy Deng's gonna fall, and that's also the Nano boost used there. Faraway actually used the Nano on a Billy Deng, so not going to have that for that next fight, but Team CC feels like they kind of got what they wanted there early on, but hold on, Pineapple gets 2.
This fight's absolutely not over. Those kills are huge. The counter kill is in from Proud, though, who's still healthy up on this high ground. The flip's coming in from Tracer. Does the contest come in? There it is, but a special gift from Kaneki gets the flip right back, and big kills from Pineapple make that possible. So
that's crazy.
Going. Team CC, I mean, hey, they're on the verge of winning this first control round.
I mean, you can't lose that if you're T1, right? You end up going in, flipping the point. Pineapple basically gets 2. Up on the high ground, and then you're able to just kind of funnel on in with the Wu Yang and the Tracer. You also have Billy Deng following up towards the end. You have a sound barrier here for T1, so a big advantage in terms of survivability. They actually TP directly across here because Faraway's been playing that angle the entire time. Now gets punished.
Team CC has been great in the 4v5s, though. They've been bringing back a lot of these fights. Here's Pineapple with the OC. Jasmine forced into popping that Ramatra ultimate just to stay
in a lot of trouble, though.
The damage, but where are the heals? They're not here. T1 tried to flip the map. Now
they have down barrier,
but this is final fight. You can't give this up. Here comes the ultimates now. Symmetra rips one. Proud with the second. The OC is big. See if it's enough for a second. Rail connects on the far away, but there's no follow-up, and Proud has to fall back to the Mega, but that one kill on Kaneki may have been enough. T1 stabilizing. Sound barrier coming back here very fast. They may be forced into it. Here comes the grab onto Zest. Beat keeps him alive. Now Vigilante finds the kills, and the beat seems to have been just enough to overwhelm. So T1 take a sticky situation, manage to navigate through it, and now, hey, they're in control. Kind of ultimates dumped out of CC.
Yeah, it feels like they got a little bit fortunate there. Did T1, right? You're able to hold on to your sound barrier for that grab. I thought when they lose Jasmine, they were in a pretty rough spot. But Team CC makes some big changes here, Jake. So Billy Deng will go over and play D.Va, which is a little bit of a better matchup into this Ram. And then Pineapple getting a really nice, in terms of like long sight lines here with the Freya, going to bring that in.
And Faraway getting space on this high ground, very big deal on the Ana here. If he's able to move up closer to the point, threaten some of these biotic grenades, you could be in real trouble. Here comes the aggressive TP flip, instant window out of Vigilante. Do they have the kill? Yes, Proud cleans it up, shuts down that Ana. No nano boost going to be coming out in this fight. Team CC have to decide, are they going to fight this one out? Seems like they're going to back off for the moment, try and stabilize for one last fight, but T1 are looking for these kills.
Yeah, I mean, there's no mobility to really help Faraway out. So as soon as they catch him off, that's like the second or third time it's happened during this. Now we're going to get a final fight.
As we come into this, feud getting active. Billy Deng dropping low, but here comes Freya from the backline. Pineapple cuts down the Lucio. Team C are back into this with the nano boost. Faraway forced to drop that already, but here comes Billy Deng straight into the backline, cleans up the drone. Baptiste soon to follow behind, and this Soldier in real trouble. Proud has to fight it out as he can, but the feed is all blue, and Team CC retaking control and should be retaking the round here. This is a very difficult retake for T1.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, T1's not going to have everybody back, right? So Skewed ends up falling. You lose Zest here. It doesn't look like you're going to get anybody else back. So Proud will get a touch. Maybe Jasmine on the D.Va going to come flying in here last second. Nope, not able to make it. And Team CC, they steal that first round.
You know, Matt, I was talking to Team GK before this tournament, and they were saying, hey, Team CC, they've got hands. This is a team that could be a threat, that could be a real challenge. And we're seeing some of the fruits of that. Up 1-0 on control against T1. Can they close out the map, though? We've seen teams be able to win this. It's the opening round of the tournament. Maybe there's some jitters. Maybe there's some mistakes. Now the question is, okay, what did T1 respond with? What do they come back in on this next round? Is this Ana Wu-Yang style going to be able to work here on the second point of Nepal? I think it'll be a little bit more difficult here with the high grounds being a little bit more close to the point, easier to contest.
Yeah, we'll see some of the stats here is, Billy Deng putting down some serious damage, and Pineapple as well. Like some massive pickoffs when playing the Sojourn, and now on the Freya. A much different look here for T1, right? They're going to be playing with the Zarya, so matching that. But a little bit more aggression here with the Venture being able to get into the backline.
I love the Venture pick here. This is going to be real trouble for Faraway. You're going to have the Zarya bubbles to enable Venture, and they're already contesting up on this high ground, right? Putting some pressure down. Knocks Ana to the low ground, already accomplishing something here without position. It's going to be a struggle for Team CC to get this contest. They're going to try and take the stair side, but Zest is right up into the front line, taking this contest. Bursted down, though. The heals aren't good enough, and once again, T1 drop the first player, but they get the control flip.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they're actually able to... Oh, I mean, Billy Deng very low. It's going to be the Wu-Young healing, though, with some healing from far away, able to keep him up. As Jasmine, they're just not able to get the healing enough onto their own Zarya there for T1. They actually try to use an immortality field, just not inside of it. So that is going to be Team CC flipping this, a lot like how it went on that first round.
I mean, one thing about this Ana Wu-Yang comp, I mean, you have two ways to amplify heals and two pretty potent single target healers. Like, this Zarya could be really difficult to burst down. You'd think you could take out Billy Deng, but if they get turned around on and they kind of save that Zarya on full energy, you could find yourself in real trouble. T1 with a much more classic style playing around this Lucio. Let's see what they can get done with that speed. Zest is back to the Tracer, tried and true. Pineapple may be in trouble on this high ground, playing his way out of it for the moment.
Yeah, but Skewed has to be careful, right? Can't get caught off guard. It's a bolo shot. Oh! Oh my god, that is insane. The bolo shot actually hits the immortality field and then takes out two more.
Yeah, the Nano turns things around. We've seen Nano Freya be one of the most potent uses of the Nano boost when Freya's in the meta. I mean, this character just does such ridiculous damage. And it allows him to turn around that fight. T1 think, hey, we can maybe catch this, punish it off. But you've got these powerful single target support ultimates, letting a player like Pineapple really spread his wings here. T1 now gonna take the wide swing onto this left side with the Amp Matrix.
And then now you can use the Tidal Blast here onto like Billy Deng, right? So you can actually kind of use that on your Zarya and take a little bit more aggression in that frontline matchup.
Here comes the window. Vigilante opens it up, tries to get a little bit of position on point. For now, Team CC backing off, staying alive. Here comes the Graviton Surge, keeping one alive for the moment. Jasmine, are the heals good enough? Not quite. The Pulse Bomb does go through, but in the meantime, I mean, T1 are just reaping Team CC, cleaning them up off the map. And yeah, but Grav deployed and not really getting any value. from Team CC.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get, there's no like sound barrier, right? So you don't get that out. It's just like the immortality field used there, and you kind of give up that trade. BlizzCon actually goes over to the ramp. It feels like Team CC kind of getting the advantage in terms of like these tank counter swaps here, at least early on in the series. But I mean, look, 82%, you're what, one fight away from then kind of being on like, you know, map point, right? In the sense that, you know, you're going to have T1 kind of getting a junk fight there at the end. I don't know how they're going to combat this sound barrier, though, here. I mean, sound barrier plus grab is going to be really tough to fight through.
I mean, ult-wise, though, this is T1's fight to lose. They have full control. OC is going to open things up and slam the door. Proud already finds one. There's a second. Cleans up Pineapple. And even, I mean, BlizzCon going to get cleaned up there, and that's just OC. So T1, I mean, I think they're starting to settle in, Matt.
And that's kind of brutal for Team CC, right? Like the objective there is to probably try and get, you know, grab. Maybe you actually get like the sound barrier out. Just the fact that they use the overclock there and they end up winning it, I mean, that is like worst case scenario for CC. Now it's almost certainly that T1 will end up kind of taking another fight, taking the lead, and then now Team CC is in a really bad spot in a final fight.
And Zest is such a thorn in the side right now. I mean, Pineapple's trying his best to keep the focus on the front line, but a pulse bomb here would be devastating. Faraway sidesteps it. That's a huge survival. Needed to happen. But grab is available. Here comes the beat from T1. They're swarming over the front line. Can he find the grab connection? He's looking for something. Does not want to put that on the Ramatra. Here comes up onto the back line. It is enough to take down Pineapple. Public enemy #1. Here comes Tidal Blast here onto the Ramatra, but does he have the ability to gap close? Not quite enough. Amplification Matrix drop now from Vigilante. It's going to clean up the front line. Vigilante does drop for it, and the punish is good, so Team CC still has a fight to play, but no one's on the point.
I mean, that is a brutal one here early on, because Kaneki gets 2. Yeah, you also had another kill come down, right? So you're actually probably in like a 2v2 type of scenario there, but they have to push so far to get Jasmine and some of the rest of those players on T1 that nobody is home to get the point, at least into OT. So we will go into a final round. This is such a huge round for Team CC. It's so weird because it's like it's literally their first game of the tournament. But like
first to 2s. I mean, this map is like a major part of the series.
A first to 2, and then the potential to kind of guarantee a map selection on a game 3, let's say, in a series like this. It could be like tournament defining for both these teams. So this is a massive round.
Yeah, it's crucial. BlizzCon, look at those stats, man. I mean,
he's kind of farming,
that really enables Zarya, that puts her in the driver's seat with the amount of heals you can just pump into that front line. T1, though, playing the classic style, right? Utilizing mobility, controlling the tempo of the fights. You see, when they control the point and have the movement advantage, it's so hard for Team CC to retake. So this mid-fight is crucial. Zest gonna wrap around to the flank, put a bit of frontline pressure on it. I mean, Ana could find herself in real trouble. Yeah, they scout this. This Ana is dead to rights now, already dead on my screen right now. Zest is gonna get that clip. Wait, oh my god, you get a counter kill. No way, that was way too close for comfort.
And I mean, this has happened like 4 or 5 times now where they're able to kind of split off Team CC and they just kind of give up far away, where it feels like the Ana obviously has no protection here. No way to kind of get that Ana a little bit of extra mobility. Proud now starting to heat up as this is not looking good for CC early on.
I mean, this is just really well played strategically from T1. They've identified the issue of the composition. They recognize that Ana has no real way to survive with the movement advantage that Lucio brings. You just 5v1 the Ana in the spawn. You give up 17%, but that's a worthy price to pay considering the retake now is really scary. Like for Faraway, walking up on these chokes is a terrifying prospect.
Again, like what do you even go to here if you are Team CC, right? Like you can kind of like match, but it seems like they at least here want to play the Wuyong early on as still a very strong hero in the meta.
And Venture right now, Zest putting up a lot of pressure on, does get the bubble just in time, but okay, it is enough to keep him alive. And that gives a little bit of space for Team CC, but still, the threat of aggression is very real. T1, for now, holding back, keeping that vision of the point. They don't want to give up a flip for free here. This Amp Matrix from Vigilante, though, another real problem. We see him get very aggressive with that. Zarya swings wide, has no way to get back now, has to just play on the off angle. They're going to nano BlizzCon, turn the fight around, using him, but Vigilante has found Kaneki. Where are the kills from this nano? You do not want to have to grab Jasmine, who stays alive in the corner, gets the grab off his own, and with nano expiring, BlizzCon hits the deck, holding onto that Graviton surge, but there was just no chance to deploy it there.
This has looked ugly so far for Team CC. I definitely think T1 is kind of, figured out at least, like, hey, if we can split this team up, and then the supports are, fairly easy targets for Zest to pick off, especially when he's got, the help from the Zarya with, like, bubbles and stuff. The Venture can get into that backline pretty easily and take out a hero like Ana.
I mean, this Venture is just creating a lot of space, and I think it's a great identification by Zest of what you can punish from Team CC. Team CC still has ultimates, but so does T1, and here comes they dive in, they force a defensive grab out of BlizzCon. I mean, he's gonna stay alive, gets the beat out and the flip, so it's something, but you need to stay alive. Faraway, once again,
split, though.
they're chased down to the spawn. BlizzCon 2. It's just a 5v2 in the attacker spawn, and Team CC, what, are you gonna hold on point? I mean, it's a 3v5. Good luck with that.
I mean, they got a title blast, right? But like what? Yeah, I mean, look at this. You know,
Disruptor Straw 2. That's
Pineapple hiding in the corner here. You know, not exactly going to be like a one-shot type of scenario. So let's see. I mean, you will probably Kaneki kind of get here and contest. Looks like you had to use recall, so actually going to be forced all the way out. So, I mean, what? You get like 30+% out of that there if you are Team CC. But it doesn't really result in like any like type of map progress, right? Like you're not being able to get control of the choke.
Coming out of the choke is so scary into this Venture ultimate. They're in straight onto that soldier who's trying to stay alive, trying to get some damage out. Shutting down Pineapple is huge though. And I mean, what's really left? Like the threats are just lacking out of Team CC. T1 answer this strategy out of Team CC with flying colors. It took a couple rounds to get into the groove, but I mean, once Zest came onto this Venture, it kind of was open and shut. I feel like this third round was a real statement from T1.
Yeah, they did a much better job there, T1, towards the end. And honestly, Team CC, they were doing a nice job adjusting like their tanks and trying to get a tank advantage. But in terms of the supports, it is just so late for them to make any type of adjustment. I mean, they make it very late at the end, bringing in the Lucio and still staying with that Ana. But it just felt like time and time again, though, Jake, like the speed advantage for T1 and then being able to split Team CC up. A lot of times, like it's like just Faraway. Sometimes in the later stages of the map, it was BlizzCon and Faraway getting split off. Those players are not winning at 5v2. Turn around, you kind of clean up the rest, and that is how T1 takes a pretty awesome map number 1.
Yeah, and T1 are I think, becoming more and more decisive throughout the map. Like getting more aggressive about attacking, about setting the tempo, setting the tone. I think they came into that map saying, all right, kind of like what's going on, like this honest thing, crazy spot. I mean, this was Team CC, in fairness, leveraging their higher seed. They go to Nepal, clearly a map where they've prepped a very specific style on that they want to bring, and it does throw T1 for a loop. It does get them around, and it honestly, round 2, pretty close, pretty competitive.
Yeah.
But I just think a team like T1, they're too quick to find the answers. To your point though, Matt, with how the high stakes of these opening matches is like this, I could have easily seen this working. So I actually like what Team CC brought. I think this was smart. Now they're going to go deeper into their strat book, show us their next map pick.
Yeah, I mean, 15 deaths combined from the supports here for Team CC. BlizzCon did have a good game. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here as this is where we were talking about quite early, where BlizzCon and CC were getting kind of the better of the tank adjustments. I mean, that is a really sick bola shot there. Here's the immortality field, kind of keeping Jasmine alive through that grab that comes on through. As this is where I feel like, you know, T1 started to really assert their dominance.
Yeah, I mean, Proud looked amazing as usual on the Sojourn. Really happy to see Zest on the Venture.
Dude, they got a touch here, though. I mean,
that's true. I mean,
it's like a 4v3 in their favor.
Yeah, that second round was where you had to win it. I mean, round 3, there's like a little bit of control on the board for Team CC, but they didn't ever win a fight.
No,
I mean, it's like T1 gave them those flips, knowing that they were securing decisive kills that would win them the round. And so round 3, like emotionally, is 100-0.
yeah. It was never a round in which it seriously felt like Team CC was going to be able to take it. Like, sure, they got some percentage, but like we talked about, it was all just kind of like, you know, getting a little bit of turns of like a back cap, right? Where T1's just pushing into the spawn, wiping players out. So Team CC, they get another map pick here, Jake. Out of the pool, what do you think they should go with?
It's so tough. I mean, that style they played was pretty wild. I'm just trying to think like where else it could work, but at the same time, I don't think you want to run that again. I mean, I think
you do it on Shambali?
It's been answered. Yeah, maybe, but honestly, I think on Shambali you're gonna have real problems with like a sim comp. You know, just like a sim TPing on you, running you down. I think there could be real trouble with that. And also, I think T1 have just shown like we know how to crush you. We're gonna go kill your Ana 10 times. And like, honestly, for me, these strats don't work at this level. Like Ana Wu Yang, it's greedy, and frankly, a really good team that plays fast and decisively is going to punish you. I don't see the Ana's ever supposed to live in those scenarios. Honestly, I think that's a strat for Team CC that could look good against a weaker team that doesn't know what to do. But a team like T1 that's that decisive, finds your weakest player and kills him. I mean, they're doing the same thing every fight, and it's just working. So
yeah,
like,
it wasn't like they needed to change up their game plan much.
No, no. I mean, they had to like, I think they looked a little bit for like, okay, the Venture pick in particular.
Yeah.
Which I think is crucial for Zest, that the Venture is solid. I mean, we've seen Venture, I think, rising in terms of hero priority. This could be a really key tournament 4 Venture players because Tracer, Genji, both taking that nerf as we talked about.
And I think early on, right, Faraway was getting some value, like taking some off angles from the first round of Nepal. And then I think they realized, like, there is nobody there with him.
Yeah, you were alone.
Faraway, he is alone. So we are going to make it a concerted effort to try and take him out and push on in. Looks like we might actually have a sub here for T1. We'll get that one up when it is confirmed. But very competitive map there between these two teams early on. I just felt like it was such a huge map there potentially for T1 to be able to win it. So Donghack will come in for Jasmine. This tells us maybe like a dive-centric map, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know exactly because I think Donghack has a pretty wide pool, but it does say something in the main tank realm. I mean, I'm sure Donghack has a pretty nice Ramatra.
You wouldn't pick like Dorado, would they?
I mean, for Team CC,
if you want to play Ana, you could pick Dorado.
You could
and play like high ground.
Play like an Ana dive map. I mean,
yeah.
What I'm scared about though is like I don't think they want that smoke on like a straight up.
No.
I don't
Midtown.
I don't see it.
So Midtown is
actually,
you can still play on Midtown.
I think this is probably like a Sigma map.
Yeah.
If I was Team CC and I want to play like, hey, I mean, it would be a different double flex support style. I mean, Ana Wuyang could work in a pick-based style.
Well, not anymore because Wuyang is gone.
Okay, they banned the Wu.
So they get rid of the Wuyang.
Kind of a surprising ban from Team CC.
Considering they played it all map.
Yeah, I wonder if this is actually sort of a support protect. If they want to play double flex support, it might be, you know, something like an Ilari that they want to protect.
Yeah, that's true. And then you see the Zarya ban on the other side, right? So,
yeah.
Ram, Sigma, possibly. Sigma always kind of creeps up on maps like Circuit and maps like Midtown.
Some of these like crazy poke comps on first point defense, I think are like deceptively good.
The Ilari, Bat, Sigma type of stuff.
Throw a Torban in there, you know, like get crazy with it. I for my money in like a high pressure situation on
Swedish
land,
buff for Torb here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and you got to watch out for that. The lore buff, of course, would come into play here on Midtown. I kind of like those crazy, like, sort of wild poke styles and, like, gambling on the first point hold.
That's really what you're playing for, right? You're playing for an entire first point hold.
Or at least, like, run the clock
OT,
to zero. Yeah.
Then you get, like, the bridge control by the second part of the map. You get that down to, like, a minute something. And it's, like, almost essentially a first point hold, right?
Yeah.
So it's, like, that's kind of what you're playing for. The issue is like if those comps, like if the other team starts to like roll you, like you are just like...
Yeah, the opposite can happen. But once again, Team CC, this is a match in which you go gambling, right? This is a match in which you take big risks because you are not the favorite. You might be the higher seed technically, but
you're not the favorite.
One of the favorite.
Well, would you rather be on offense or defense here to kick things off if you're CC? I feel like I'd almost rather have the defensive side.
Yeah. If you're going to run this crazy cheese, you want to crush the defense and like demoralize the opposition. Frankly, no matter what you run, attacking Midtown first is an unenviable position, man. It is a tough map to flip.
That might be why Donghack comes in, right? A little bit, more variety in terms of tanks are going to be needed here on Midtown, especially like with we see Sigma, you see Diva up on the high ground, right? Like
what I will say, Matt, is I think one of the best counters to the Sigma is a little Reinhardt Symmetra. It's a little Ryan Sim.
Yeah,
I think that is legit. That is the counter.
Yeah, it is kind of funny that's kind of.
I want to see Donghack on bring out the big Hammerman.
The Reinhardt.
Deutsche Hammerman.
Oh my god.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
We had a Reinhardt.
I'm going
first series here.
Into the knowledge to Pred a Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, when Johnny was talking on the pre-show about how like the kind of sim comp like EMEA kind of spread to the rest of the world, it's like, yeah, for years they were trying to push Rhine comps, and that, well, I guess Ghost kind of exactly worked, but I mean, you could do that here. The sim is like awesome on this map, right? Especially to kind of get through the choke here on Midtown is nasty.
It's a brutal first point, and you need some sort of trickery, whether it's like playing a highly mobile comp that kind of gets its hooks in, maybe behind the enemy defenders or up into that mega room. But you got to do something to mix it up, because walking down mid is a tough proposition.
Because you can't exactly play like an Echo or anything, because like there's hit scan on the other side that are going to be able to kind of see over the subway. Let's take a look at the finals format, the Worlds format, just to remind you guys kind of where we are at. First game of the entire week. So 12 teams, double in bracket. It's going to be first to 2 here in the upper and lower round ones. First to 3 for everything else, and then a good old first to 4 for the final. It's gonna be an awesome week basically of Overwatch. I mean, we're here for a while. I feel like I feel like I've already been here for like 4 days. It's only been 2, but it's going to be fun.
Yeah, jet lag makes you do crazy things now, but I got a good feeling about this tournament. I'm kind of stoked for that.
Jet lag
grand
is
final.
pretty crazy. I mean, it's so crazy. I even hung out with Johnny yesterday, like outside of work. That's how wild it was. Yeah, I mean, I clearly not in the right mental state.
We'll get that checked out for you.
Yeah. I mean, we may get a doctor and check that one out. But like, I love when we can get more teams at events. Like when we can get 12 teams at events, or even more, right? Just seeing all the teams from all over the globe just be like represented here in person. It's one thing to like play in your region and make it to an event, right? But like to be at an international event, we see teams like for Overwatch World Cup, like we talked about earlier, BlizzCon, right? You meet players from all over the globe. Like that's their only opportunity to go to like an event, and that's like really where I love having more teams.
Yeah, see if we're able to get into this one. Of course, Donghack is going to be subbing in for T1, which could signal maybe a change of style, a change of their thought process really on Midtown. But I think it's going to be Team CC. They're the ones who picked this map, right? They have to kind of set the stage of what's the prep, why are they going here. I think the Sigma seems like the most plausible style, but I'm kind of curious what they come, maybe like an Orisa, you could play those rush comps, still kind of going for an off-tank direction if you want to.
It feels like, I mean, the Orisa feels like more of like a offensive pick maybe, where I really do, like, I kind of agree with you, where like Sigma, Baptiste, Alari, right, like these type of heroes with like a Sojourn in the mix, and then you can kind of pick whatever you want in that other spot, and you are really difficult to break through.
And as an attacker, man, like the pressure is so on you on the LAN environment against those comps, because the way those comps win, it's not like a standard matchup where, you're team fighting, you're playing the ultimates, you're engaging on cooldown. The pick comps they just keep getting random kills on you, and you just not really getting to fight.
It's hard to get a team fight, right? Yeah. That's the issue. It's like
TCC don't want it to happen, right?
No, we see time and time again, like on offense here, where teams will send like a Tracer, like, or maybe it's like a Genji in certain metas, like to the left-hand side, like that alleyway and around, and they'll just get picked off randomly. Yeah. And then you're waiting for that player to come back. Your tank pushes up a little bit too far in the choke. They make it to the fire truck. They die. And then it's like you're a support on this map, and you're like, I haven't even seen like half of the map.
I haven't seen an enemy player
yet.
I
haven't gone through the choke.
It's been weeks.
Because it's so difficult to make it. That's why Sim is so strong on maps like this, though.
Yeah.
Like where these like crazy chokes. You used to be able to just kind of brute force your way with like Lucio to kind of speed you on through, but with the amount of burst damage with some of these comps now, it's like really risky to be able to do that. So Sim makes it a lot less costly.
Yeah. I mean, that prep is going to be crucial because this is a comp. Not only, I think this is like deceptively hard to execute the defense. Like everyone needs to know where they're playing. Everyone needs to kind of like control their lanes. If you do get the map flipped on you, if the attackers get a lot of pressure on point, especially with the Sim style, I mean, the map could go pretty quick, and as Sigma, it doesn't feel that good walking up to touch point against something like a Sim and a Rhine that are just kind of cooking you, ignoring that kinetic grasp, just beaming you down.
Yeah, the kinetic grasp doesn't do anything when they're just swinging on you freely. It feels quite brutal. So, remind you guys where we're at in the set, map number 2. Pretty good. Map number 1 went down to the wire. Team CC may have had some opportunities to win it, but they don't come out on top, and it'll be Midtown here with a Wuyong ban from Team CC, even though they played it throughout all of map number 1, so maybe looking for something really different. And then the Zarya ban here for T1.
And I think the first defense is going to really set the tone on this map, right? Regardless of who defends first.
Yeah, that's true.
Given how strong the defensive position is, it can really be draining to try to push into it. And if you lose a bunch of fights back to back, it can feel like the map's already over. Even though, in theory, you have just as good of a chance on your own defense. I agree with you, man. I really like to be the defender first here. And I think those honors are going to go to T1, bringing out the Ramatra, playing, a pretty classic, fast-paced style. Like, nothing new under the sun here for T1, as we got our team title cards flipped here. But, of course, it is going to be T1 on the defense.
Yeah, it'll be T1 on defense here, and they'll be running with that Ram. So we'll see what Team CC decides to do on offense, right? So not going with a poke comp is T1 on the defensive side of things. They'll actually go with what they ran on control. So nothing too different here for T1. An opportunity though for Team CC to pull out a really interesting comp.
Let's see what they bring. They're scouting things out right now. probably not going to be playing Roadhog Hanzo.
So Ram Mirror, interesting enough. And they'll actually, so just going to match with the Kiri and the Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer versus Venture. I like the Venture pick here. Let's see, T1 very comfortable on this style as right now Team CC walking up, trying to bait a bit of aggression out of the front line. Proud opens things up onto Pineapple. And without your Sojourn, I feel like this is just a quick reset for Team CC. They just really are going to lack the damage without Sojourn. So much of this comp revolves around putting your hit scan in a position to succeed. And last map was very back and forth. Pineapple had his big moments, but here on the defense, especially with a Venture breathing down your neck, it's going to be very difficult. Great walk up right now for Team CC though, taking a bit of pressure. Forcing a little bit back, but a better ram form for Donghak. He's going to be in a strong position here.
Yeah, Donghak was very low and then backed up, but Team CC I think was just a little bit too slow to capitalize on it. But they have gotten a decent amount of map progress, right? So they pushed up a little bit, they've gotten here to this fire truck, they've gotten around to the firehouse. So they're actually in a much better spot now, but I mean, that is a second kill here from Proud on a Pineapple early.
And Proud just takes a dominant angle on the sight line here, just crushing through these attackers, sending them packing. And Team CC gonna take the full reset here. I mean, that's tough for a Pineapple, right? 2 back-to-back first deaths from the Sojourn. It doesn't bode well for this offense.
It also feels like that the Venture is just way more impactful than Tracer at the moment. Like, you know, Kaneki is getting into the backline and like peppering players and putting down damage, but like no real like kill pressure or threat, where every time Zest burrows, it feels like everybody on Team CC freaks out.
Oh my god, he's just crushed. Vigilante with the daggers opens up onto Kaneki on the Tracer. Proud, big jump up to the high ground, already drops Billy Dang and gets the support as well. The Kiri TP is good. Proud with another headshot. Haoyo-chan just clapped out of this one, and once again, Team CC sent packing. We're at the 2-minute mark. No ultimates have really come out in this game, but it's T1 with the full control.
What is Kaneki's plan? Is it to just try and put pressure on the supports and back up Donghak, and then maybe that kind of creates enough space? Because he ends up recalling right into the vortex and just dies instantly, and it's really easy for T1 to just come back and retake.
I mean, it's just desperation, right? Here comes Proud with the overclock, sending players back. Doesn't get any good rail connections just yet, so that's a win for Team CC, right? Draining one of these key defenders' ultimates out. Pineapple, 13% from his own OC. That could be crucial, but here comes the rush. T1 not letting up the pressure. They do not want to give up any of this choke control. It's a rush trade, though, and starting to look pretty good for Team CC. T1 layers on the beat, though. They're not backing down just yet, continuing this fight. Better be from Team CC. The OC as well from Pineapple. And this defense is starting to crumble. Team CC pull the attackers all the way into their side of the map, but they're just getting absolutely wiped off the field. That being said,
you're going to get another fight though, right?
Exactly. Because you fought so far into Team CC spawn, there's going to be a long time for a reset, and now with ultimates drained out, it's anybody's game on the retake. Donghak straight to the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and I mean, you're going to have Zest with the Venture ultimate here, right? The Tectonic Shock. We'll see if Donghak can get on, and most certainly will get a touch. It'll get contested here before even a second tick comes in.
And the Venture ult forcing players to the high ground. Venture struggling to get those connections. Can he get a 1-in off? Not quite. And the high ground control is good enough. Zest gets a couple kills. Stalls things out. Yo, wait, a third? No way. Okay. But wait, this is actually, I think you get another
This is kind of winnable though. Yeah.
This is winnable. You have a Wrecking Ball. You have a Venture.
Donghak is still alive, so he's still able to just kind of get in here. You're going to have the TP from Vigilante as soon as he comes back, so I think you're in a good spot here. I mean, you don't even have a second tick here for Team CC. This is brutal.
Oh, Donghak is just having a field day here. Kind of takes an awkward roll on the ball, but Venture should be here to touch in a moment's notice. Here comes Zest holding on, creating a lot of space, opportunities for Proud, but can Proud find the kill? Needs to get something, nothing just yet. The support is good though, keeping him strong. Proud finds one, and this could be the beginning of the end for Team CC. We're already in overtime without one support. Kiriko, far away, has to carry an immense burden here, but so many players taking pressure simultaneously.
It's going to be really hard to get Billy Dang off the point though.
Yeah, Billy Dang's in trouble, pops the ram ult, still a little bit healthy. OC pop, full commitment from Proud. He needs to find some big rails and fast. Kaneki takes down Skew, the hack is good. Proud punishes immediately, but in the end, the ram ult just too dominant on the point. And Team CC get it over the line, but man, they were sweating for that one in.
Yeah, it is not easy there for Team CC, but let's take a listen in here to see how they attack this second point.
OK。球半他举去右边了。
我在探体，靠影。
我去帮他一下。我在帮你。
我这一套。
屋子里。
慢点。
对面我这跟他4个压
我
力啊。
先下去了，别急别急，我绕。
走了。
我干，我得干。
我能来，头上低点拿我的。
我拎球。
对，
减速铁了，减速，停点走。
我躲一下我的。我还可以来这边。
我右边可以来，我右边可以上楼。别急。
放眼
帮踢我这边吗？
走。
打了，我帮你解住。他过不来，滴。
我过不来。
球雷到。
他滴。
没带。
他滴。
探机死。
我
抢我，别急。
走。
没事，我能动车的。
你慢点。我接人，一个人，别死就行。啊，下波，他灵魂交了没？啊，
灵狐交了吧？交了。
OK，那这个看其他，
你们先这边。那个李主任，我先
对，你们把这边清走，我去看楼上。
球开了。
锁定半血，我能扛压力。
别隔了。探基地，我在动车吗？
没事，你们动车，
我把雷击
我直接在车边。
看起来大。
我只好飞车边了。哎，牛够了，准备够。
锁定。
我操！
我在先动。
他基地。
下播了。
Tom's got real quiet there, Matt, in the end of that team fight. That's not a great sign. I didn't understand much, but
I was expecting you to break down the comms. I didn't expect you to tell me it was quiet. I knew that. But no, it was a... I mean, that's what we talked about, right? You get this really good first point hold. It gets into OT. And now you kind of strangle them out in terms of time here by getting some of that high ground control. You lose Pineapple. I mean, that's your EMP. This is brutal here. For Team CC, they're just going to get bullied back to their spawn.
Big swing all the way into the back line behind the Diva. Not getting the greatest connections out of this overclock, but it doesn't matter. Zest is doing the job of 10 men here. Big cleanup. EMP forced solo onto the Kiriko. It is enough to take down Vigilante, but players dropping like flies on this point. Connected with a pulse. Hold on. There could be more to play as the point gets stalled out. We're deeper into this overtime, but it's so hard. Zest and Skewed together fighting on this part. Rush is deployed. Far away, is he going to be able to get this touch? Taoyotron takes down Skewed, and so hold on. There's still something to fight for here. Vigilante needs to get back and get a rush of his own. But it's such an awkward...
They're going to get Billy Deck back. Oh, the mines.
The mines and the T9 there. But in the end, honestly, you have a rush coming back and the minefield on the point. And that one's probably not going your way as TC.
Yeah.
It's winnable now, but it feels like it's a first hold do or die to me, Matt.
Yes. It feels like if we get... especially if it's like T1 getting a pretty fast point A take, it feels like it's over, right? So I think Team CC, you have to know, right? Like if you're kind of talking right here before this next half, you are all in on this first point defense. We can take, look at this, Billy Deng still putting up some pretty good performances here. For Team CC, Proud constantly though finding those first bloods.
Yeah, I mean, Proud has been huge. I think Zest, again, amazing on the Venture. Really low death, and also freeing up Donghak to get very aggressive, right? Like, having a Venture be this second very powerful option for holding on to the checkpoints. And Team CC not going to go with, like, the wild and wacky poke style that I was somewhat hoping for. They're going much more standard. They're actually going to mirror the Venture now, which I quite like in this series. At the same time, Pineapple on this Freya could be another difference maker. Was great on Nepal.
Yeah, and I think the Freya offers, obviously you're able to kind of like get some sight lines above the subway car. You're actually able to get some longer sight lines. And I think just a little bit more like consistent damage, like making it difficult to kind of chip them away as they're coming through the choke.
I wonder if Zest is going to stick to this Tracer.
Do you think the Venture is hard to play on offense here?
A little bit, but I think it might just be a scout on Tracer. We'll have to see what Zest read on the meta is and see how T1 approach this attack, because it doesn't get any easier, right? No matter who's on the attack, who's on the defense. Now it's Pineapple's turn to be in the dominant position, to kind of control these chokes. You know, Proud walks up a very difficult scenario. See, he just doesn't get many chances to find a kill.
Yeah, and a little bit more verticality from the Freya as well also makes it a little bit harder for the Venture to just kind of chase down that hero, as you see a few players on T1 taking some big shots here. Zest gets dangerously low. Vigilante now going to heap everybody up. They do lose Zest.
Yeah, and the poke is good here. Team CC brawling out a little bit better. Zest not really getting much of anything done in that fight. Curious to see if we won't see a Venture swap, but for now, sticking to the Tracer. Maybe just feeling that it's too hard to get these front-to-back rush brawls. You maybe just want to draw a little bit of attention on the Tracer.
Yeah, I think it's to try and get through that left alley and put a little bit more pressure behind. And then you see right there using the blink to kind of get into that back line.
And I think he's in clean. Like, I don't think there's much of a response from Team TC. He's going to reset the blinks and start harassing from the backline, start to destabilize this defense.
Yeah, like this is the type of position that like Death wants to force here, right? Maybe just kind of draw attention over to it. Team CC doesn't seem to be falling for it here at the moment, right? They're playing very aggressive up in the choke. They're just kind of having, it looks like, far away, some of the other players just kind of looking over towards Death.
The space has been created, like the damage is done. Team CC lost choke control. Proud opens up onto Kaneki. Zed is finally shut down by Faraway. That's a crucial move to kind of staunch the bleeding in this backline. But Proud has the opportunity to find more kills. He's up on this Sojourn, forcing Billy Dang up into the train, and that gives T1 an opportunity to step up onto the point, start threatening this capture. For now, they're going to step into the high ground, trying to just keep this control. Vigilanting with the first rush of the game. Is it enough to continue it? And Proud almost dying to this venture, or rather to this Freya on the high ground. Takes a step into the rush and now retakes up. Has this OC. This could be a bit of a problem now, Team CC.
Yeah, it was a Kitsune rush here used by T1 as well, as they're just kind of pushing Team CC back into this alley, and that is not a position they want to be in. Kaneki finds one. Billy does end up having the Annihilation. He ends up popping it.
I mean, this big player advantage for T1, and yeah, Billy Dang ends up throwing good money after bad there. Honestly, I love the experience from T1. I think a lot of weaker teams there would have forced the point and maybe played a little bit more standard, but they recognize, hey, Team CC are hoping to hold things off and hoping to get a regroup. Yeah, but we're going to force the fight. Maybe Venture can stall, but this is a really challenging fight to win from this position.
Oh, they rush. They rush as well. They're going to use the Tectonic Shock, so they're all in on this, and I kind of like it for TCC.
Can they get the kills? Proud finds first blood. Proud looks for more. Freya breathing down his neck on this high ground. And it's a 1-for-1, so there's still a fight to be played here. T1 struggling now. Pineapple cleans up Proud. It's going the other way at the same time, so T1 trying to regroup, trying to stabilize, but they just don't have the HP for it. Billy then gets back in on the retake with D.Va.
I like it.
And because T1 are in trouble now.
Because I think if you're Team CC, if you just give up point there, you're basically done.
Yeah, they have to gamble.
So you may as well just invest heavy and then try and draw it into OT, and now you give yourself a fight opportunity, right, where there's no support ultimates on the other side, just the Pulse Bomb. You have an opportunity to win this here.
And Pulse Bomb, I mean, talk about a troubled ultimate right now. So many characters have answers to it on Team CC. See if Possess can get it done. Despite the nerfs to Tracer, Pulse Bomb, still the ultimate. It's always been the difference maker in testing moments. But Pineapple, he has that bullet shot, and that can be much more deadly.
Yeah, well, I mean,
already dropping low. The front line is struggling.
You think about the bullet shot he had on Nepal, not exactly the one here, but Dongat gets low. Now you've lost the tank.
Proud drops the body before he goes down, but I mean, the damage is done. Pineapple finding that kill. T1 getting cleaned up. I mean, Billy Dang is just the Terminator on the server right now. You cannot deal with this D.Va. Donghack gonna come up back on the Wrecking Ball, but somebody has to get this touch. It's gonna be Zest, has the recall. He's gonna get that OT wig burning. Maybe Donghack can get that next. Still a fight to be played. Feud goes down again, though, without the Lucio. This is a long and hard fight.
Kitsune rush coming out. Oh, they get it. They get Vigilante. That's massive. That should be it.
And that's Team CC, man. Winning Midtown. Unbelievable. Donghack's here to touch one more time, but no chance to win the fight. And a beautiful last-second retake out of CC earns them a map win. And we talked about the potential for an upset here. We didn't think it was real, but Team CC are starting to make a believer out of some of our fans now, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was real. I just don't think it was a scenario where they win 2 in a row, but that is definitely up there right now, where potentially they could actually just take 2 in a row, take out T1. But I gotta say, I love that decision. Obviously, it pays off for them to invest super heavy, come back, and try and win that there, which they end up taking that fight. And then look, 50 seconds left. You know there's really no ultimates on the other side. Even if there were, you'd like your chances there than getting a 3-minute, almost 2.5 minute, 3-minute hold on that next part of the map. So I think that was a great call there by Team CC, and I think it definitely caught T1 a little off guard.
Honestly, I think the Tracer may be the wrong pick on the offense from Zest.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, he clearly has been way more impactful playing Venture throughout this.
We've seen both teams look better on the Venture. Even same for Kaneki, right? Struggled on the Tracer.
Yeah.
Looked a lot better on the Venture. So maybe this is going to be a bellwether pick for some of our flex DPS players this tournament.
Yeah, I'll take a look at some of the stats here. Proud obviously had a great game in terms of the hit scan. Dude, Billy Dang has been popping off.
Those are big numbers. Those are big numbers on the server, especially considering that was a tough offense. Still got the job done, and then coming over to the D.Va looking so strong. I mean, D.Va is great this patch. Another hero that we're going to expect to see a lot of this tournament.
Their offense, it felt like every time they were moving through the choke, Proud is able to take out Pineapple. Pineapple with like 11 deaths on the Sojourn and Freya. So clearly, you know, Proud obviously getting the better, but man, it just they made the right moves there on defense. They kind of held them long enough to the point where they just need to win that one fight, get them off of the point, and then get into OT. Because, I mean, you know, if you don't get that first point hold, like we were talking about a lot, I think you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I think once the map opens up, that's where T1, I think I favor them a little bit more.
Yeah.
And it's a bit more individualistic, a bit more opportunity for Zest to find those solo kills.
Yep.
But it doesn't get done. And Team CC even the series 1-1. That being said, Matt, as big of a win as this is for Team CC, now you're staring down the barrel of a T1 map pick. For the first time this series, they're going to be able to take us where they want to go, show us what they're the best at.
And where do you go if you are T1? Is it like, okay, so you have Escort in the pool, you have Push, and then you also have Flashpoint, right? Like
these Korean teams, they love Flashpoint. They
like,
love
do you see like a Suravasa, like potentially?
I mean, I'm curious about Nujong City. I think they're like, especially after the rework.
Yeah.
What are teams going to be bringing there? What's the style? Is it going to be sort of the same as it was? Is there opportunity for new looks? But from what T1 have played so far, I think I would be surprised to see anything but a Flashpoint.
I would agree. I think though T1, it's also an interesting scenario. What do you do with the bans? Like if I'm Team CC, would you consider banning Venture?
It's interesting. I mean, both teams have looked good with it.
Right, but it feels like though you don't exactly want to play it.
Yeah, it's like where does the series even go without Venture right now?
Right.
That would be a wild card ban, and Team CC is a wild card team.
Oh man, I mean, Reinforce, like he totally copped out on this, so we're not giving him any credit whatsoever. But he was like, I think Team CC is a bit of a dark horse, and then he directly picked T1.
I told him yesterday. I said you should predict CC. It would be hype, and he didn't do it. He didn't take our advice, Matt.
He didn't do it. So if Team CC wins and we go back to the desk and he starts promoting himself, you guys know.
We're picking Johnny's candy if CC wins. The rules are the rules.
Yeah. If Team CC wins, we get to pick Johnny's candy. I guess we all pick each other's candy. But I mean, look, they've surprised me. I'm gonna be real. I thought it could be a close game, right? One of those ones where it's like a 2-0 and we all go like, they had some opportunities.
Yeah, they had some plays, but they won a map, man. And they even won a round on control. So I feel like the doubters got to be pretty quiet right now.
They could have won control.
For China.
They could have won control. So it looks like Jasmine actually coming back in here for T1. Looks like, let's see if that's the only sub we have here for T1 potentially. Obviously some other players on the roster, but looks like at least for now, just Jasmine.
I mean, I wonder if they don't just want to play some Zarya comps here and just like run it down, play Zarya, speed the Zarya around, bubble the Venture. Easy does it, man. Like
I would ban the Venture. If I was CC, I would seriously consider banning the Venture because like it didn't feel as scary when Zest was playing the Tracer, right? That's where they were winning some of those ones. So Jasmine coming in here, so like Tank flipping and flopping here in this series. Especially with these short series, it doesn't feel like, I mean, you obviously played Overwatch at a professional level. I played other games eons ago at a professional level where like subs weren't even a thing. It feels like you don't get in a rhythm in a first to two, in and out.
And Viper's in for Zest as well.
Okay, all right. So we're making some serious changes here.
I mean, that's an interesting swap.
We did hear that, though, he was playing in some scrims.
Yeah, we have heard that. So, I mean, the other side of the coin, though, is, yes, in this match, maybe you're not getting into that rhythm, maybe you're not getting that time, but maybe you just think as T1, you have the confidence that you will close it out, whatever the roster may be. And this also lets quite a few players start to get into the rhythm of the tournament, right? In a much broader perspective. Get them a little bit of play time, like shake off some of the nerves. You're sure on land. Let's see what you got. And if you close out this win, I mean, Team CC have proven themselves as a real contender here. I would not say this is like T1 dropping the ball or T1 looking really weak. I mean, we've criticized them in the past, but I think Team CC have looked really good. Like, the honest stuff on Nepal was a little sus. I'm going to be real.
Yeah.
But it almost worked.
It almost worked, yeah. I would be, like, it's really difficult to, like, I would actually be a little bit disappointed in T1, obviously, losing this. Like, I think Team C would be, like, a great story. Maybe China's a bit better than we thought. They had a great series. But, like, this T1 roster is like built to try and hang with Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Like T1 doesn't just enter a game and like just puts together a roster for fun, right? Like they obviously
they play to win.
Yeah, they are trying to win everything. Like, so, and this roster is very good. Like, the players on it are super talented. So we will see New Junk City here.
I'm excited to see New Junk City after the reworks being played. This map's been a lot of fun for me in ranked. Like, I've been really enjoying New Junk City. And I also think this is a pretty great venture map. Probably not as great as it was before with some of the tighter chokes.
Right.
But still, I think a lot of opportunity to play some of these fast-paced rush comps. I think this is really just T1 throwing down the gauntlet and playing Lucio. And as you said, the venture ban.
Yeah, I mean, they got to close the curtain. Team CC heard me probably, but I was like,
they took their coaching advice from me, man.
Yeah.
Based on their comms, man, I suspect that they may not speak English.
Based on that, well, who says I don't?
You were coaching them in Mandarin between the games.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
I hit my callback button in our producer.
All right. You said, pipe me, get me into Team CC's
it was like, funnel me into Team CC's comms right now.
You've been practicing your Mandarin.
I need to tell them.
I'm ready to turn this series around.
In Mandarin that they must ban Venture. But no, I think it's a great call. It's, Lau, you mentioned, like, Venture, fairly good here on New Junk City. Like, historically, obviously, some changes that happened to the map recently, so let's see how that plays out. And it felt like the Zarya bubbling the Venture was really giving them some trouble. And, like, let's say they wanted to go back to, I'm not saying they will, they wanted to go back to some of that Ana stuff. It feels like Faraway can handle his own a little bit better against like a Tracer look than potentially a Venture.
So on New Junk City, I think that kind of a strat is just going to be rough. Like, this is a map you need mobility.
They will probably lose if they do that.
Not playing Lucio or like some mobility tool.
Like Lucio Ana, you would probably lose here.
You would be in a scary spot. There's no room for error. And if it's a Zarya mirror as well, kind of mitigates some of the value from Ana. You just bubble off those nades.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Well, in the first map as well, I think we had a Kiri ban, right?
Yeah.
So that
which made the Ana further better. Where like Lucio Kiri, you don't love playing these immobile backliners against that kind of pace that can be brought. And with Jasmine in, like you said though, the really interesting question is what's going to happen on this flex DPS role. I wonder, what if you go to something like you go completely away from mobility, you go to like a Mei or a Reaper, and you just kind of like brawl it out in the front line. We have not seen New Junk City, to my knowledge, played at the professional level since the rework.
I don't think so.
It's kind of open season now.
Yeah, and obviously these teams have been here for a day or two, so they've had ability to like scrim, boot camp against each other. Some teams came out even earlier than that.
Boot camping in Europe and getting used to the time zone and everything. And that's smart, honestly, from those teams.
And I mean, look, EMEA has a certain brand of Overwatch that seems to be pretty successful, right? So maybe they did pick up some stuff, right? Maybe there is a little, sneaky Mei, like Reaper, little rush style of play here that T1 could pull out.
I would like to see Zest on the Reaper, man.
So but with the Ram ban, we talked so much about the Venture ban. With the Ram ban, right?
I think this is more or less forcing Zarya.
Yeah.
Because Ram is a strong counter to Zarya, and it makes the matchup much more
but Billy Dang
static.
has been kind of frying on the Zarya, though.
True. But honestly, though, Jasmine looked pretty good in that first round.
Yeah.
Right? I think. We didn't really get to see the Zarya's clash because it was like, I'm gonna go kill your Ana over and over again.
All right. Well, that's the thing. I was just gonna say, is the first? It's like, what do you believe really? Like, was the first map just like a, an inherent like skill gap, right? Or was it just the fact that like Team CC was trying to force this Ana, and it was very easy for T1 to find a path to victory of play Ana, play Venture, go after the Ana. They try to have Billy Dang sometimes on the Zarya, go protect the Ana, so now you split two players off, right?
We just killed them both.
And then you just go take the point. Like, it wasn't rocket science there. So maybe it's like you kind of take some of those things off the table, and like, just a head-to-head, it feels like they're a little closer.
The thing is, it seems to me that both teams now are going to kind of like double down on this off-tank style.
Yeah.
With Jasmine coming in, and I think, as you said, I don't think we got the fair shake for Billy Dang on map 1. I think it was kind of like I think Team CC laid a trap. They played, I would say, a cheese style. One that, if you make a few too many mistakes, it like can run away with the game. But now we're going to Flashpoint. I think this is going to be a raw Lucio battle and really a true test of who's the best Zarya.
Yeah, totally. And I know we showed you guys some of the drops a little bit earlier. We also got a pretty sweet bundle available, the Scarlet bundle, in the shop. Make sure you guys pick that up. Supports the OWCS World Finals prize pool. Dude, the Freya skin is, all these skins are sick. Like, the Overwatch team,
they cook.
They're just pumping out some heat.
And having these like trophy emotes in game is pretty fire, honestly.
Yeah.
Like having the OWCS trophy showcased in the game is kind of a beautiful moment for Overwatch Esports.
Yeah, and you see kind of the different name cards and icons. So it's not just the skins. You kind of get a nice little bundle. Get a little.
I gotta be so real with you, Matt. I
Yeah.
think the Mercy skin's the best. I think the Mercy skin's peak.
It is pretty peak. I mean,
Like,
I would never
play some Mercy.
I'm not really a Mercy player. I think you guys know that by now. If you've been watching this show, but I would still rock the skin occasionally in the spawn. Do a little 360, turn the DPI up to 1800 on the Mercy. Let's take a look at the bracket. Show you guys where we are at. So we're gonna have all of those games on that left-hand side, that upper end ones today. Some pretty fire matchups, especially considering like this one's gotten off to a great start.
Yeah, it's proven to be maybe more interesting than we were expecting, Matt. And it all comes down to this, the final third map on Flashpoint. No draws here.
Next time we do one of these big events, though, like let's hook our boys Varel up with a little bit of a.
Come on.
I'm not saying let's give Varel a little bit of a layup here early on, but
there's no layups here. There's no layups in the tournament. But Falcons,
let's keep them around a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
come on.
We invite a team from Australia or New Zealand. They can play against them in the round one or something like that. Like get something a little. Yeah, I want to see Varel. Dude, the fans are so excited for Varel. And like I remember in Riyadh, we like loved watching them play and see them. Obviously, it's a really tough draw with Falcons early on.
I mean, there's not that many easy draws in this round one, but Falcons, I think it's fair to say, is just about the worst. Somebody had to take that hit. Somebody had to take that L.
And we have
every other team saying better you than me, Varel.
We have put Varel on a platter, and they'll be served to Falcons. But who knows? Hey. First of two, weird stuff happened. Alcapsia, right, when they were playing Tread back in Champions Clash, they were able to take Falcons for a third map, right, which is a very interesting, close affair, so you never know.
There's always room now, especially with the ban phase in Overwatch, right?
True.
It, I think, opens up some variables, allows a little bit more opportunity for individuals to have a big moment on match day to kind of navigate their way through a series. And, one missed ban that's kind of maybe not quite placed where it should be, you can find yourself in a tough scenario as we enter New Junk City, which will be our final map of this series. We'll be taking our first winner of our first match here in OWCS Stockholm. We got many more games to play, a lot more Overwatch on the cards today.
I mean, this would be a game that definitely, sets the stage moving forward, maybe a little bit differently than we have thought, right? Where if Team CC is able to get a win here, what does that mean for how we think Weibo is, right? Is Weibo kind of, waiting in that next round in the uppers? It's a huge match here, and obviously T1, probably a little bit of pressure on them here as well, Jake. So T1 here, it will be a Zarya comp, I think, as like
Mei versus Genji.
But a Genji here into the Mei of Kaneki. I kind of like the Mei.
Yeah, I do too. It's a tough comp to be using the Blizzard into, I will say that. Monstrous responses to Blizzard. And already the tempo taken away. They have to bubble the Mei off. Good wall there onto Jasmine, really forcing him off the angle. But right now, T1 in control, getting a little bit better of the Zarya energy trade here. So crucial in this comp. Viper, I mean, so far so good on this Genji in control. Pineapple goes down first. Viper strikes. Gets some nice damage onto Lucio, but Lucio does punish that counter kill.
Yeah, and nobody taking the point just yet, right? As okay, you get two. I mean, that's both DPS. They are down now for T1. I was going to say, for me, it's going to be T1 who takes the point first. Like, you're going to have to see Pineapple step up in a massive way for Team CC to be able to win this one. It feels like Proud's gotten a better out of them throughout the series, but I mean, both DPS down right away, but I don't know if Team CC can capitalize.
Oh, wall was not perfect, but it's still enough to take down Jasmine. They were able to burst down that Zarya before he can get into cover. Viper back in on the Genji, takes one down, but immediately traded back, and Team CC gonna be able to flip this point back very quick. Here's Billy Dag with 3.
A little casual triple.
100 energy as well coming into that next team fight, and these Zarya comps can snowball very hard off those energy spikes, man.
Well, and because Faraway lives the entire time, right? A huge advantage here in terms of Kitsune Rush. Maybe you can kind of catch them off guard a little bit with that. And look at Kaneki already basically out of Blizzard.
Hyo-chan, man, big dog on the server getting those 2 DPS kills. That's going to be a member. We got to check that one out on the replay, that's for sure.
Check his PC. No, I mean, he frying there. I mean, that is huge, right? Because you don't get those 2 kills. I mean, Proud ends up getting that first pick off there on the Pineapple, and now you end up losing Skewed, and Skewed had sound barrier, so now you don't even have to invest some of these key ultimates, Jake.
And Team CC coming in hot on our decisive map here. And I mean, T1 has kind of struggled. They got into that first fight pretty competitively. Oh, this is trouble. Jasmine getting attacked. And I mean, this feels like Nepal all over again, but the roles reversed. Team CC on the Lucio themselves being aggressive, punishing anyone on those off angles. And T1 are on a desperation retake here. You may be forced to send players into their death.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Viper trying to get around that.
Outside trouble.
Very close. Yeah,
He's dead to right here. I mean, they're just going to swarm him down with the Lucio. Pineapple cleans up the kill. No touch. And Team CC, 5 ultis coming.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So you're going to have T1. They're going to build up to just about everything as well. But that is a very good first point there for Team CC. And let's see if they can kind of catch anybody off guard. Oh, they're going to go with the grab. I like that.
Very nice grab. The cleanse is good. It stabilizes things for a moment. T1 are going to hold on to the beat, though. And actually, I kind of like this call because you have a lot of time before that point opens. So, yeah, you get a team life here for Team CC, but how much is it really worth?
You get control of the choke, right? You end up kind of investing the grab for it. On the opposite side, though, you end up like, it's not like Team CC had to invest any support ultimates into that, right? You're going to end up with your rush in beat to deal with some of this firepower that T1's going to be coming out of you, but you don't even really kind of take advantage of having this choke.
The overclock could be big right now. Aggressive beat going in with Skewed here. Maybe forced into that, but Viper already takes down the Sojourn. The trade is good onto Stoj. Here comes the Blizzard, and Viper dashed into it. Just gets the bubble in time. There's a lot of good responses to the Blizzard. OC from Proud is going to be able to slam the door on this fight from Team CC. So T1 giving up a little bit of percentage on the cap, but in the end, they have control, and I would say the ultimate advantage here, given that it's relatively even and controlling the choke is going to make it pretty awkward for Team CC to open with this rush.
I mean, controlling the choke with your rush and your blade, it feels like a huge advantage, especially with sound barrier burn from both sides. So I expect T1 to kind of rattle off another fight or two here.
Wide swing coming out from the Sojourn here. Pineapple trying to get out into the open, but can't quite get it. Jasmine punishes Kaneki in that choke point. Here comes the bubbles. They give him one, but Pineapple still bursted down. Jasmine clean on this Zarya. And Team CC trying to just make it back to the spawn, trying to get a clean reset, but they're not able to. And with the Genji, I mean, the punish is immediate out of T1, right? You give them an inch, they're going to take miles from you, getting those final blow resets on the Swift Strike. And Viper holds on to the blade.
Yeah, it just feels like they need Pineapple a little bit more here to be able to kind of match some of the firepower that Proud is putting out, right? The overclock there, not able to find anything. Whenever Proud is able to use that OC, he feels like finds one or two. So you still end up holding on to this blade here for T1. I mean, I don't even know if Team CC is going to be in a great spot to even try and make a play for this.
They have the Mei. Okay, someone's getting the touch. There's still a fight to be had here, but this Mei is going to be chopped to pieces. I don't know if Viper even needs to pop the blade. Wanda gets a little bit of help, but yeah, once again, I mean, it's only the rush to close it out. So that's the best you could hope for T1 here. You know, one ultimate, guarantee the fight win, get a point on the board. And Team CC now, I mean, that has engineered a bit of an advantage for them. Like, rush, probably the most important ult in this comp.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a slight advantage in terms of sound barrier as well, right? So maybe here, if you're Team CC, you feel like you have a slight advantage potentially coming into this one. We'll see. I think it's really on Viper in this blade. Proud gets dangerously low, not able to finish him off.
And honestly, the Mei kind of fallen off. Like, that first point, so many powerful Mei walls, but now onto the map, you're not really seeing the value anymore. Graviton Surge online for Billy Dang. Can he get that big connection? Here comes the OC out of Proud as a challenging ultimate to respond to. Far away has that rush on the point, but no one really wants to step up and use it. Kaneki, big headshot connection onto Viper. Feud holding on to the beat for now, and he's actually not going to pop it. Doesn't feel like they're going to be able to live the grab and actually turn that fight around. Just holds on to the next fight.
All right, now it feels like we've had the blade for too long, right?
Yeah. I think
it's like you would have had another blade potentially at this point, I think, if you're Viper.
It's tough when you're up against a grab because
you're
like,
right.
Mincemeat for Zarya, you dash in and just get grabbed up. But now is a fight I'd very much expect to see it come out.
Yeah, but now they have sound barrier still, right? They have the beat again. So let's see if they can actually time it. You also have Blizzard, right? Like if they try and grab, you can actually use that Blizzard more defensively.
If you get any Blizzard value, you're the GOAT on Kaneki. It's so hard to do in this comp. With Cleanse, with Zarya, already forced the ice block. Here comes the beat. A much better beat from Team CC, though, much later into the fight. And booping that Zarya deeper into the Blizzard. Okay, there's the value. Jasmine is down. T1 trying to get a desperation flip here. Beautiful kill from Viper, but pretty much only style points for that one. So you finds Kaneki. So there's still maybe a fight to play. Hayo-chan coming in, tangling with the DPS with that Zarya bubble.
I mean, dude,
goes down.
The Mei wall there from Kaneki is enormous, right? Splits off that choke. It's basically just going to give Team CC this point. It looks like maybe T1 actually tries to want to get in here and fight this here as a few players here. Yeah, they do get OT.
And here comes the blade, maybe. Viper up high, pops it straight into the backline, takes down one, a second, a third. No, forces the ice block for the moment, but Lucio doesn't have that skill. Almost a C9 on the point. That was way too close, T1.
is, so they finally...
If they C9 that one, it's mental boom. It's mental boom.
That would have been brutal. I mean, you do end up getting really good value out of the Blade, though, right? We'll see what Team CC decides to do here. A little bit of the clapback is... Dude, Pineapple with the OC. There's nothing on the other side,
but
right?
Rush, I mean, like, yeah, but you can do it, though.
But he's got to be able to finally...
no, Proud.
But that's like the difference right now, though, in this series on this final map, right? It's like these openers here that are coming out from Proud constantly. You're just not able to get these really from Pineapple. Both supports get dangerously low here for Team CC.
Team 1 are playing with such pace around this Genji. Look at them, they're out front here, fighting close to the enemy choke. Here comes the rush. Pineapple pops the OC, needs to find kills. There's one, can he get a second? He's fighting into the rush, booped off the map. Dude takes him down. Pineapple, only one, but isn't enough. Proud, still healthy, still watches the flank. The goalie with the overclock. 1 kill for now, and they're even gonna stall out this Carry, get a late kill on her, and that should be another point for T1. And without a flanker, you just don't get a touch here. I mean, maybe Lucio can get it tricky, but you're just dead for that if you do.
And this one is going to sting there for Team CC. If you end up losing this map, that's probably the point you go back and look at and is like, man, maybe we kind of gave that one up, as they do take that early rotation to the next point. And I think with the Mei, it's probably something you definitely want to do, right? Have the Mei here available to use the wall in some of these chokes.
Position taken by Team CC. They're going to be happy to kind of find themselves on the defense with this Mei. But this pick point, I mean, it's been opened up dramatically here with the map rework. Big connection on the Genji. Needs another Zarya bubble potentially to stay alive. The support is good. They grab onto the Genji, but the beat finally comes down from Skewed. This time, they stand and deliver through it, and a much better grab. Team CC dropping low, cleaning house. T1. 2 kills on the board already, and soon to be the rest of Team CC. Just the support's alive. Wait, Far Away finds Viper. Okay, wait, so this is getting a little bit scrappy
as well. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to come back and like try and retake this, right? It's Proud still up here on the high ground. I think these players just need to try and focus on staying alive until they get the rest of the players back. But you end up losing Far Away. So now it feels like you're going to have to wait even longer here if you're Team CC.
I mean, that's really bad, right? Because now the clock is going to start to run down. Lucio Kira going to be fast off the respawn. Kaneki with the Blizzard. Talked about a lot, challenging ultimate, but maybe the Mei wall could get a little bit more value on this high ground, maybe split apart Jasmine, so you're gonna see this. T1's already be careful, but they're just aggroing deep into the back line. Aggro move, Team CC respond with the beats, and just kind of clapping this. I mean, T1 going for broke there, and Team CC respond with real veterancy. Honestly, a lot of weaker teams could have just fallen apart from a rush like that.
And it feels like you need to end up using your sound barrier there. It doesn't really feel like you have an opportunity with where the game sits.
You can't take that.
No.
Right, that's the game if you get wiped there.
Yeah, for Team CC to kind of just like sit back and wait, maybe try and disengage. I felt like they would have been at a loss there. So I guess for T1, you feel like you end up getting the beat out, and now you have Proud with an OC and Viper with the Blade.
I don't like this for Team CC. This is Proud stepping up with the OC. Here it comes. Open season. Somebody's got to touch the point, though. Someone's got to force people into this Proud sightline, but here he comes, forcing it himself, connecting in with the Genji, following up that kill. Mei in trouble. No ice block pop. Here comes the Blizzard. Is it good enough? But Viper gets that bubble. It's going to be able to step out of trouble. Rush on the point as well for Vigilante. Team CC have lived well. Pineapple needs to find a counter kill. This is his moment. This is his time. Can he get the connections? Nothing just yet. T1 giving him no chances. Vigilante slips step away, and now still 5-on-5 on the point. Team CC a chance to win this one, but the point control to T1 is going to buy them another chance. That kill onto Jasmine is huge, though, and the flip back as well.
Yeah, you still have a few players here lingering, though, for T1. You got to end up clearing them out here if your team's Proud. These kills are huge. Proud and Viper get one apiece.
Jasmine should just be... It should just be impossible to fight without the Zarya here. I mean, Billy Dang, healthy, dominant. But T1 aren't making it easy on him, man, and the ults are coming up very soon. Skewed is low HP, but so is Billy Dang. He's in real trouble, rips the grab, but where's the follow-up? The beat is good from Skewed, stabilizes thing for the moment. Oh, that was way too close for comfort again, Matt. But they do get the point touch. Viper had to go deep to pull that distraction and does get punished. So Team CC still have something to say in this fight, but the grab is devastating there onto the Sojourn on the high ground, and that should be the game, man. The wipe is good. Billy Dang on the Doomfist maybe can get some kind of a cheeky touch off, but I mean, he's 1v5 here, and it's just not meant to be. T1 way too close for comfort at many moments through this series, but they do get the job done on New Junk City, showing off this new map rework and looking fantastic as well. Great to see Viper into the lineup.
Yeah, it was a really competitive series between these two teams. I definitely think it caught us I know maybe a little bit off guard with how down to the wire it went, but for me, the difference was Proud there towards the end, right?
Yeah.
I know we talked a little bit about Pineapple needing to find some of these openers here on the Sojourn. It's such a huge game changer, right? When you can get some of those early first picks on that hero, and it felt like time and time again, you weren't getting that from Team CC. You weren't really finding these big plays with the overclock or anything along those lines, and even just regular railgun shots, Proud end up turning some of these fights. So a real difference maker there for T1.
I also want to give a lot of respect to Skewed. A couple times in that map, chooses with sound barrier to let the team wipe rather than try for the risky turnaround into a grab. And that proves to be the more intelligent decision, right? He ends up securing his team a better ultimate advantage. Sometimes 2 or 3 fights down the line, it's not obvious, but it's one of those subtle differences that an elite tier main support can make to the team, really controlling the tempo of the match and creating those unlosable situations down the stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, for T1, right, I think this is a little bit of I think it's actually a good series for them. It's a little bit of a wake-up call, right, of like, hey, like we're here at another international, like, you know, the Chinese region is obviously here to play and compete. We know what EMEA can do. Like, we need to step our game up. Like, just kind of playing this way against a team like a Twisted Minds or a Geekay, it might not be enough to get the job done.
I think it's too soon to tell, honestly. Like, is this Team CC really showing up in this tournament?
Yeah,
because
maybe.
The eye test for me is like, hey, I don't think T1 actually are really slacking in this series. I saw great plays out of Team CC. I thought they looked pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Dang looked awesome throughout the entire series. I mean, if you had a scenario where, let's say, like Proud, you know, plays a little bit worse maybe, and Pineapple steps up, I mean, you might be looking at a different result here, right? Because
totally agree.
It was that close, I think, between these two teams where, yeah, maybe it is a little bit of like, maybe Team CC is a little bit better than what we thought. You take a look at here some of the stats still. Billy Dang putting up a great performance there for Team CC. On the other side of things, Proud obviously playing very strong there.
Honestly, I think this map, the May, looked great on the first point where there's just so many opportunities to get those big walls. But from there on out, it was much more hit or miss. You know, you were relying on him hitting big icicles, getting clean connections. But Viper, not an easy matchup to play Genji in for what it's worth, right? Zarya can cut you to pieces so easily. But the T1 and as an entirety, they really capitalized on that Genji, and they took their chances to get very aggressive. And to hear a little bit more from our winners in T1, we've got Danny with the players down on the stage.
Thank you so much, Jake. What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Proud from T1 for a quick post-match interview. Proud, I mean, I feel like that was a lot closer than a lot of people expected. How do you feel? Did you feel like this was going to be an easy win coming into the match, or did you feel like it was going to be a hard win for T1? 자, 일단 오늘 경기 제가 봤을 때는 굉장히 아슬아슬하게 승리를 하신 것 같은데, 프라우드 선수 보시기에 어떻게 경기 초반에 아니면 이제 경기를 들어오기 전에는 좀 쉽게 이길 거라고 생각을 하셨는지, 아니면 원래 이렇게 좀 어렵게 이길 거라고 생각을 하셨나요?
원래는 좀 그래도 쉬운 편으로 이길 줄 알았는데 CC도 준비를 잘해온 것도 있었고 저희도 실수도 좀 있었어가지고 이렇게 비등비등하게 해서 이긴 것 같아요.
Going in, I do have to be honest. I feel like it was going to be an easy win, but I feel like Team CC was very well prepared. And also, I have to say that we made a lot of mistakes in the game, and that's why it sort of like was a harder win for us, T1, to get the win today against Team CC. All right. I feel like there's another reason why it was such a hard win, because I heard from your team that, Proud, you forgot your mouse today. I heard that, and then your team, your GM and your team managers had to run to the hotel and get the mouse. Did you actually get the mouse, or did you have to play with a different mouse? 자, 제가 들었을 때는 오늘 또 경기가 어려웠던 게, 제가 들어보니까 오늘 마우스를 또 프라우드 선수가 안 가지고 오셨다고 해가지고 그 마우스를 어떻게 가지고 오게 되셨나요? 아니면은 못 받으셨나요?
일단 처음에 마우스가 없어가지고 손을 가져오긴 했는데 결국엔 손을 좀 못 풀긴 했는데 그래도 없었으면 멘탈 나갈 뻔했는데 있어가지고 다행히 그래도 잡고 했다.
I did barely manage to get it thanks to our team managers. But yeah, like during our warm-ups, I didn't have a mouse, so I was a bit worried. But then in-game, I still had the mouse, so I know if I didn't have it, I think I would have been very mentally boomed. Proud, please from now on, keep track of your mouse. 마우스 항상 꼭 가지고 다니시길 바라면서 I'm going to end the interview here for now. Thank you so much and good luck moving forward. Back to you guys.
That is Proud from T1 taking their first victory here at the OWCS World Finals. And Danny, you're looking good, buddy. I like the new hair color. Looks really
feels like the one thing that a player should keep track of is their mouse. especially a player like
pretty
Proud.
important.
If Proud can do that with like the backup mouse, like I'm never even gonna queue ranked again, bro. It's hopeless for the mortals among us.
You'd hope they have a few lying around though that like are up to par.
Yeah.
So good signs from T1 though, being able to claim this victory. It was a little bit up and down there. T1, claiming a map for themselves. It honestly looked close on Nepal as well with Team CC. Almost like taking that second round as well onto Shrine. Do you feel like Team CC, they're kind of like feeling like they missed out on this victory here?
Maybe they will. I think with some different prep on Nepal, like I liked the map. I like their style rather on Village. They play able to split and play the high grounds and kind of clutch out a lot of those fights. I thought it was good. I thought Billy Deng had great swaps. But I think by round 3, T1 had found the response, and I would have loved to see, especially based on how like the second map goes. Team CC don't look bad on the Lucio. How you Chan, man?
No,
it was nice on the Lucio.
Team CC will probably be kicking themselves a little bit. I mean, that one felt winnable for Team CC, and like obviously you don't end up taking it here, and now you have to go kind of battle through the lower bracket. The lower bracket first round is that first of 2 as well. Like you're gonna get a good team down there. Feels like this is one that you needed to put away.
Yeah, that one kind of got away from Team CC. Now we haven't really discussed the meta as well, so I do kind of like want to bring that into the mix here because obviously Tracer got a bit of a nerf in the latest patch, and I think going into this tournament we're looking at a lot of different viable heroes in the flex DPS role. So we saw on Midtown, for example, Cest struggled a little bit on that Tracer. Is that something you're worried about with T1 for the rest of the tournament?
I mean, I'm not too worried about it because I think it's more about going to different heroes. I agree. I don't think Tracer looks that good right now. I mean, and that's kind of a wild statement for a character that has been the icon of competitive Overwatch, right? I mean, it's really defined meta after meta. And for what I saw this tournament, I was like, hey, give me the Genji, give me the Venture. Heroes that rely a little bit more on the skill set, on what they can bring to the team overall. If Tracer isn't like hard carrying solo kills, the distraction against Lucio Kiriko doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, the Venture looked awesome when we saw it. I think Midtown's just a really bad map to play the Venture there on like that first point, where I think that's why they ended up going with the Tracer there. But I'm excited to see potentially some more Venture play throughout the tournament.
Yeah, looking forward to see what other heroes we can cook up in that flex DPS role. Now, if you missed out on the pre-show and you're kind of curious why there's a bunch of candy on the desk here, well, I made it a point because I'm Swedish and I'm the host for this segment at least. And I said that we'll be enjoying ourselves some Lös goodies if we are successful with our prediction. It just so happened that Team CC, they saved us when we needed it most. Or actually, they didn't. Actually, they failed. They failed successfully for us, so we get to eat whatever candy we'd like. So, without further ado, I urge you, Matt, Jake, please pick a candy of your choice.
I mean,
see, we got lots of different mix here.
It's so far away, Jake. You want to just pick one for me?
What do we got here?
I'm getting like a little. It's like a little.
It's a little pink thing.
It's like was it like a ghost or like?
Yeah, I'll do the same.
What are we looking at?
I'll grab
here?
the same.
It's not Halloween no more.
What's heads up here? I don't know.
I don't know.
What do you go with,
We
Matt?
both grabbed.
All right, you both went with the pink candy. There you go. Maybe a little sour, and yeah, you can go ahead and eat that while we take a look at the bracket and see how it's evolved from this very first matchup in the OWCS World Finals. So now T1 actually, they move on in the upper bracket, and they're going to play Twisted Minds. Bit of a banger of a matchup there. What do you think about that one?
Congrats, you won. Here's your prize. Play TM, which I think T1 are like TM are one of the scariest teams to go up against because they're almost totally unique in playing like these crazy sim styles. For my money, Quartz is in the conversation for the best hit scan in the world. I mean, when it comes to like a hardcore hit scan meta, Proud is amazing, but he is going to have a much tougher test up against Quartz, especially with the TPs, making it so hard to keep track of that guy.
Yeah, we also saw this matchup back at EWC where Twisted Minds actually got the better of T1. So a nice little rematch here later in the year with everything on the line.
Yeah, and of course, Team CC, they're not out quite yet. They'll be demoted to the lower bracket. Will they face the loser of Weibo Gaming going up against either Alcatsia or GK, depending on the winner of that matchup. So, we could even about China.
It would be crazy to see like the two Chinese teams, one of them eliminating the other in the first round of lowers. That would be brutal, but also kind of exciting because I feel like Team CC have been on a positive trend. I think this match is as much as they did lose, right? But honestly, they impressed me. The eye test was good for them, and I kind of want to see if they can tangle with Weibo here on the international stage and maybe upset the standings in China.
Yeah, of course. I can't wait to see more Team CC, especially what they brought from us in this very first series here. Well, we have 3 more matches to go here on day 1 from the OWCS World Finals. Team Falcons and Varel coming up after this break.
No survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Taste the Palatine Fang! Know your place. Bow down. Che codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL. Hello and welcome back to the 2025 OWCS World Finals here live from Stockholm, Sweden. One match down, a lot more to go in the books. I am Matt, Mr. X here, coming in, joining you guys as the host. Johnny's like, wait, what? We just swapped spots. And I am joined by Rose and Reinforce. Rose, first time this week. How's it going?
I'm so excited to be here with all of you. It's going to be so nice to jump into the action. I was popping off backstage, seeing just how close Team CC really made that last match. So hopefully we'll get another good one coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, that match was a banger to kick things off. We have a lot of other great matches here today and really throughout the rest of the week. Let's take a look at the schedule here remaining for today. This next one coming up, it's going to be an interesting one, Johnny. It is Falcons versus Varel. Then we'll have Alcatia Geeke. And then to close out the night, SSG versus Peps.
Yeah, interesting indeed. Falcons against Varel. I'd say arguably, one of the top dogs here in Team Falcons, of course. Going up against Varel, are one team from Japan. And, they've been an up-and-coming region. They gained a lot of popularity over there and a lot of traction. But Varel, definitely an underdog in this one.
Yeah, Rose, I mean, I would love to see them play well, right? Because the Japanese region has been popping off so
Absolutely.
well for Overwatch in general, and then Overwatch Esports. It's just a really tough game here.
I'm so excited to see Varel. I think, of course, like in my heart of hearts, I really want to see them do well.
Yep.
But it's hard not to bet. It's hard to bet against Falcons, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons has just been so good for so long. It's a really difficult team to pick against, right? And then some of those other matches later in the day are going to be pretty spicy, right? I mean, SSG versus Peps to kind of close it out. Alcatia versus Geeke, obviously a lot on the line there. But let's talk about the Falcons. I mean, there's a lot we can talk about with them, but just a really dominant roster from start top to bottom, right? And for me, you know, the additions of someone in Merit here throughout the year, Rose, has been huge.
It's been so great. I think Merit coming into the roster has absolutely been such a highlight. Unfortunately, that means that Stalker does sort of take a backseat to this roster. But can you believe that the reigning OWCS World Finals champions get stronger with a player like him, Johnny, coming in?
Yeah, I mean, this Falcons roster with the additions of someone in Merit, they should realistically just be like on the very next level, I feel like, because they should have no weakness at all. But at times, you know, they've struggled to figure out, okay, who is going to be our tank player, who's going to be the leading kind of star for our team, and they ended up selling with Hanbin playing a lot of Dio for them in Stage 3. But someone needs to be like a pillar for this team as well. It's going to be Hanbin in the starting lineup here, so interesting to see where they take us.
You can't go wrong with Hanbin or someone, right?
Yeah, but you gotta, you know, fulfill the potential, and I feel like they've been struggling a little bit at the time.
Well, I mean, we will see. I mean, you look at that roster, so strong. We talked about the tank throws and the DPS, but also, I mean, Fielder and Shio, that's a legendary combo.
It really is. I mean, this is a backline that has been just so starstruck since Overwatch League and the transition into the Overwatch Champions Series. You just can't go wrong with a backline like them. And they're so flexible, Johnny. They can play basically anything. And I think that's where we're really going to see just a huge highlight from this Falcons roster.
Great to see Fielder in person. I mean, you think about when he started his, like, you know, professional Overwatch career with Overwatch League, right? Now playing for the Paris Eternal, like late at night in Korea in his room. The glow up has been real for this squad. Why do you think, Johnny, like you talk about their potential, right? And like maybe slipping a little bit lately. Is there a reason why?
Well, I just feel like they've kind of relied on Hanbin for a little bit here now, and obviously they should be a team where when someone comes out and play their Ramatra, like they should be absolutely overpowering on that kind of composition as well. It's what we saw at EWC when they took down GK, for example, on Blizzard World. They relied heavily on that kind of a composition. But, you know, you even saw against a team like Crazy Raccoon, who with Max in the mix, who will be able to overcome them. That was a bit of an upset for me. And talking about upsets, that's something that Varel will have to accomplish here.
So, I mean, Varel, we saw them at EWC. It was awesome to have them there. Now coming in here to the World Finals, Rose, obviously a really tough matchup. What can they do, though, to make it interesting?
I'm really hoping it's just we're going to see someone like Top Dragon pop off. I think that's a player that has been super exciting to watch, especially in the DPS role. And we are going to see Top Dragon as a part of this starting roster. Top Dragon comes in being able to play things like Pharah. I think that's going to end up being a really great counter in some scenarios to what Team Falcons might want to run.
Yeah, and I mean, well, Johnny, what do you think on that? I know Top Dragon, obviously a very talented player.
Yeah, I mean, Top Dragon also been speaking about that he's one of the leading kind of guys when it comes to the communication for this team as well. And obviously, Varel, they were quite successful in their own region without Top Dragon in the first place. But they feel like they needed to make an addition here to kind of level up when it comes to the majors. And we saw them, they actually took down one of the Chinese teams in Rock Esports, right, at the mid-season championship. But they have greater sights this time around and looking to make it go on a bit of a bigger run.
I think this team has a lot of pre-existing synergy. We get so excited about the fact that the Overwatch World Cup is coming back, and this has a huge core of the roster from Team Japan. You look at players like KSG, QKI, Nico, and Cloud. They were all on that Overwatch World Cup roster together, and they made it pretty far. They were there on LAN. They were there in, you know, there were 16 teams. They were in the top 12. I guess I want to be a little bit charitable about that, but it's just so exciting to see them now be able to show us what they have on this international stage for the Overwatch Champion Series.
Well, that's one of the things with the OWCS, right, is we have more regions involved, just like all over the globe. And we'll get to predictions here. Look, I love Varel. I think they're great.
This is not.
I'm excited for Varel.
Like,
I'm excited for Varel to be here.
Show him the press.
I
I think we're all aligned.
Falcons. Are we aligned? Let's see, Rose.
He did go with Falcons. As
Johnny?
I said before,
I mean, let's be
hard
real.
to bet
This
against them.
This is like arguably the most one-sided matchup of the entire tournament.
Okay, so
Very big long shot Varel wins.
if it was to go sideways, how would it happen?
Several mice would have prayed for Falcons for this to happen. And like that's just us being brutal. Like I would say that 90% Falcons is a good bet here for the channel points.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, look, I'm our channel points economist.
Are you? I don't think you have any.
Just made that up.
Yeah,
I have none left. I have thrown them into the void. 10% on Varel is not bad. Now, will that cash?
You think in 1 in 10 matchups, Varel wins these?
Will that cash? No. Will you get enjoyment out of potentially
spending money and never getting it back? I mean,
well, it's channel points.
Yeah, well,
channel points.
you know, to some it's
you just watch more.
just
I mean,
channel points.
Yeah,
this is
Some it's
ridiculous.
money.
Nah, what? You get more drops. You obviously just farm on more channel points, and you're back in the game. You know, at one point I went down to 200 channel points here on the Overwatch Esports channel.
That's what's gonna happen to you if you bet on Varel on this one.
Yeah, no,
I
it would be
literally
great.
don't even know what it would look like if Varel won this because.
So first to
even
two,
imagine.
your argument would have to be something first to two.
Okay, so like 4 C9s.
Yeah,
in the-
Falcons, like, you know,
You're here.
just- players are sick.
You're right.
I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to have something.
Theo is just like sound burying off the map, falling down Sanctum on the pole or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it would be really tough. I mean, so for Varel, talking a little bit about them, obviously, because you know they're the underdog coming in. We talked about Top Dragon. Is there another player you're excited to see play?
Look, I think that the damage players are kind of like have to have a bit of a monster game in this one. And so I think that Top Dragon is kind of like the go-to player because of his flexibility and communication, like we said here. I think that the backline is something to look out for. Slay, for example, likes to play a lot of these double flex support heroes for Varel, and sometimes when they have to play Lucio, they sub in Mimosa. They have a dedicated Lucio sub because their primary backline is all about the double flex support here instead.
That is a throwback.
That is a throwback indeed, but I also think it just kind of talks to Varel's playstyle. It's just like, okay, well, we recognize that sometimes we're going to have to play Lucio, right? But for the most part, we're very reliant on the ability to play these double flex support compositions. In the past, it was like a lot of Illari, stuff like that. Now it might have to be a lot of Wu Yang and Kiriko.
Yeah.
What about you, Rose? Is there like a head-to-head matchup maybe on these teams that you're looking at that could be quite fun?
You know what's crazy? Like, I actually have to look at KSG as not only just like a rising star on this team, but also somebody that I think could bring a Ramatra that can throw a wrench into the works. Like, that's a hero that I think we'll end up seeing maybe some play throughout this World Finals. And so if there is anything that might be a big difference maker, maybe it is going to be some aggressive play coming out from KSG that can match something that Hanbin has.
No, that is true. That's a really good point. I think that's a possibility. Could get quite interesting. Obviously, waiting a little bit here to get this one started. Players on the stage, and I'm actually hearing the game is ready. So let's go to Varel versus Falcons. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. Johnny, excited to be here with you to be able to cast through this next match. And I'm curious to know your thoughts about, you know, just this Varel roster. Really, I think already highlighting a lot of some of the big things that we could see from them. But is there anything else that stands out to you, or do you really just think it's so one-sided that we just kind of have to celebrate Falcons here?
I mean, look, I was pretty harsh on Varel there. I'm going to be completely honest, but I'm just trying to be honest about kind of like the uphill task that they have ahead here. I think we have to celebrate Japanese Overwatch overall when we talk about a team like Varel, of course, because like we talked about, they've been really dominant in that region, but we're kind of waiting for them to pop off here on the global stage. And Team Falcons is going to be a first difficult matchup for them. But really, like, this is a region that's been getting a lot of viewership. You know, the fans are really rallying behind Overwatch and are tuning in and really enjoying watching Varel play. They obviously took down a Pacific team to get here in the first place as well. So they showed that they were the better of the teams in the Pacific and Japanese region and earned themselves the spot here. And I think that when you look at their maybe future matchups here, there are definitely a couple of teams in this tournament they could upset. But again, Falcons is going to be a very difficult first opponent.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that Road to World Finals and that finals in between Varel and Nosebleed Esports. And I was so impressed just how well Varel was playing together as a team. And I love that you brought up Slay, because I think that Slay's Wuyang was a huge factor in that matchup as well. And if that's something that we can get a nice map for that hero, you can get a lot of splash damage into the backline. Maybe like some hope out there for the Japanese fans.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some incredible individual plays coming out from Valor, we hope, to the fact that they can match Falcons. But as we take a look here for the map pick, it's going to be Falcons picking Ilios, and I think that's no kind of surprise.
Classic.
I mean, the Korean teams, they just love this map, and it's going to be very tough to beat them on a map like Ilios here. Looking at the bans here as well, Zarya coming out from Falcons, perhaps protecting Hanbin's D.Va here as well. It's been a very reliant hero from them, and they've been liking to play some Symmetra comps here, for example. Var on the other hand, banning the Lucio, which is another pretty interesting pick here, getting that away from Chio. Doesn't want to let him have one of his primary characters.
But honestly, the crazy part about this is that more recently, we have seen Team Falcons actually lean into a backline of Kiriko and Brigitte. That's kind of something that had started to pop up over in the Korea region, and even though Lucio was unbanned, Team Falcons still decided to go down this route of the D.Va, Symmetra, and that Kiriko Brig.
Yeah, I think that Lucio is obviously still a really strong hero and it's going to be a go-to pick for a lot of people, but I actually think that we might be leaning a little bit more into the Wu Yang Kiriko and the Brig Kiriko throughout this tournament, and I think we'll see a lot of impact from the many ways you can shape this backline. And so removing that Lucio, obviously that's going to allow Varel to play their double flex support style as well. They don't really want any speed in the mix here because they want to be able to have their backline sit back as much as possible, get that poke damage in, and hopefully deny Falcons a lot of that, you know, the space around the flanks that allows them to get on top of the Varel supports. But like you said, Falcons, they're pretty happy to play this game. And I think even the fact that Hanbin is in this game in the first place here on Ilios, that tells you the fact that, you know, they're not looking to play these awfully aggressive dive compositions that they would have with Soulmon in the mix, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you bring up like the flanks. I think like Proper, especially when you look at how much Tracer Proper has played, especially on Ilios, I think that's a player that you have to look at. And that's where like the Wu Yang can really come in clutch, right? Send those water orbs where you expect that Tracer to come from. Maybe that stops it from really actually building up momentum and taking over a game.
Yeah, that's still not really a favorable matchup. It's going to be ridiculously
I gotta
crazy.
give some hopium, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you can force the recall on the Tracer early, that'll at least buy you a few seconds, right, to kind of sit back. And there are some pretty important high grounds here on Ilios when we move over to Lighthouse and such. So there is the opportunity to deny Proper if you wish. I mean, I'm kind of still a little bit worried because Top Dragon has liked to move away from the Tracer and play more of the aerial heroes like a Pharah. And Hanbin is going to have, you know, his hands full playing the D.Va if that is the case, but that's also going to free up Proper to play the Tracer. And so Falcons, they're looking on a little bit of comfort here. And I feel like if you're Varel, you kind of have to cook up a pretty unorthodox composition here, knowing what Falcons probably have in store here.
How do you like Freya?
I mean, Freya's really good. I think Freya's my favorite hit scan right now. Obviously, Ashe got a bit of a buff in the most recent patch, so the fall-off damage is slightly better for Ashe, but Freya, the more mobile pick, I'm favoring them right now.
I think Freya could definitely show itself in this matchup, but hopefully you are also tuning in to all of our co-streamers. These beautiful faces will be joining us in person, so you have multiple different ways that you can interact with our stream.
Yeah, Jonak looking buff in the gym there, rocking the Falcons tank top as well. And I did hear from Avast that he's having some flight issues, so he'll be coming in a little bit late. But yeah, if you tune into any of these beautiful individuals, you can of course support them. Earn them yourself a little bit of drops there as well. There's lots of different options as they represent their partnered teams. But yeah, this matchup, bros. Again, I gotta say that if you're Varel, it's a bit of an uphill battle here. But I'm looking forward to see kind of like what Falcons are going to do throughout this tournament. I think you can make the argument that maybe you're hiding strats in a matchup like this. Obviously, there's been a lot of different compositions in this meta. So going up against Varel, maybe you feel like, okay, we don't have to play our primary Ilios composition here. Maybe we can, you know, use a bit of a secondary composition, and, you know, if someone ever picks this map against us, or most likely we pick them against them, then we can actually play our primary Ilios composition. But you never know in these tournaments like this.
But that's such a great point, because all of our players are here in person. There are coaches that could be scouring the VODs. You know that you have an opponent waiting for you that's going to play you tomorrow if you're able to win this match. And so that's something where I think you're spot on. There might be just hold a couple of cards close to your chest until that's going to guarantee you a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, even if Falcons, like moving ahead here a little bit here, if Falcons win this one, they would play Team Liquid, right? The winner of this series does. And Liquid is one of those teams that they prepare really well, and maybe they could grab something for Ilios, and maybe it'd be the case here that Falcons are going to hide a few of their strategies, but we'll have to see as we head into the first map here, Rose.
All right, well, let's get it started. First of 2 here between Team Falcons and Varel. Both of them are going to be starting out here on Ilios Ruins, and this is where we're going to really see, I think, a good test. Now, there is some verticality that I think we could see Freya actually see some play on, but Johnny, I'm getting so excited seeing both of these teams hover over Ashe.
Yeah, hovering over Ashe here, and obviously can be a really strong point. You can get that bob out, and I think the perfect kind of distance when it comes to that fall-off damage. Again, I'd favor the Freya, but on this specific round, there's a lot of open space. It's kind of hard because you make yourself very visible in these open sky areas, and so you get pretty easily poked out. Ashe, in this case, will be able to hide around some of these structures, and you already see Merit trying to get some of these poke shots in, and the damage is just out of control with Ashe right now.
Yeah, it's going to be great to have that bob too, that you can actually try to pressure the point with, or try to warp the area of the map that you actually want to play from. But as we see the fight start to take place, KSG is going to get locked in the small room with Ramatra and already take quite a bit of damage. As Hanbin has been demeched, this is going to be difficult to find that point presence, but that's why you're so happy to have a DPS player like Merit on your side. Proper also helping to get more of these picks so that Hanbin can do enough damage to get back into the mech and give Team Falcons that first point capture.
Yeah, it's actually quite curious that Hanbin seemed to go really aggressive there and actually lost the mech, and that is immediately something that Varel need to capitalize and get rid of that Baby Diva. But in that case, Top Dragon probably trying to push one of those flanks, wasn't really ready to punish Hanbin, and then it's just going to be Falcons securing that first point victory here, and now you're looking at KSG pushing forward here, trying to secure some space for Varel. You really need to control this flank to kind of try to move upwards here, try to get some space.
Well, look at how low Hanbin got already. It's almost like that same play was playing out again before our eyes. This time around, though, Hanbin wasn't going to play too risky, was able to heal back up all of that damage onto the mech. And now it's Fielder's turn to strike. With Nico out of the picture, you're not going to be able to build up to a Bob right now. And you have also done enough to pressure everybody on Varel into a small room where you definitely don't want to be facing off against a Brigitte. So with another person down, KSG doesn't get a chance to use that Annihilation either, and everybody just seems stuck between a rock and a hard place. You see the Suzu come out, and so does this Pulse Bomb, but it's unfortunately going to be a whiff on both counts. Someone's backtapping the point though, Johnny, so Team Falcons are going to have to turn around.
Yeah, Top Dragon is just trying to draw Falcons back a little bit to gain some space for Varel and KSG. He has this Annihilation ready, which provides a lot of sustainability, but Hanbin gets another frag onto Nico here. Varel trying to go for a bit of a crazy play here and secure some picks, down one already.
With the Annihilation though, it just barely gets anything, and you even saw that Katsuna Rush feel like it didn't get any value. As Team Falcons continue to play around these ultimates, they were able to respond to that Katsuna Rush with their own, as well as that Bob. They are working up to percentage, and Johnny, this is going to be last fight.
Yeah, it's going to be last fight here, and already scouting for Top Dragon. The Tracer's job here, touch the point and trigger the overtime so the rest of the team can fall in, but Falcons already pushing, making things difficult. Top Dragon is on the point, but Falcons no need to care. They just want to secure the frags and then turn around.
Oh, and they don't get there again!
Yeah, the second touch. It's too difficult for Varel. The pressure on Top Dragon was too much.
Oh, it's so bad because Top Dragon being able to trigger the overtime, we still actually saw some ultimates in the bank there for Varel. But the fact that you didn't have any time to use them, I mean, it is tough. I love this pressure that Team Falcons is putting onto Varel at the moment. It's just really difficult for them to actually get any of those setups.
Yeah, it's really scary because obviously you're not playing with this Lucio. That is not the preferred style for Varel. So already you're going to take space really slowly. But then if Top Dragon is also not having a lot of success in the Tracer duel, that means that you're not really controlling any space whatsoever. And a quick surround from Falcons, which makes it way easier to deal with Varel on that rotation. So a top first round there for Varel. Let's see what they got in store here on our second round on Well.
As we enter into Well, we are actually going to see a swap as KSG decides to match the D.Va this time around. And maybe that's going to give them a little bit more point presence as well as just being able to make these rotations just a little bit snappier. As KSG can follow up with some of these rotations that Top Dragon is making and try to go for a couple more picks. But KSG looks a little lost right now. Feels like the rest of the team kind of didn't go with him.
Well, he lost a lot of that armor. Like, the Echo is just so brutal in this matchup, and you can only see the amount of pressure that Proper is putting onto KSG. That means that Varel is losing all that space and makes it way easier to get on top of the Ashe in this kind of scenario. So now, you don't really want to play in that open area. You'd rather flank around the right side, and Nico is going to swap over to this Cassidy instead, which is going to be a little bit better when it comes to maybe flanking around this right side area inside the cage. You're really scared of like the aerial control that Proper has on this Echo.
It is tough because I think no matter how you slice it, Proper is going to be able to find some type of angle. Even just there, playing ground Echo is still going to give you some good distance and damage in between yourself and KSG. As Varel starts to take a rotation, they are going to notice that Merit is on the high ground. This forced off of it, but not before you still see this beautiful setup between Team Falcons on both of these back corners. We do see Cloud let loose his Kitsune Rush, and that's going to clear off just a little bit, allow Varel to actually make their way onto the point. But where are the kills? There is no extra damage coming out, and it's giving Team Falcons time to set up their own Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, a nice Kitsune Rush from Battle to get some space, but it's not going to be enough until Top Dragon finds a pick with that pulse bomb, and Nico takes down Chio to follow there as well. 5 versus 3 situation here. And at this point, Falcons, they are just primarily looking to stall out the point even further. So a nice kind of take there by Varel. It very much looked like Fielder was going to have the better Kitsune Rush, and with the juggling from Team Falcons, they were still in control of the point. But some nice plays there by the damage players from Varel. They end up picking up their first fight win here of the tournament.
Yeah, that was beautiful stuff. And Varel now, they have a couple of different tools that they can work with this. Especially when you're looking at something like the Deadeye from Nico. I wonder if that's even just a way that you can respond with a duplicate from Proper.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really powerful because you can select one of these tank heroes if you wish, but KSG, under so much pressure, like, you're gonna lose this mech, and at this point, you have no one besides Top Dragon to really touch this point. A nice pick from Cloud. That's going to at least mean that Varel have a chance in this fight. You lose KSG in this scenario, duplicate from Proper onto the Cassidy, and Falcons, if they just stick together at this one, they can activate the rally if need be, but they don't even need to at this point. They're just gonna clean up Varel there, but you can see just how much ground Falcons is getting from the fact that Proper can just put so much pressure on the KSG. KSG needs to be more aware of this Echo and maybe play more indoors to try to live longer in these kind of scenarios.
But if you're indoors, then can you actually help out Top Dragon with some of those pincers that you'd like to? I think at this point, with Varel also playing as Cassidy, KSG, a lot of that job is going to be trying to protect the Cassidy to at least allow Nico to get some damage.
Yeah, 100%. And the rally comes out from Slay here, actually try to walk up here. Top Dragon, some nice pressure onto Merit there. That's going to at least distract them for the time being. Chio getting a pick on the Cloud here, and again, another 90-point scenario here. Someone's going to be touching the point, but Rose, it doesn't really matter. When you got 2 members already, now if your Falcons can turn around and finish the job.
Yeah, you just have to pick up the stragglers at this point. But Varel has a couple of ults. Maybe there is a little bit of a way for them to get back in, but if they don't have anybody that can actually come, touch the point, and trigger the overtime, then it is going to be all over. Cloud uses a Kitsune Rush to help the rest of the team actually get there to get to the point, but it's not long after that Team Falcons are able to respond with their own. Hanbin with this D.Va mech has no fear going into the face of Varel to try to pressure them all off of the point. Even going head first into a small room with the Cassidy and the Brig, it is enough to body block them from getting to the point, and Team Falcons take Ilios 2-0.
All in control. That entire map, you can just see how dominant Falcons are in this matchup. Hanbin, I mean, he just looks like it's a bit of a warm-up there. He looks incredibly comfortable on that D.Va. Oh, by the way, always very curious to see how Hanbin sets up his player equipment there.
Yeah.
What angle will he be observing the monitor? But yeah, very dominant.
Yeah, it is. It's just they look good. And I mean, this is what you should expect out of a world-class team like Team Falcons. They have made very little changes to their roster from the 2024 season that they won, heading into the 2025 season where they have continued to be dominant. And so as Team Falcons look to be one of the favorites coming in, they might be the second seed in Korea for now, but it doesn't mean that they're not a threat to actually win the whole thing.
Yeah, Team Falcons, one of the big dogs, always pop off in major tournaments here as well. They always perform when the lights are brightest. And I think that Ilios is also a good example of what we've seen so far when it comes to the hit scan in this patch. Obviously, we're playing on the live patch, the mid-season patch here. And hit scans, I think we'll see some flexibility. In this case, Nico, they decided to go on a bit more of a Cassidy composition here to try to rotate and try to secure some picks here onto the damage players of Falcons. But Merit, he was just able to sit back on the edge and just pump out the damage with proper controlling so much of that space. And that is where, you could make the case that maybe you should have been on a Freya, for example. Try to get a couple of those shots onto proper in the sky. You're not as big of a target when you're hit scan and you're playing that Freya because you're much harder to punish, for example. So, Varel, a lot of interesting decisions coming out from them here on Ilios. Let's see what they got in store for map 2. Well, maybe you can at least cater to your own playstyle. You don't have to deal with whatever Falcons is throwing your way.
Well, that's why I might like to see us go to a map where we can really see this KSG Ramatra shine. Because I think that was something that was pretty apparent on Well. It didn't feel like KSG was able to utilize his talents to the best of their ability. Just really there to help make sure that Nico could actually do damage. And I love the point that you brought up where maybe Nico should have been Freya. At least on that second point, you have a lot of verticality to play with. Freya can actually get some great sight lines on some of those corners as well, which we didn't really get a chance to see happen on Ruins.
Yeah, it's actually one of the compositions we saw in Stage 3. Before this patch even happened, there was a Tracer ban in an EMEA matchup. And both teams just like, oh, okay, we're just going to play Freya and Echo.
Yep.
Like, if you get rid of the Tracer, then we're going to be very happy to play two heroes that benefit from Tracer being a little bit worse. And so I definitely think we'll see more Freya and Echo as this tournament goes along. Echo, a hero we haven't really seen it all, to be honest, for the past couple of years, feel like, besides World Finals last year, of course, when we saw that Mauga composition, we've seen very little Echo, so I'm excited to see more of that in this tournament.
Especially as a D.Va counter. I think there are a couple of teams that have really liked to trend towards D.Va or just D.Va compositions, and so I think that would be really great to see that as we move forward through the World Finals. That as we get Team Varel's pick, we're going to Shambali Monastery. Talking about things that we haven't seen super often, Johnny, this is one of those maps.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that I think we'll see a lot of in this tournament as well. Me and Jake, we kind of talked about it on the desk in the pre-show as well, that I think this is how a lot of these series will play out throughout the tournament. It's just how the map pool makes sense, that those teams who have first map pick, who prefer the dive maps, Ilios is the best choice by far over Nepal and Busan. But then, if you don't want to try to, pick your Dorados, if you're the losing team on map 1 and you don't feel confident on the dive maps, then Shambali is an obvious choice for the second map, because not only do you deny Dorado from that team that excels in dive compositions, but it's also pretty powerful in these kind of brawl compositions, and that is part of the reason we're seeing someone being subbed in.
Exactly. We are going to get a tank swap as Hanbin comes out. We get a chance to see someone come into the roster, and I love this choice because I think someone will actually have a very good matchup into the Ramatra. If that's the direction that we see Varel take with KSG, then someone can match that. Someone also has this, actually also has Zarya, so like if you wanted to, you could also play that matchup, but someone is just so flexible. You have access to all of the main tank heroes. I don't know if you would want to bring out a Winston, but of course that's also a hero that someone is very well known for.
Yeah, no, he's incredibly flexible. But I think primarily this tournament, like you said, Zarya is an option, but primarily for someone it's going to be the Ramatra, right? It is an incredibly powerful hero in the meta right now. The survivability with the block is just incredibly powerful because you can just stand still, block, and retain that space. And space is obviously incredibly important in Overwatch, so if you have a hero that can control that space, like Ramatra, then it's obviously going to benefit you a lot of the time here. So Proper, taking a look at him right now, this is going to be another really interesting map for him when it comes to the flex DPS pool. Shambali, another map that can favor the Echo if need be, because there's a lot of verticality for the defense, which gives you a high ground advantage towards the other flex DPS player. And a lot of buildings you can hide around, you can kind of sneak around them, try to get a jump on the enemy backline. So if we're going to see more Echo, this will be another map for it.
How do you feel about the Venture or the May? Because I think those are two other flex DPS that come to mind, especially when Ramatra is going to be in the mix, that I wonder if those are also going to be value when the corners that you're going to be playing on Shambali Monastery.
Yeah, I think the flex DPS pool is really open right now, and it's kind of team dependent, right? What do you prefer? I think some flex DPS players, they like to take a more aggressive approach, playing the Tracer, playing the Echo. But there are going to be a handful of teams in this tournament. I think they should play the Ramatra May, because that style suits them more, and they don't need to opt in to these highly mechanical flex DPS matchups instead. Now, that would be more the case on maps like King's Row, for example. You saw it come out from Kaneka in the previous matchup on New Junk City, and I think that's a really powerful map when it comes to the ice walls and such. Here on Shambali Monastery, I think there's just too much open air space, and it's too hard to get value from the wall. We could see it, we could definitely see it. I'm not counting it out, May, but I do think that the Echo is going to be a really good hero. And if you don't want to play the Echo matchup, then Tracer is actually a pretty solid pick as well, because at least you can contest the Echo as the Tracer.
I just love this proper hero training arc that I feel like we've seen him go down for the last couple of stages. When he broke out onto the scene in the Overwatch League, it was for the Tracer. So dominant, especially when it came down to that grand finals. And I'm really excited to see Proper now get a little bit more wiggle room when it comes to the DPS that he's able to run. It isn't just perma Tracer anymore. We've seen him be able to bring out those flex picks like the Echo, like the Genji, and it's cool. I'm really excited to see what he locks into for this map.
Well, you know, there used to be a member of Team Falcons who also was really flexible and played a lot of flex DPS heroes. Stalker, nowhere to be found on this roster anymore. And, you know, one of the rumors was that both Proper and Stalker wanted to play a lot of these flex DPS heroes, right? So you bring in Merit, one of the best hit scan players in the world, who happened to be a free agent and, you know, joined one of the best teams in the world. But that allowed Proper to free his hero pool up and play more of these flex heroes. So last World Finals, all we talked about was how Stalker was popping off on the Echo and had tremendous amount of impact. But now for Falcons in this tournament, it's going to have to be Proper instead who flexes that hero pool.
And you just got you got to see the bans that just came through. It's going to be Orisa and Kiriko. Orisa maybe a protect ban here, but I also could have seen that as like a maybe. I don't want to count anything out right now when we are just seeing the tournament meta for the first time. Yeah,
Orisa is a hero that, you know, has been kind of an option when it comes to the Brawl composition, especially like in the past, but Ramatra has been the stronger one as of recent. And especially with Orisa getting a bit of a nerf when it comes to the the force crits rather. It's going to be a very difficult hero to force and play, especially if you're trying to gain space. Like Orisa specializes more when it comes to the close corners, and Shambali, again, you're gonna have to walk up quite a bit of distance when it comes to an escort map like this. So Orisa, not really a preferred pick, I'd say. I'd say like what you said, it's more of a protect ban in this case, probably. And then the Kiriko ban is quite interesting as it comes out as well. Maybe trying to punish one of these backlines.
I mean, Fielder has loved playing the Kiriko. That's kind of been the flavor for Team Falcons, Kiriko Lucio. And what does that open you up to? Maybe that means we have to see like a Baptiste from Fielder. I don't really hate that on Shambali Monastery.
Oh, Fielder playing Baptiste, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm in.
So I'm here to see it all. As we head into map number 2 between Team Falcons and Viral, Falcons are leading this series 1-0. A win here on Shambali Monastery will send Viral down to the lower bracket, where Team Falcons will move on to face Team Liquid. And as we load in, we'll get a chance to see what these two teams want to play.
First of all, I'm down for any snow map. I know there's a lot of people out there who vote for New Queen Street when it comes up in the ranked pool. Thank you. I just say thank you. I love all the snow maps, Shambali Monastery included. So shout out to all the snow map voters out there. But yes, very much looking forward to this matchup. And again, I can't wait to see how much we're going to see from the meta, because it's been very much up in the air. You know, there's a lot of talk about, you know, what is the meta right now. I don't really think there is a set meta. I think some of these teams, they have to play to their strengths. And the game is pretty balanced right now that allows you to do that.
I'm in awe of the snow. Now that you've said that, I'm like, wow, this map is very pretty. They need to reskin maps to have more snow.
Well, they kind of did that. They introduced like nighttime and, you know, sunset maps more. I love that.
Nighttime isn't snow.
Okay, but
what about rain?
I'm for all that. As long as there's no bright sun that's covering my crosshair, I'm all for it.
Okay, cool.
All right.
More night mode.
Actually. Yeah, the double flex composition from Viral, unsurprisingly, like they don't even want to play the Lucio to begin with, right? And we talked about it going into this matchup. It'd have to be Mimosa being subbed in if that was the case. So on this defense, they're going to set up with a pretty greedy backline. And the case for Falcons here is going to be, how can you take space to try to get on top of this backline? How can you not enable Viral to get so much value out of this Hilarion Baptiste in the first place?
Well, maybe one of those ways is thinking about something like the Venture, but I love Proper's choice of the Tracer. It's going to be able to accomplish a very similar goal. If you can force out some of these cooldowns from this Baptiste and Alari, it'll make them a lot easier to clean up with someone going over to that D.Va.
Yeah, someone going over to the D.Va is going to be able to contest this high ground because see this proper flank. He's already working around here and setting up the kill box together with someone. So just in a moment, someone proper, they'll be on top of the backline here.
There was a bit of a good response from Viral, though. They know where Proper is coming from. As soon as you saw that healing pylon broken, everybody turned their attention to at least say, hey, we know Proper is back there. Don't let him get too much of a flank onto us. But the fact that the Immortality field already came out here from the Baptiste, that's the go signal here for Team Falcons. And that's going to be a really great way for them to get the jump. You can see just how hard someone is working to try to get Nico down. But that is a big KO onto the D.Va with the mech gone. That's going to be a win here for Viral.
Yeah, that's actually huge. The pocket coming in there, and obviously the cart was pushed a little bit. If you're Viral, you'd love to get this cart pushed back a little bit longer so you can keep your positions here in the very first corner. But great job from Viral there, being able to sustain for long enough. And Team Falcons, again, they're going to have to set up these flanks, and it looks like Viral, they're going to abandon this initial position and instead set up for this second push.
Yeah, they can't stay in that room. That's a great way for you to just get collapsed on. So they do make the rotation back to the second defensive corner on this map. As KSG stands tall, we get big dynamite, and the window from Viral might be great for them to be able to dig their heels into the sand. As they also get responded by fielders, this could also be a potential here to see the captive stun come out from Slay. If you see an opportunity to actually get enough captive stun down onto the members while D.Va's defense matrix is down, maybe this will help to stabilize the defense here for Viral. But with Cloud out of the picture, you're missing a lot of healing, but that's time for Slay to pop off, and you do at least respond with a kill onto Fielder. So support gone from both sides, but Team Falcons, they see an opportunity to try to win it here with that commit of the sound barrier.
Yeah, the sound barrier is absolutely huge for the survivability of that squad, but still, a lot of time being brought here from Viral, but they need to get out safer, and Top Dragon trying to burrow and drill striking out here and actually able to survive. This is going to be huge because KSG has the Annihilation. With the Nemesis for him and the Annihilation, there's going to be so much sustainability for Viral that they'll be able to hold this corner. Bob comes in here from Merit to create an off angle, but KSG, again, should be able to live here for Viral, buy some time for the re-engage. Oh, but Top Dragon goes down.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, you would have loved to be able to have Top Dragon to be able to dish out damage alongside KSG, but the Annihilation is still good. You do get the slow onto the D.Va, but where is the focus fire? Now that this Bob is gone, it's really going to be down on the members of Viral to actually get this defense together, and someone is just cowering in the corner. Knows with the legs left on this mech, it's not going to be much longer, and Viral have done it. That is another defensive win for them here on this final corner of point one.
That's absolutely huge from Viral, that they're actually able to stave off Falcons here, hunting proper in this very moment, but great job by KSG, holding that corner firm, not freaking out, not dying in that case, and the backline from Viral is getting so much value. They're hunting proper right now, but they can't allow Team Falcons to get all this space for free. See if this pulse bomb from Hopper can create some magic here with 15 seconds to go.
Oh, but this is not good. There is a collapse onto the Alari, and Slay is going to get the biggest pocket of all time from Cloud, but it is not enough to actually keep that Alari alive. Maybe there's still a healing pylon somewhere, but you have to see if there's enough out of this Immortality field to keep Team Falcons at bay. Cloud does get a pick on the mirror, so that's one of the DPS down, as we do see a really big pick from someone heading into the backline, but you got to make sure you don't abandon this cart. There's enough time for KSG to come back and actually trade himself for the mech. So maybe with Slay coming back, you can actually try to get this pop off, but there's just too many members of Team Falcons left alive, and so that will be the first checkpoint. Let's hear how Team Falcons will approach the rest of this map.
상대 근데 라마 대놓고 버티는 거라 계속 돌아주긴 해야 될 때 이거.
이거 루시안 씨가 돌아볼래?
멀리까지 근데 결국에 마지막엔 오른쪽 쪽 크게 가는 것밖에 없긴 한데 저거.
야 넓게 먹어도 되니까 그냥 계속 그냥 넓게 먹어봐.
이번에 넓게 먹다가 상대 갈리면 빗줄을 먼저 지르자 이번에는. 그냥 코너 3개 먹고. 네 120 있다. 처음에만 3개 먹고 있어봐 이거 사이드.
왼쪽 놓을게 아예. 나 딜러 나면 가능한데.
기다려봐 화물 안 막아. 뺄게.
지하로 빼도 못해? 나 못해. 갈렸어 나 괜찮아.
양가 봐줄게.
와? 나한테?
아니 여기 하나. 정면 나와.
왼쪽.
근데 윈도우 4개
이거
나 먼저 나갈게.
전문 갈수 있나?
나 가능할 것 같은데? 난 가능. 윈도우 4개 들어가나?
나갈게.
웨이신 실드. 라나 앞에 이거 힘든 쪽 걸자 이거. 힘든 걸게.
살아. 1, 나한테야. 1, 2번째 나한테 계속. 나 괜찮아.
멘트 두개
앉아야 돼?
오른쪽. 이거 오른쪽 쳐볼게. 오른쪽 봐.
알자.
와볼래? 근데 나만 안 떨어졌는데?
나 봐줘야 돼.
이거 멘트 누스킬이긴 한데. 이거 너무 빨리 아니야, 이거? 멘트 피해. 살아올래. 라운드.
애쉬 나한테 보자.
할게. 애쉬 떨어졌다.
애쉬 컷이야.
다 뺐어요. 라마 봐. 1, 2배까지 뺐어.
For the first part of point 2, that was disappointing. Team Falcons not able to make it past the second half of this point, and major credit to Viral for making that happen.
Yeah, it's an incredible play from Slay with that captive stun, not allowing Team Falcons to set up with their amplification matrix in the first place. And Team Falcons, like, they want to set up an angle here. Obviously, they don't want to fight uphill like they've been doing here in this very slope. But now, 10 seconds remaining. Proper will have to be on it and contest this space. Someone is going to get up to this Annihilation. That is going to provide a lot of survivability, but Cloud, with this amplification matrix, if he lives here, that's going to be so much damage coming out from Varel. But Lamp already out here. Proper with so much pressure.
Yeah, but Proper actually can't finish off this pick. It's going to be on Chio to help try to finish that off. And as we enter into the final part of this second map, I mean, there's actually still some comeback potential here for Viral. As the second point continues, we now enter into this open territory where someone does have the Annihilation, but can we actually see Viral come back with this big turbo out of spawn there from Slay onto the Lucio to the Juno and maybe set up for this amplification matrix?
Yeah, there's a lot of playmaking to be made here, and someone pushing aggressively, want to take this space away from them, but Top Dragon finds 2 kills here on the Venture and going to be able to contest here. It's going to be Varel holding on the second point against Team Falcons, and I gotta say, I'm mightily impressed with what Varel are bringing here against Falcons.
Absolutely. I mean, Nico absolutely just popped off on the Ashe. It was pick after pick, and that's really where I felt like the second point, they really struggled. Not only was Nico able to find the sightlines and also get those initial picks, but you also just saw how much difficulty there was for Proper to find an angle. On that second point, it's really challenging for that Tracer to actually get into the backline. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah, and essentially, I mean, he's playing the flanking game by himself in this kind of scenario. There's going to be little follow-up from the Ramatra. You know, Merrick will be able to poke from afar, but they're dealing with their own stuff in the Falcons backline with Top Dragon popping off on the Venture there as well, right? And so I think Varel, they're doing a really good job here of just like trading the aggression and keeping their backline alive, which is going to secure a lot of value. When you have a greedy composition, like the Baptiste, like the Alari, like they should not be able to get away with what they're doing, but they're giving themselves enough room to get value from those heroes. KSG is holding strong in the front line on the Ramatra, and over long enough of a time span, Varel are naturally just going to win these fights.
I love that we see Team Falcons now switch it up a little bit. As they enter out of the spawns on the defense, we are going to see a change up in the backline. A little bit greedy from them as well when you take a look at the Ana and the Wuyong. It's just Team Falcons feeling like they're really going all in and also making sure that they have enough healing to keep someone topped up long enough that the Zarya can actually win the fight as they extend.
Yeah, but this is actually a very interesting composition here from Falcons, because Merit is going to play the pretty default hit scan role here, right? But Proper, you know, you will be able to, you will need to control some space on the flank. Top Dragon is going to be quite happy here to try to look for the surround, and Slay going back to spawn here, going to swap something up.
Oh, back to the Alari.
Yeah. I mean, recognizing here that there is little pressure from Falcons coming out, given that they're playing essentially a double hit scan kind of composition. So I'm going to be pretty happy playing the Alari. I know there's not going to be a Tracer coming my way. Now it's just a question of setting up those angles. You know, do you take the right-hand side in that room? Do you contest the top for a little bit here? Top Dragon burrowing in right now. See if we can get to a safe space.
I mean, they're just kind of going down mid at the moment, and that's going to put someone into a position where you're going to play from this window. Top Dragon wanted to be able to go towards that backline, but Proper sits that out, able to stop this attack push in its tracks. As we start to look at Team Falcons getting set back up on this defense, it's a little awkward. They've got some of this high ground, but they also know they have to play cards.
Yeah, I mean, Varel, they're not doing too good now, because Top Dragon is actually like getting killed off fairly early here. Nico getting punished this time. There hasn't even really been a team fight so far on this offense from Varel. I think Top Dragon need to chill a little bit. Falcons obviously recognizing the threat from Top Dragon and finds the pick on Temerit here, give him credit.
Oh,
but again,
Theo.
losing this flex DPS player, like Falcons are just so happy just playing the pretty straight up poke battle.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Proper with the bullet shot too, picks off Slay, and with the anti onto KSG, it's easy pickings from there for Team Falcons to continue this defense. It has not looked easy for Varel to get past his first corner.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no big surprise, like you're very reliant on this double flex support composition with a lot of poke, a lot of damage from afar, but you have no angle. Like, you have no space to operate, and you can see here, Nico, yeah, you're jumping around on the Ash, trying to zoom in, get a couple of headshots, but like, there's no follow-up on this damage, right? Now walking up this very close lane on the flank, but again, you really don't have any vision over the map here.
Yeah, and this lane is tough. I mean, at least the bullet shot is out. It's not going to be easy to just kind of land it down this choke point again. But as we see that nano boost go onto someone, that's going to be a lot of amplified damage that you just kind of have to back up from. But Varel, notice, someone doesn't have any more bubbles. It's easy now to finish off someone. You get Fielder out of the picture, and maybe now Varel having a player advantage can actually make some progress on this cart. It still has to round this final corner, so there's time for Team Falcons to come back and contest.
Yeah, Falcons still should be in a very good, comfortable position here because someone is coming up on this Graviton Surge and you should secure a lot of value from that. Captive Sun, really difficult ultimate to get value from in this kind of a scenario here. Kind of need to hit it on the back line, but even that is quite tricky. Falcons setting up some nice flanks here as well. Proper, with the help from Chio, is going to secure an early kill onto Top Dragon here, and with a minute to go, you gotta be pretty clinical here if you're Varel.
Well, I mean, they're just going to use the Captive Sun now, but you can see the problems that they run into. The bubbles from someone able to provide enough sustain that Captive Sun finds no value. And we still see extra ultimates getting let loose. As the bombs come out from both Nico and Merit, Proper responds with a bullet shot. There's not really much that you get from that alone, but there's enough firepower from Nico that Merit is now out of the picture. It's going to force Chio into this awkward position of having to use this title blast, but now he's all the way in the back line.
Let him cook. I mean, there was a reason that Chio was in that back line, but it didn't work out. Someone still has to grab. They're going to forfeit the very first point. I'm gonna be honest, that was a bit of a butchered defense from Falcons. They weren't really able to set up with this Graviton Surge in the first place after Merit was taken down. And now some free push for Varel, which is going to serve them quite well here as they get to set up with their double flex support composition. Let's listen into Varel as they're setting up.
溜まったら前でやってもいいよこれ。
了解。
これここで配電するよ。
まずトップさんのタイミングでいこうかな僕。
アッシュ左行くかもトップの方。
はい、来た。
俺大丈夫。アッシュ半分。
俺今行く。せーの。
前でやって前でやって。まだまだ。
前だっけ？
まだないまだ。ドリブルない。まだ見。
サモサリア来て。
あ、それはマジチケットできないか。
ペラコボペラコボ。
相手なの
何見た？ナノチャージ？ナノチャージナノチャージ。
それ手前。俺ペローして。上がるわ。
うやプレイヤー来る。
Falcons able to gain some ground here and find a steadfast defense. Minute 40 to go for Varel. Again, they're struggling to gain some positioning here with Proper holding this kind of flank angle here. Looking for the wraparound or Varel contesting a little bit of space. And again, they just want to set up these sightlines as Top Dragon goes for the flank.
KSG just uses this body to actually try to pressure Proper back. But this Top Dragon now finds an angle with the Adventure. It's going to at least force Proper away again. So maybe some ground that Varel are able to garner. But as Slay goes for the Captive Sun, this is I've been waiting for so long. Here's the time to strike. And that's the perfect time to do it.
Huge.
It's a huge Captive Sun, and Varel, they've done it. They've seen that orange box of victory, and they're going to claim it with a map win over Falcons. We're tying the series.
Hold up. Varel just took a map of Team Falcons? I mean, even the players are kind of in disbelief. They can't believe they just did that. That was amazing. That was massive. I thought he was going to whip it. And out of nowhere.
It took so much time.
It did.
There was just so much suspense and ramp up that I almost thought we had missed that window of opportunity for Slay to actually get something accomplished with it. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, everybody's tagged. Go ahead and go in and finish the kills.
Oh my god.
Holy
look at it, they're laughing. They're laughing. Wow.
We can't believe it.
I can't believe it. I mean, Falcons, it's time to shape up, guys. That was that was not the greatest map I've seen on the Team Falcons. Credit to Barrel, they selected the composition, they made it work. This is a huge map, even for Japanese Overwatch. You know, taking a team of one of the best teams in the world, taking a map of them, that's a huge achievement. Really well played here, and Top Dragon was able to make the Venture work on offense after struggling for the first couple of initial minutes. But Team Falcons, they had an opportunity to full hold, and the team fight just went away from it. They just fed.
Yeah, the fumble at that first point defense for Team Falcons, I felt like it just set them back so much actually going into that second point. Where, yeah, it came down to the wire and Vero were able to get the job done at the end of it, but it just felt like it was so much harder than it needed to be.
Yeah, that is an incredible map win from Barrel. Impressive all around. You know, the defense being able to hold Falcons on the second point and then finding the route to clinch up on first point and then getting the second point as well. Like, really well played from Barrel. Just like, I love the aggression that came out for them when they recognized they needed to be proactive. You know, there were a couple of times there where the Falcons, they probably, if they got the setup, if they got the staging in some of those team fights, they should have been able to win them. But Barrel said, no, we're going to be proactive. We're going to cut this stun aggressively. We're going to contest your backline and make things difficult. And it worked out, and Proper was denied on the Tracer.
I was so impressive. I mean, like, I love that, like, especially when you look at a player like Nico or any of these hit scan players, one window of opportunity is all you need. And even though Nico was getting shut down quite a bit during that second map, you made it to the end, and that's really all that matters. If you get that payload over the finish line and you've done your job as a hit scan player. And he was a huge part of the defensive hold that Beryl ended up having on the second point as well.
Yeah, Falcons really struggled to get into the backline, and I think that's got to be a big thinker for this team now. Like, how did we not punish a backline of Baptiste and Ilari? They should be able to clean up a lot of that time, but they trusted in their Ramatra composition. They said, Proper, flex over to the Tracer and, you know, get the Immortality field out, and then we can go ahead and punish them. But they just weren't able to get it done, and Top Dragon, he's
all smiles.
He's so happy, he's all smiles.
Yeah, Top Dragon had a tough time as well with the Venture on that second point attack, but it's kind of a similar problem with the Tracer. Like, you know, how do you actually get to that backline fast enough? But I think that Venture does have something on the Tracer that a couple of other heroes don't, and that's just verticality access. You could just use your drill dash to actually, like, pop up over the side.
Yeah, I mean, the staging was really good from Top Dragon in that he got to the position required in the end to do a good cycle with his abilities and put pressure on the Falcons' backline. And I think you saw a few times there when Varel won teamfights on the offense, it was because they timed the aggression between the front line and Top Dragon putting pressure on the Falcons' backline. And that is what you get out of Venture. It's like really reliable to at least get into the backline once, put pressure on an Ana when fielders playing the Ana, and then that means that the tank from Falcons, someone is just going to be left to his own devices and didn't get the healing required to stay up. And so Varel was able to secure a couple of picks in that front line. So Top Dragon, even though he didn't just, you know, rack up 2Ks, 3Ks the entire time, he distracted the Falcons' backline, which enabled Varel to get value from the double click support line.
Sometimes that's enough. You have
Sometimes
your little
that's enough.
secret agent that goes into the back and plays decoy as the rest of your team is able to follow up on the true objective.
Hell yeah.
Wow. I mean, Varel, they really are all smiles right now, though. Tied 1-1 in a 1-2. This third map is going to decide who moves forward. Team Liquid is waiting on the other side of this match for the winner, and that's still going to be a very tough opponent, but imagine if Varel secures this. I mean,
look, they're tied
now.
up. We've seen them win a map. So who am I to say that Varel can't win another map? They've done it once already. What's stopping them from winning two? It is going to be a little bit harder because Falcons now get their own map pick and they get the first ban. And Hanbin subs into the mix here. Let's see what plan they have to deploy.
And Hanbin was just a monster on that first map. That map did not look close. When we look at how much difficulty Varel had actually maneuvering around this aggressive diva from Hanbin, I think that's something he can absolutely bring to the table and make this final map securely Team Falcons win.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what map we're going to actually, because I think they have quite a few options. Obviously, I think the number one goal here for Falcons should be just to make it difficult for Varel's backline to function, playing something like a Baptiste Eloy, for example. So you could go to a new Junk City if you wanted to.
I was gonna say, I think you consider Flashpoint. When you know how much the fast pace really messed with Varel's plans on Ilios, the first map of our series, then I don't think that it's out of the question that you might want to do that this time around. And if it's not Flashpoint, I think that Push also fits the bill.
Absolutely, and Runasapi has been a bit of a go-to map for Falcons. It's one of the push maps that they feel really confident on. And now I can't wait to see what Hanbin's got in store, because he's got a few different hero choices if he'd like. Obviously, we speak a lot about someone's flexibility, but I feel like Hanbin has really picked it up in Overwatch 2 as well in this 5v5 scenario where, obviously was a really stout off-tank player in 6v6 format, but now being able to pick up some other heroes. Going to be the Ramatra ban from Falcons to deny them KSG's comfort pick.
And then the Tracer ban from Varel. That's going to take the Tracer out of Proper's wheelhouse again. And this is a map that I think the Tracer is even more impactful. So now where will Proper want to go? I think this could be a map where you could see the Echo. I think Genji could also make some type of statement as well.
Yeah, Genji is really strong here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Proper come out on the Genji. And then the question is, okay, how do you pair the tank synergy with a Genji in that case? Top Dragon, I think can quite confidently just stick to the Venture if that is the hero of choice. No need to make it too complicated here. And honestly, you don't really need to opt in to the head-to-head against Proper. Like, you can just play the Venture and put pressure on the Falcons' backline and go from there, right? I think the biggest issue for Varel here is going to be the Ramatra ban, which is so obvious from Falcons given that they have the first ban. And now KSG, like, what do you flex over to really make things difficult? I think Hanbin can play a pretty uncontested in this case and feel comfortable whatever the tank matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the D.Va just didn't look great when it was also like the Zarya versus the D.Va. And so I think Hanbin really does have that leg up in terms of kind of setting the tempo, not just from like that tank choice, but also now how do KSG, Team Varel actually respond to that and bring something to the table that can either stand tall or beat it. And since that Ramatra is gone, I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna say the hero name once. I'm just gonna put Mauga out there. I'm just gonna say the hero name once. I'm not saying we're going to see a lot of it, but it's an option with the Ramatra ban coming out if you don't feel comfortable playing the Zarya.
It's so funny that you and I are on the same page about this, because
you were thinking about it, but you didn't want to say it.
I was thinking of, but I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to put it out into the universe. So I'm glad that you took that one for us, Johnny. Thank you for that.
Well, I think with the Tracer ban as well, like Genji, Mauga, there's some scenarios where they pair quite well when it comes to the aggression, the cardiac overload, for example. And so, like the Cage, I think it's naturally a good tank and flex DPS pairing, and I think it suits Runasapi pretty well.
Then maybe we get to see Top Dragon Pharah.
Okay, well, let's not look. I know last year we were cooking a little bit with playing Pharah on Runasapi, but I don't think we need to go there in this case.
Oh, come on. But if Mauga is a part of the mix, I do think that we should prepare ourselves to maybe see some type of Pharah counter pick, or maybe even just like play your own Mauga and play the Pharah with it.
Okay, no Maugas on the field.
Okay.
That's all. We don't have to talk about Mauga anymore.
Thought experiment, but put a little stopper on it, because it might come up later on in the World Finals.
Good.
Who knows? But for now, you're right. At the moment, it's going to be Hanbin locking in onto the Zarya and KSG, the D.Va, as the other pick that we have seen KSG opt for on Team Varel.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really interesting tank matchup now, because you can play the D.Va into the Zarya, but the name of the game for Varel is going to be, obviously, get rid of the cycle of bubbles from Hanbin, and then isolate a target with the defense matrix, preventing those heals, and try to get an early man advantage in one of these fights.
And we're going to have to pay attention to this Sojourn matchup as well. Both Neeko and Merit locking into this pick means that this Sojourn could be explosive. You have got some longer sight lines that you can play around with, and that's where we're going to really see these teams try to take to some of these corners, as we also look at both Proper and Top Dragon trying to find access to that backline. It's getting a little messy right now.
Yeah, it's getting a little messy, but Varel is doing a good job of rotating. They recognize they don't have that speed, and so they need to keep their backline safe. So Slay can open up the fight in a 5 versus 4 situation now, or Varel, and Neeko with another one.
Wow, that's going to get Varel off to the right foot. As Slay picks up another pick onto Fielder, it's just going to be cleaning up the pieces so that Varel can actually make some progress. Johnny, it's coming together. At least for this first fight, Varel has already done a number, and Slay, 64% towards a title blast.
Yeah, they already have a support ultimate advantage here. It's not a big one, so we'll have to wait and see here. This is going to be a tricky corner to round here. But Top Dragon with a huge first pick again!
What is going on right now? Proper enemy number 1 has fallen first in both of these fights so far. And Varel just gets to get even more progress. With a player down, Varel actually has a very good opportunity here to just secure this first checkpoint.
It's absolutely huge that Varel gets to round that corner with their double flex support lineup.
They're not contesting it.
They're just letting the bot go in this case. Falcons are just struggling. They can't get any momentum whatsoever. Looking for the long rotate here, trying to herd Varel away from this off angle, and that is the right thing to do. You want to minimize the amount of angles that Varel can poke from in this instance. But it's taking a long time, and Nico finds another one on the Geo.
They're just keep coming up with kills. Fielder, Chio, the backline down for Team Falcons. And while the bot has moved back a little bit, it's not going to be much longer before Varel finishes off the DPS of Team Falcons and continue to make progress. And this is where things are going to really start to get interesting because we've got ults on the board.
Yeah, we have ults on the board here, and Varel, they should realistically push up here and make things really difficult, but Hanbin is already back on that Zarya. Fielder coming up with that Kitsune Rush, and that's going to be great for getting some space here. Top Dragon, okay, you're actually going to be solo grabbed here. I would say that's a lot of value for Varel. They got out the Kitsune Rush and the Graviton Surge.
Yeah, they do lose the mech, but you know, Varel's just gonna try to reset that one really quick. Might be a little bit tough though, given that KSG was so far away from the edge, so just has to get killed. But yeah, I mean, Tidal Blast to put onto Top Dragon, just so you can get the Tectonic Shock, and you get that huge Graviton Surge. And now, just reset in the neutral. Team Falcons, they do start to get a win strung together and make a little bit of progress of their own, but it's still going to be a tough road for them.
It's going to be a tough road for them, but that is a really bad late stagger from Slay, which again enables Falcons to round this corner without having to drop the sound barrier in the first place. Varel now, they have the Kitsune Rush on their own, they have the Hoverclock with the high ground advantage. They should be able to contest quite easily here.
But we do see the overclock popped from both Nico and Merit. As Proper tries to get a flank, it will be Merit that finishes off Top Dragon. And with Proper, with another pick onto the Varel backline, this is a lot of ultimates that were invested by Varel to no avail. Team Falcons, they do end up winning the fight and they will secure this checkpoint.
They will secure the checkpoint, and obviously it'll take a little bit of time for the bot to move forward there, hitting the checkpoint. And that was a lot of ultimates expended for Varel. You kind of feel like they'd have to win that very fight, because now Falcons, as they move upwards here and contest this high ground, it's going to make it difficult for Varel to secure value with this Wu Yang, with this Kiriko. Top Dragon can help contest in this scenario, but Falcons are already going to be in your face from the very first moment.
I mean, Top Dragon's gonna burrow underground and see if you can actually get a bit more damage onto Hanbin. You at least forced out one of the personal bubbles, but not much else has been garnered just yet. As Nico is also going to try to take an angle here, it's going to be Varel that has secured the high ground advantage over Team Falcons, as they do have to take a step back.
Yeah.
But as Fielder now has that Kitsune Rush, that's a great ultimate to throw into the fight right now to take advantage of Varel stepping too far forward.
Oh, wow, they really pulled this one back, did Falcons, after a huge deficit early on. Able to find enough time for Fielder to build that Kitsune Rush, and they are now firmly in control of this map. You kind of feel like Varel, they really needed to get a pick there with Top Dragon jumping in on the Venture, getting the Zarya pocket, but it was not enough without the ultimates. Now Varel, they're gonna be forced to commit a couple of ultimates here to regain control.
Some of the bubbles have been popped though already though from Hanbin's side. And with the Tidal Blast and the Kitsune Rush from Cloud, maybe this is territory that you can take. But you see the backup from Team Falcons immediately. You know that they're tracking these ults and they don't want to fall victim to an open Kitsune Rush like they did to Varel.
Yeah, but they're quite happy to play this like very straightforward lane, right? Make it difficult for Varel to walk up here. Team Falcons, they have the high ground, and Cloud is eventually going to be forced to drop this Kitsune Rush in a space where Team Falcons should be able to disengage. It's going to be the Graviton Surge, actually.
Okay,
Can they secure the fight win?
I mean, it gets completely whipped. Hanbin hits it on the corner. And so that's going to be an ultimate that Team Falcons cannot use. Top Dragon's going to go in with the Tectonic Shock, finish off at the DPS, and now Varel, they're going to be the ones to strike back. With this Graviton Surge still being held onto from KSG, It's going to be a tough one. I mean, Team Falcons do have a lot of ults to answer this.
Yeah, they do have a lot of ults to answer this. And realistically, Merit should secure the high ground and have a really good angle to utilize that overclock. You can't really lob the Graviton Surge if you're KSG either because of the stun barrier from Chio. Very difficult spot for Varel. I'd almost give this face up. But it's going to be an aggressive stun barrier from Chio, actually, as Proper goes forward with the Venture.
I mean, the Graviton Surge actually does get a lockdown onto Hanbin, but with Merit also going to be adding DPS value with his overclock. If it wasn't going to be the Tectonic Shock, then Merit is certainly going to get the job done. And with Hanbin having so much charge, that's going to be another team wipe, and the bot moving back into the middle ground.
Yeah, Falcons keeping control here with 3 minutes to go, and every ultimate from Varel now is so critical. You need to extract some value. The fact you don't have any great support ultimates here to contest Fielder's Kitsune Rush is going to spell trouble. You need a big play from Nico, or Falcon's gonna like keep walking this ball into Varel's face.
Oh, look at this. Well, Nico does go in with the overclock, and as Fielder uses the Kitsune Rush, it's going to be one way to make Nico power slide back. Proper sees the opportunity to go in with the Venture to try to get Nico even further back from the line of fire. But now it's time for Team Falcons to step up to the plate. As Varel do sneak the bot away just a little bit, they need to make up a lot of meterage. And with both of those ultimates kind of falling flat, we're getting a reset here with these Darios.
Yeah, Nico actually finds a pick on the Chio here. This could be the opening you were looking for. Realistically, you want to keep the support ultimates here and finish out the fight, and they do so. That is really big for Varel to be able to keep this Kitsune Rush.
I mean, with 2 minutes left, yes, holding on to the Kitsune Rush and the Tidal Blast are just going to feel so good when you know you've got that Tectonic Shock coming back in from Top Dragon. And there's not much meterage to actually make up here. By the time they get back to the middle ground, Varel, maybe they need to win 2 fights, but this is doable.
This is very doable because Varel should be able to pocket Top Dragon really hard here on the Venture with no support ultimate on the side of Falcons. If this is well played out of Varel, they could really be steaming forward. They're looking good here.
I mean, with the Kitsune Rush already, I mean, Nico is just going to get 2 railgun charges into Team Falcons and go from there. Merit is at least able to take out his counterpart, but for not much longer. This is going to be Varel. The cloud is down. As Top Dragon continues to move that bot forward, the rest of Team Falcons do have to come back to actually get that recontest.
Barrett?
But in time for Varel here to actually come back, but I think Team Falcons have done it. They have stopped Team Varel from actually getting that sweep onto them.
Oh my God.
And Team Falcons, they win this series 2-1.
Are you serious? How did it get that close? Unbelievable performance from Varel to make it that close in the first place, but Falcons, the reigning world champions, they close things out in the very final moment, but not without being severely questioned there on their performance in the first place. Wow.
Not without some blood, sweat, and tears, Johnny. That was
insane.
A very close match, it felt like. I mean, Matt, did you think that we would see Beryl take a map here? We're gonna get Matt in a second, but yeah, it's just been so amazing to see Beryl step up to the plate like this. And I think, Johnny, it gives me a lot of hope that heading into the rest of this bracket, we are going to end up seeing maybe Beryl like get an upset that we weren't expecting.
I mean, that was just an unbelievable performance from them. Can you imagine if they were able to clutch out that fight with the Graviton Surge?
It was so close.
This would have been the biggest upset in Overwatch Esports history, and we were like a couple kills away. I can't believe we just witnessed that.
It was just what a great match. I like don't really have many words for it.
I don't have words either, bro.
I was just so pleasantly surprised at the performance coming through from Beryl. I think maybe if there had been a better sightline onto the Graviton Surge, it's tough because with so few members, or maybe even like just the sightlines not being quite right, that Graviton Surge wasn't able to actually get finished off. Even in those final moments, though, I mean, Falcons, like, I'm very curious to hear what they have to say because I wonder what they will say about that match.
I mean, if you got championship aspirations, you can't win with those kind of performances from Team Falcons. Like, they have their sights way higher than almost losing to Varel. We went into this matchup, and I was, pretty harsh on Varel in the first place because that was quite honestly what we should have seen in this matchup. It should have been a storm from Falcons. But instead, they narrowly escape with a very close victory here.
All right, well, we'll get our questions answered as we've got an interview with one of the players from our winning team, with Danny. So let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Nekra. Yes, I am here with Chio from Team Falcons. Chio, I gotta say, that was pretty close. I mean, Beryl was a tough fight for you guys. Did you guys come in and did you guys expect this to be such a close match? 일단 솔직히 말해서, 힘들 뻔했어요, 그죠? 그리고 지금 제가 봐도 치오 선수도 좀 이렇게 좀 힘들어 보이는데, 베럴이랑 경기가 이렇게 좀 어려울 거라지 예상을 좀 하셨는지?
솔직히 이 정도라고 예상은 못했고 조금 힘들겠다 정도 예상했었는데 이 정도로 준비를 많이 했을 줄은 몰랐습니다.
I'm very surprised as well. I know that they're a great team, but I feel like they prepared a lot, and I feel like, that's why the match was so close. Do you feel like, sorry, give me, I think our producer's talking to me. Repeat that one more time, please. Oh, yeah. All right. Sorry, guys. Next question. I feel like, was there any, player from Beryl that sort of gave you personally a hard time throughout the match, 치오? 두 번째 질문으로는 이번 발열 경기에서 좀 치오 선수에게 제일 어떻게 보면 경기를 좀 힘들게 했던 선수가 한 명을 뽑자면 누가 있을까요?
상대 팀의 이제 탑 드래곤 선수가 좀 많이 깔거럽게 해가지고 게임을 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같아요.
It has to be Top Dragon. Definitely, he gave me a very hard time. I feel like because of his plays, this fight was definitely difficult. All right, let's look forward. Tomorrow, you guys are going up against Team Liquid. Chio, what is your, thoughts on that team? 자, 내일 경기에 이제 팀 리퀴드의 경기가 있는데, 치오 선수가 보셨을 때는 팀 리퀴드는 좀 어떤 팀인가요?
바레일이랑 좀 비슷한 결이 있긴 한데 그래도 조금 더 이제 뭉치는 조합을 좀 더 좋아하는 팀 같아요.
They're pretty similar to Varel. They do like to really group up, and I feel like that's the sort of the play style that we're gonna see against Team Liquid. All right, that is it for the interview. Chio, thank you very much. Before we go, can you do me a favor? 일단 부탁 하나만 할게요. 이거를 같이 좀 읽어줄 수 있을까요? 자, 여기서 R, 그 다음에 I, S, E. 그죠? Rise. I think I made it pretty clear. All right, back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Danny, as he shows off all the nice little fancy letters there on his mic flag. Wonder what's that about? Maybe.
I wonder.
What's that word about?
I don't know.
What's the point of that?
Yeah, we'll find out. Maybe a little bit later. But that was a crazy game.
I
mean, when it got to like 80 meters for Varel, I was like, is this like really going to happen? I mean, we could get to some of the highlights here as well, but is this series for you guys more, now that you've had a second to like step away, is it more about like Varel's performance or like Falcons, do you think, here, as we jump into the highlights from map number 1?
All right. Falcons backline should not be absolutely like flabbergasted by one venture going in and just creating a ton of space for that team. Proper, one of the best flex DPS players in the world, essentially wasn't able to stage properly to deal with the backline of Varel. And someone is just kind of relying on both of those players to help set him up and get value in that front line, right? I think it was fairly shocking that Varel was able to get this close to winning it in the first place. And here, this final flight, like, Falcons were just dropping ultimates like it was nothing, just like, please let us win this fight. They kind of lost all coordination to the end. It almost felt like they were choking in the moment, just able to come across the finish line.
Well, Rose, I mean, as we take a look at the bracket here, so we can zoom in maybe on that upper bracket here in just a second and like really kind of focus, you know, Falcons will go up against Team Liquid, but you also have to feel pretty decent about Varel now in the lowers.
I agree with you. I mean, this match is going to be really hard. I think you already heard from Chio that they know sort of what to expect from Team Liquid, but as we've entered into the World Finals, a lot of these teams have taken their boot camps prior to the event and have really leveled up, and I think that's why you turn attention to a team like Varel, to a team like Team CC, who also made their match versus T1 so close, and you just can't count out any of these teams.
Yeah, and we have half of our upper semifinals already set now, right? So you have Twisted Minds versus T1, and then TL versus Falcons. Johnny, just looking at those two first initial matches, what speaks to you?
I am just... These matches were way closer than I anticipated going into them. So I am probably blown away now. And if you're Team Liquid, you're like, all right, Team Falcons, they're bleeding. We got a shot in this one. The #1 seed from North America. I think they're feeling a little bit better now going up against in that matchup.
Well, you know what's also wild is the two matches we have remaining today are the two that we kind of thought would be probably the closest of the day, right? I think a lot of us kind of thought that maybe these first two would be pretty quick. But Rose, I mean, the next two games, I mean, the next one, Alcatia, Geeke, I mean, that's going to be wild.
I might change my press. I just don't know anymore. Maybe I'll just take a coin and flip it, because at this point, I do feel like all of these teams, they're giving us just such great shows. And I'm just really excited to see that, because maybe this Alcatia Geeke game, maybe it is just that close. And same with like Team Peps later today taking on Space Station. It's tough to say.
I think the first to twos in combination with the bands and the map selection,
it's all coming together.
Yeah, it definitely kind of causes some type of scenario with potential to upsets. But you guys saw? Remember the link? Remember?
We're making so many hints in this segment that, like, if you don't get it, like,
I mean, come on, you have to
get on it.
Look, if you don't get it, what are you doing? I mean, come on now. Like, you know, we're giving hints. Danny and she read a word, right?
I love the Overwatch World Cup.
I love the Overwatch
I do
World Cup
too.
as well.
Yeah.
You have a chance to get there. You need the secret word. You might have seen it already.
You also could see Team Japan in person.
It's true. Yeah, you might get to see this like Varel team kind of come back, you know, with Team Japan at the Overwatch World Cup. But that is 2 matches down, 2 more to go. And if these next two are anything like our first two, you do not want to go anywhere. We got Alcatia versus Geeke coming up right after this.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper.
search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
You know, for a team out of Japan to be making a splash like that,
Yeah.
in the end they take the loss. They're gonna go down to the lower
won.
bracket. But I think that Shambali is something that a lot of other teams, if they go up against Varel, are gonna have to find answers for. And if Falcons couldn't do it, man, you gotta think the rest of the field should be sweating.
Absolutely. I mean, this was just our first 2 matches of the day. We still have 2 more matches to bring you as we look forward to our 3rd series. We've got Alcatia versus Geeke. And now this is going to be a really fun clash to watch because EMEA versus NA. And even though Geeke comes in as the 3rd seed, I think this is going to be a pretty good clash, especially if the first part of our day is anything to look at.
Nah, this one is going to be a banger. I got faith in this one. I don't know what you're getting with the last one. Could go anywhere. But this one, I feel pretty good that this is going to be a pretty competitive match. Is it going to be 2-1 down to the wire? I don't know. But I think it's going to be a really back and forth match. And like with the bracket and how it works, and like whoever loses this one's in really dire straits going into lowers.
A lot of stakes on this one, and I also think this is going to be really interesting because these are both teams who relish the prospect of being completely unique, unpredictable opponents.
Yeah.
Katsuya, you know, one map they're going to be on Sim, the next map they're on Pharah, the next map they're playing like a classic Tracer style. You just don't know what they're going to bring. And then, you know, GK has done very much the same in North America. They've been a team that's willing to play Lifeweaver of all things, right? Has been willing to push the limits on what's possible here in Overwatch. And they have some monstrously talented players, especially they think about Lethal on the hard hit scan role. Like, this guy is lights out on land in a pressure scenario.
Well, while you two have set up the macro narrative beautifully, let's dive in a little bit deeper to the two teams that are going to be competing. Starting first with OWCS. I mean, I take a look at this roster, and I do think that there are certain heroes that stand out as kind of the go-tos for this team. They're still going to bring a lot to the table today.
For me, it's like post-Champions Clash. And Champions Clash, they were there, and they were still competitive, right? They go to Game 3 with the Falcons in an early round. The team has changed, though, when Ziad became like the full-time tank and you bring Kellex into the mix. It has just felt like a different team where you know, Ziad, one of the best tanks, really, you know, especially with some of the tanks in this wheelhouse, right? With like the D.Va in the mix, the Zarya, the Ramatra that we're seeing early on. He has been phenomenal. And then, you know, I think we may sleep a little bit on Checkmate. Like, just because he's been playing so much Sim throughout the year, you're like, what? Like, you know, what's going on with Checkmate? He can play everything else at an extremely high level.
Yeah, these hyper-flexible DPS are going to be crucial, and I think OWCS, there's still some question marks for them. I think they didn't have their best showing ever in the MEA. That second place is going to bite for them, I think, in the Esports World Cup, where they looked so strong all tournament long and then really fell off in the grand finals. And a performance like that can stay with you. So I think OWCS, they want to start this tournament off strong and really put their foot down, make this a dominant win. Honestly, I think GK is kind of a tough draw for them round one because it's a team that, you know, like I said, OWCS want to be the team setting the tone, you know, playing all sorts of different counter comps, knowing what their opponent's going to bring and having a perfect strategy to respond to it. For GK, I'm like, how do you can't predict what they're going to play. I mean, and so for OWCS, this is going to be a test of their ability to adapt and at sometimes maybe being on the back foot. How do they respond to like a creative strategy, a creative ban out of this NA team?
I will say another thing that I think is a strength for OWCS is Lambda. When you take a look at Lambda's performance, especially in the hit scan role as of this last stage, if you can have a consistent hit scan performance, I think that's something that is going to give you a bit of a leg up in the competition. And as we take a look at this GK roster, I do think that there is going to be a very tough opponent on the other side. And when you take a look at this roster, you talk about flexibility, I do think that this is one of those teams that also kind of has it all. And as a reminder to everybody watching, this is a team that ended up having a great performance on the international stage. Taking a look back at the Champions Clash, this is the roster that played under the Nightmare banner that ended up being able to get third.
I keep
and like,
that guy right
yeah,
there.
the Riz, right?
I mean, that is ultimate Riz right there. And you mentioned the hit scan battle, right? Like, you know, Lambda, very good. I mean, Lethal, phenomenal. I mean, you know, when you look at this roster from GK, like, when they've had their, like, top-tier performances, it's like Lethal popping off. And he is, like, a old-school type of gamer, like, off the couch, just, you know, get me in the server, and I'll just start, you know, dominating. And that's where I would be scared if I was like OWCS for this series, is like UV has been very good on like the Wuyong and other types of like, you know, flex supports throughout the final stages here in NA. And then Lethal has that type of ability to kind of like take over a game, which could negate like Lambda a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's going to be maybe the biggest question mark of all, where we've seen, you know, core hit scan look really strong this tournament. And we've talked a lot about, okay, what is the flex DPS going to go to with Tracer nerf? But ultimately, a weaker Tracer means more opportunities for your hit scan players to take over the game and just have a yet more dominant performance. We saw that, Matt, in the first game of the day that we casted, where Proud came out really strong, and that was kind of a match-defining performance. And now for Lethal versus Lambda, that's going to be a pretty crucial ask for both teams. I do think maybe you give the edge to Lambda from the team play perspective, where they love these rush comps, but BK, man, if they can take this to somehow a dive direction, could be really spicy.
So then what are the predictions for this match? Who do you think is going to win?
I have OWCS. Maybe it's because I've just casted so much EMEA. Oh, wow, we all went with Alcat. Okay, so that's I would have thought somebody would have taken a flyer on.
I honestly, I was very close to taking DK. I think this Symmetra stuff is legitimately very strong, and I think it's not played enough in North America. And I think OWCS are going to be able to leverage that, especially in a 1st-to-2 series. There's just some map picks, especially go down the stretch, that there's a lot of crazy comps. And I think, honestly, DK have not really been informed as of late, right? They're the 3rd seed out of NA, which is, I think, their weakest performance of the year in North America.
It is.
They've been like #1 and #2 pretty consistently, and not even being able to get past Space Station here. So maybe GK have come back into form, was talking with the players a bit before the tournament, and they're feeling confident. So I do think this one is not, I like this spread, 30 to 70.
That feels about right.
Feels about right to me. But
value.
you got to give Alcad the credit. This is the #2 team in the world from Esports World Cup, right? They should be a team that wants to go back to that grand finals, get another shot.
I do think that it's hard to argue with the success that we have seen OWCS get in the recent stage. But I want to propose one more question. How do you feel about Mymone on this GK roster? Because we just saw the power of Echo against especially something like a Diva when Ziad, one of his best heroes, has been that Diva, and Mymone has an excellent Echo. I just wonder if that changes your mind.
I don't think the Echo changes my mind. I'm curious what his venture play is like, because if you remember back, with the sim stuff, at Esports World Cup, Falcons gave OWCS a ton of trouble with proper on the venture. We just saw venture in basically every series that we've had thus far. So if OWCS tries to fall back to some of that sim stuff, does Mymone and Geek have a venture look, and they can definitely cause some problems there.
I mean, venture for a long time has been one of the go-to DPS responses to Symmetra. I still think it's not a hard counter. It gives you options. It gives you tools to deal with the Symmetra. But exactly, the Symmetra TPing a Cassidy round is if you just miss that one little moment of tempo on venture, you don't punish the TP, and okay, now the game's out of your reach, and this wall just guns you down.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you two continue to chew on this, and go ahead and give you the reins for this next series and take it away.
Thank you, Rose. As we get into this one, I think the chat pretty much on point, 70-30. I'd call Alcat the favorite, but I mean, they know these players on GK. This is one that Junkbuck, as the coach for Alcat, he's gonna be sweating this one, because not an easy team to prep for.
And I would also say the one thing that you didn't mention about the venture kind of comps now is the inclusion of the Zarya in the mix, right? So the venture can play a little bit more aggressive with those bubbles and may feel a little bit more free. It's not as punishing of let's say you're trying to play the venture with a Diva, for instance, and you're relying on defense matrix and kind of that coordination. You can use those bubbles and play pretty aggressive with that venture and not feel as punished, I would say. That is something that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm curious, for a team like Alcad that has been honestly one of the most committed to some of these wild and wacky sim cheeses, I like the Sim Bastion. I think the Sim Bastion on certain maps can come out and be a devastating punishment to the enemy Zarya in particular. The Zarya bubbles, they're just not good enough. You're just dead. The Bastion's gonna break both of your bubbles and still clean you up.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe we'll see it. We talked a little bit about it during EMEA.
ban. Okay.
Yeah, OWCS bans the Ramatra here early on. So that would tell you what we want to see.
They want to play Zarya.
Zarya, Diva, things like that.
Yeah.
And then the Lucio ban is a little bit surprising, but also it's one you can definitely use against Alcat, right? With Kellex wanting to play a lot of that Lucio. We talked about how Geekate, right? They can play a lot of these Wuyong-based compositions, right? So maybe there's something they have up their sleeve for this first map.
Yeah, and I think taking away the Lucio on Nepal is going to be especially interesting, because we saw in that Team CC's match where the double flex looked pretty good. The Lucio was the answer that beat it,
to the
responded to it. But without speed, can you get on top of a backliner like that? We've seen Kiri Wuyang be a very strong backline. Not easy to catch those heroes, even with the Lucio. So when you take that tool away, mitigate some of the rotation potential. And I think Alcat is a team that loves to be stacked up in a death ball, running from kill to kill and just controlling the tempo. I feel like taking away the Lucio puts this map a little bit more in GK's comfort zone.
Yeah, a little DHL shout out there on the fall, getting some love on the side, but
we will get your packages to the top of the mountain, man.
Yeah, here in Nepal. This looks like a mountain. Obviously, it is a mountain. Yes, that's a very good point. DHL
This
can
looks
get you,
like a mountain.
DHL can get you all the way up there.
2025.
Yep, this looks like a mountain. Yep, that's
Oh, a little Brig Juno. All right.
Oh.
Right.
All right. So for that is going to be Alcancia there on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So that'll be Alcancia hovering over a Brig Juno setup, which is quite interesting. Like, Juno's really fallen off from, like, midpoint of the year, right? She was very strong and then kind of went nowhere a little bit, but it'll be Alcancia actually using this early on. And then for GK, it'll be Kuffa and Co. Running this Hazard.
The Hazard could be spicy here, right? Could kind of mitigate Symmetra, Hooper off some of her teleporters, maybe split up some of the big rushes that Brig Juno want to run as a team. For now, both teams biding their time, but with the point opening, time to get into the action. GK up on this high ground, Kuffa looking for a connection, maybe wants to dive into that backline. For now, Ziaz is holding down the point solo, trades with Maimon, but the orb comes in from Checkmate and pops the Tracer. So out of nowhere, Maimon down, and Alcatia up one. They're going to TP into the backline, goes to get a little bit active. Checkmate takes a bit of pressure, but is dealing out easily as good as he's getting. GK stabilizing though.
And I imagine this is something that Alcatia has worked on, because I think if you watch the EMEA, like they were a team that would see Lucio banned against them constantly, and it seemed like at times they would like struggle to figure out how to go against it. Now with a Juno Brig lineup though, Kellex can play the Brig as Ziad cleans everybody up. Kellex is a fantastic Brig, so now you can get another comfort kind of support line to fall back on when Lucio's not in.
Yeah, I think Brig Juno is one that they've liked in the past, and it gives tremendous stability, right? Especially for a sim comp that's up against Hazard, who, you know, Hazard wants to get active, wants to aggro in, and there's few backlines more difficult to attack into than the Juno Brig.
Also this point, right? Specifically where you want to fight in close quarters over the objective, like Sim Brig, Juno there as well with the D.Va, very difficult to fight into.
Yeah, it's a lot of health to be able to give it over to Ziad. Kuffa tries to go past that front line, get into the back line. Big bullet shot into the back line, though, takes down Landon. Landon rips the orbital ray before he goes down. So providing some support from beyond the grave, it seems like enough for the moment for Alcad to hold on to this point. GK up against the clock now. Lethal takes out Checkmate, and Kuffa finds Kellex. That could be crucial, but Kuffa has to give his life to get it done, so there's still more Overwatch to be played here. Ziad has Bomb holding on to the point.
And Ziad is so healthy, and he's so good when playing with the Bomb. I imagine they're going to get down here. Yep, Ziad's going to get a touch. He's going to be able to basically play like he has the second life, and now you have everybody back. I mean, he makes plays on D.Va that are just unreal. Like, it's like, I don't know how, it feels like he has twice as much health as some of the other Divas.
Yeah, beautiful control of the tempo. Here's the Stimwall coming out from Checkmate. DK seems to have evaded it for the moment, but Maimon, not so lucky. Takes a rail to the face. Here comes the overclock from Lab, though. Wants to close this one out here and now. The tidal blast over the top, though, is way too much. Kuffa gets that kill. Maimon's going to be back into this one quick. And now, the fight being taken to point. DK forced to pop the rush. Wanted to lock this one and secure it. Rally but is it not enough? And now Kuffa manages to stay alive through that damage. Forced to drop the downpour. For the most part, defensive into this one. Alcad maybe still fighting this one out, but Ziad, no, he's going to hold on to the self-destruct, save it for another day. And GK not able to give up the point from here on out. It's 99-0, a long road back, but could be an awkward retake for Alcad. I mean, the D.Va Bomb isn't so easy to use in this spot.
Didn't love the rally there. Kellex was very low, tries to pop that rally, maybe thinks he can kind of get himself healed up, but he gets burst down there by Kuffa and Co. Pulse Bomb goes in there from Maimon, does not connect with anything, takes a little bit of health off a Checkmate, but that's healed up straight away. So get nothing with that Pulse Bomb. Nice whip shot there from Kellex, as they're going to move straight to the point.
Bullet shot is in, but it's just not enough. Ziad is super low, but he doesn't even lose the mech and still has that self-destruct as well. Kuffa now, under the ire of Checkmate's Symmetra, is going to get pushed off the point. Ziad finds Ultraviolet, and the backline is going to cut to pieces. Alcott, the front line, way too strong for GK, who just crumble in the final fight.
Yes, I also think, Jake, with this matchup, right, neither of these teams is like sleeping on each other, right? The first two games of the day, you could be like, the T1 really prep crazy for Team CC.
Yeah, they might be already thinking about their second round matchup, maybe missed some of the prep here, but these two teams
have honed in on each other for like weeks
Absolutely.
now.
They knew this was a key match.
Yeah, so you are going to see the strats really dialed in between these two, and I think Alcatia, with just a really nice comp there early on. I spoke with some of the members of Alcatia and Twisted Minds yesterday, and was just talking about how impactful Junkbuck has been, not just on the team, but on the region in EMEA, getting them playing all these different kinds of comps, searching here, and you can see Landon and Kellex really paid off here of this comp.
The Juno Brig, I think it's a very potent style for OWCS. They're piloting it very well, and Kappa just has a very tough test. Maimon, though, is going to step over to the Venture, and I do like this, right? A little bit more of that ability to punish grouped up enemies than Tracer can really offer in the current patch. And a lot of poke for GK. This map is a little bit more easy to play that ring around Rosie, but Checkmate's been sharp with these TPs. We'll see if any of that changes.
Yeah, I'm just curious of how dialed in Maimon Venture is, right? And it's also a little bit of a harder shell to play it into, Jake, because you're not going to be playing that Zarya, right? We were talking about how the Zarya works really well with the Venture, being able to use some of those bubbles to keep the Venture alive. They're actually going all in, all out here with the Hazard in the mix.
Yeah, and UV's down, using that TP to great effect, restabilizing in the backline, and now onto the checkpoint. You're onto only the Kiriko for heals. Ziad still healthy enough for the moment to keep this point contest going. Still fight to be had. GK keeping this one alive. Lethal finds one, but the death ball is just too potent, and still OWCS just overwhelmed.
But you would think for GK, like obviously Kappa's tremendous on the Hazard, right? That's like, think back to like Champions Clash early on in the season. That's what he was really kind of dominating on. But like the Zarya would be much better with this type of comp going into what OWCS is playing, no?
It's hard because honestly, I think you just get run over on Zarya here. Like you just, the Civ will just kill you.
Yeah.
And the Juno Break, you can't stand toe-to-toe no matter what your tank pick is. Given the rest of your comp, you have to have some mobility to be able to play your way out of that. I mean, we saw that in our first match of the day. You just get run over by these heavy rushes. But Kappa, meanwhile, still struggling, gets something down. Admiral finds the first kill, but once again, it's just the ultimate's on point. OWCS forcing the fights in the objective and just picking off whoever steps out of position on GK, who are forced to take a quick reset here to try and come back in. But I mean, this map has been pretty one-sided so far.
Yeah, now, I mean, GK gonna have to try and break in here, and you have the rally here from Kellex. You see, maybe just trying to bait somebody in. Like, you pop that rally, get a stun, and then just burn a target right away, right?
An aggro rally could be back-breaking here. GK, this is a huge threat. He's got the double bash. Here's the TP for it. He wants to find this rally, wants to get that connection. Here it comes. Moved away for a moment, gets the bash.
That is sick.
But Ziad already has found Admiral. Damage is done. Checkmate goes down, though, so hold on. Decent trades, but still, Kappa has to take that ire of the second stun, and there's just not enough support to keep him alive through this. Way too rock solid from OWCS. I mean, they drop a player here and there, but it doesn't dissuade them from continued aggression, from continuing to punish these mobile heroes on GK.
And as soon as Maimon actually goes in and uses a burrow to try and get in, guess what? The TP comes out and they just all run right away. So now the Venture is stuck there with no mobility to get back to the rest of the team. And then OWCS is in your back line there with a rally, as it's going to be a tectonic shock. They're trying to take some of this bridge control.
Yeah, and they have to get a little bit of space here. Tech Shock not really able to get value. Stimwall creates a lot of space, but coupled with the downpour, that's big. That shuts down Labda, takes the overclock out of contention, and GK now in a 5-on-3 should be able to clean this one up. But a little bit of deja vu, Matt. They take the point, 99-0 damage already done. The prospect of winning this many fights back-to-back, I mean, we haven't seen it yet out of GK. It would be a pretty huge performance here. They have the rush to start things off. That's a pretty powerful tool.
Yeah, but like what? You use the rush, they'll end up having like an orbital ray built back up, and then you're in a really bad spot in the next fight. I think also you have to be careful here for GK. If you go aggressive with a rush and don't like end up with a kill or two right away, you're gonna get you're gonna be playing now into the orbital ray. You're gonna be standing right on top of it.
I mean, they're getting such an unconventional angle here. Alcad all the way into the flank, and they bait the rush. They're out of there. Oh, that's such a, I mean, that's great use of the TP, right? That was the tool for GK, and you can't blame him for it. If you delay that rush a little bit too long, Alcad could just run you over. But this time, the read's not there. Once again, Checkmate right back into the flank.
They're just getting flanked, and the orbital ray's going to come from the front.
Yeah, now it's getting a little bit awkward, though. I mean, like, where's the connection for Alcad? They need to get in and finish off some backliners. Lethal just barely manages to grab that pack, has some support helping him in the backline. Maimon finds Kellex, and so the split is actually favoring GK. They're the comp that wants to play mobile, that wants to play in these different ranges. Ziad loses mech, has to pop self-destruct. Labda finds something, and could be just doing enough to win this one out as Kappa drops low on the Hazard and is cleaned up, but this is Maimon's second in the fight, and onto a crucial target, no less.
Yeah, UV dangerously low, gets healed up, but you are going to lose Lethal as Ziad still in the mix, right? Gets a self-destruct, gets that mech back, then can keep going on the rampage that we're used to seeing from Ziad as pushes GK all the way back. It'll be a tidal blast here. Use on Admiral just to try and keep him alive, but Jake, just feels like the inevitable here for Alcatia to take this map.
They're so sharp on these sim comps, man. I mean, just a tactical domination there on the retake. And it just feels like, I mean, you have so much mobility on GK. They're planning to play their way out of all these situations. But Alcad, I mean, they're so sharp. They always find the right place to teleport. They always find the right way to attack. I feel like Ziad has been managing the pressure incredibly well. And I mean, this is what we've seen from this guy all year long as a pretty much a rookie tank player, looking like one of the best in the world.
He is so sick when he's got self-destruct and he can just play like on an island by himself, like basically be like hyper aggressive. He always figures out a way to like get the mech back, stay alive. Like it's like basically he's got like, you know, 1,000+ HP at that point, right? That you have to kind of take him out twice.
He's got such a great read of the line too, because he has that self-destruct, but more often than not, he doesn't need to use it because he's just on that limit. He knows, you know, to push just far enough without needing, without wasting self-destruct and getting immense value out of it.
Yeah, we take a look at the stats as Labd actually had a really good game as well. Like we're highlighting that hit scan matchup early on, you know, Lethal leading, you know, for GK in terms of damage. But yeah, like there were so many times throughout the season in EMEA where you would see Ziad like start off a fight and like somehow be able to kind of like, you know, maneuver around on the D.Va and always come out with like, you know, 30 HP, 50 HP, like just so good at pushing D.Va to the max.
Yeah, the Brig Juno also looked great in the backline for
a
Alcad.
huge win for them.
And it's a comp where, like, yeah, Lethal does the most damage on the server, but with Brig Juno, you don't really care, right? You can soak tons of damage onto your D.Va, and you're just pumping her full of heals, keeping her enabled. Checkmate takes a lot of deaths that game, but he's not there to carry the game. He's there to set the team up for success, and he does exactly that on the Symmetra on Nepal.
And I think a lot of other teams would be worried if that composition actually kind of starts to pan out for Alcad, because I feel like the one thing that everybody would say going into a series with Alcatia is like, okay, we're going to ban Lucio on one map. It's going to force Kellex off of it, right? Maybe they have to play something weird. If they have that comp to kind of fall back on, of course, like, you know, in numerous maps, let's say, that is tough, because now you start to get into this, like, hey, we're going to play Sim with, you know, whatever. We're going to play it with Ram. We're going to play it with Zarya. We're going to play it however we want. And there's really no stopping it.
Yeah, I mean, with this many options, right? If you can do it without the Lucio, with Brig Juno being a viable backup, you know, and then Ziad in the tank role, right? Like he could be playing the Ramatra, he could be playing the Orisa, but the D.Va, for me, the D.Va is my preferred variant of the Sim, because you put that D.Va in a position where she's already gap closed on you and she has every CD.
And with the flight form,
exactly. She's right on top of you and she hasn't used any Matrix. She hasn't used her booster yet. She hasn't used missiles, and she's right into your backline.
Where can GK go that they can get an advantage? Is there a map in the pool that is like not?
I mean, you have the power to throw a sim ban here.
Yeah.
The thing about Alcatia, they're not dependent on the Symmetra, but I think for GK, in a first or two here, I feel like you'd be remiss to do anything but ban sim.
Right.
You know, given that...
you have to do it once in the series.
Exactly.
Right?
If it goes to a map 3, then, well, you could just use a DPS ban to protect it for Alcad. So I feel like you got to go somewhere, take the sim out of the Matrix. We'll see, you know, if that's enough. Maybe you take it to like a push map and you just play a front-to-back style. Although, is Kuffa in on this lineup? I mean, maybe you go to like a Dorado and play some Winston and bring a style that GK have looked like one of the best in the world on.
Route 66 is not an awesome sim map. Like, you know, you can use it like first point, like second point. It doesn't have as much value. I'm just trying to think, like,
you could like ban the D.Va on 66 and think you're just gonna beat the sim.
Yeah,
I wouldn't hate it.
What else is in the pool? Like Blizzard World actually is pretty decent for sim, like at moments. You know, then you're going down to like, you know, New Queen Street or like the Runasapi. I don't think you'd want to kind of probably go to either of those. Yeah, it might be one of those like hybrid type of maps, whether it's like a or an escort, right, where it's either like, you know, the Route 66. What about Shambali?
I mean, Alcad, or rather GK are a tough team to predict, and they're gonna go Shambali. I feel like they've got to ban Sim here. This is a monster.
This would be, I guess,
But if you take Sim out of the equation, things get very spicy very quickly. And it's also a place where Lethal could really shine. I mean, I think he already had a solid game on Nepal. Labdo was giving just as good as he was getting, though, and it really was back and forth. But this is a map you take it to when you really want to gamble on your hit scan.
Yes, and I guess like you're also thinking of GK if you win this one, right? Like, is Alcad just gonna pick King's Row, like, or like King's Row or like Suravasa? Like, you probably feel okay with either of those if you're GK, with an opportunity to close it out there. So, interesting pick. We've also seen, I mean, you probably doesn't come into favor on like a Shambali. Like, you know, Maimon obviously has played, you know, Tracer, can play Venture like we just saw.
I hope he just brings the Venture, man. Every time we've seen Tracer all day long,
it's not been great.
It's been lackluster. I mean, the Venture has looked like definitively the better hero.
It's so interesting how, like, you know, Tracer obviously gets a nerf, like, is it one of the bigger ones?
The thing about the nerf is
like,
it's a nerf that's very hard to calculate.
Yeah.
Because it's not a statistic. It's not just a raw damage nerf. It is a damage nerf, right? But it makes, if you don't know, you know, her bullet size is nerfed, which is pretty hard to understand what that means. It means you're going to do slightly less damage at more or less every range because slightly more of your bullets are going to miss unless you're, you know, like pulse pistols straight to the back. Like you're not going to be doing as much damage, not going to be doing as consistent of damage, but you're still the most mobile hero in the game. You still have some of the best point contests in the game. And the Venture, so GK, they're going to let the sim through. They want to deal with the sim on this map. That's wild to me.
So,
honestly, that's
okay, hold on. But I wonder if GK, they ban the Kiri. Is this a Wu Yang protect for UV to be able to play that here? Because he has been awesome at at NA.
I mean, this honestly, this makes like absolutely no sense to me because they just play Brick Juno.
It's not great. Yeah,
I mean, play Brick Juno. Like they don't. I don't know why. You could play Bat Lucio here. I don't think you even would play Kiri. Like if you're the sim team, I think you would play Bat Lucio or Brick Juno. The AoE heals are really powerful in the Sims comps.
I mean, are you looking like, could you play Ana potentially if you're UV and GK? Like,
maybe that's it. Maybe this is like an Ana Winston look.
Yeah.
You know, bring out the Ashe or something like that, or hey, maybe even like an Illari, right? You take away the Kiri. Historically, that's opened the door for like, hey, we just saw Varel win this map with double backline flex support. I mean,
I still can't believe that just happened. Like we just kind of moved on past that. But no, it looks like for GK, at least here on offense, we'll get a chance what they decide to do. They've been playing a ton of the Wu Yang, so maybe that's kind of where they were going with it. Alcad, I mean, this is right up their alley. Like, if you ask them, like, you know, some of the comps they like, this would be one of the answers, right? With the Ramatra, the Bath, the Lucio, and obviously the Sim.
I mean, it's interesting about this is now with no Kiri, any Ana nade that is found is going to be like a very big nade, very impactful. And at the same time, you really don't want to go Diva on Ziad if Kuffa stays on this Zarya. And especially with Echo backing it up as well, there's a lot of beam damage on the field. For now, though, Kuffa maybe just wants to take the Ram Mirror, be able to provide some AoE to maybe punish some of these Sim TPs, but breaking this choke point is an unenviable task for any attackers. Let's see if they're able to do it. Alcad, this is going to be a well-practiced scenario for them. Ziad is very far forward holding the card, just being greedy right here.
This is also a backline that I don't really recall seeing all too often. A Wu Yang Juno here? That is, typically you would see like, whether it's like the Wu Yang with like a Lucio, sometimes we see it.
Yeah.
In EMEA, we see a lot of Wu Yang Kiri, right? But obviously Kiri gone here. The Wu Yang Juno here is an interesting look.
It's kind of wild. I mean, it does give a pretty significant amount of damage. Good heal throughput. Maybe they're just trying to play that mobility game and stay away from the Symmetra. Rail connection is good onto UV, and the follow-up damage is there, but the trades are even better in Alcad. A couple good fights, but now this one should be the crumbling with the attacker spawn so close. GK, they want to close this one out quick, but Alcad are just running the clock down on them. I mean, they know they have no chance in this fight, but Ziad's going to block it up here on the Ram and stall as long as he can. Hey, that's a minute off the clock. Yeah, the cart didn't roll a meter, so Alcad are going to get 3 fights on first point.
Yeah,
we see this a lot from the elite sim teams.
Yeah, it's pretty decent there for Alcad. And because they're playing the sim, right, they may be able to get there a little bit faster, get another fight before it kind of rounds that Diva corner. So they will make the Diva swap here, now they're really comfortable with what they're playing. And then Landon obviously doing a ton of healing and damage off to the side. Already he's got this Amp Matrix here.
I like this Diva look a lot now.
But look how early they get this next fight.
I mean, they open the window, but yeah, there's going to be an easy 3 fights here. Now they just want to double down. TPing, trying to connect deeper onto the backline. Lethal didn't see that one coming. Alcad stepped way forward off of the cart, and now Cuff is dropping low. The sustain just isn't there. Admiral goes over to the Brig, which is nice. Ultraviolet finds a pickup onto Landon, which takes a lot of the sustain out of this comp. And now he's going to double down with a Tidal Blast. Getting active here on this Wu Yang. Okay, UV. He's got hands. He's got this fight going on, and Maimon might be getting the cleanup. Cardis rolled back significantly during this fight. And GK, I mean, the second fight win in a row, technically, and yet it just doesn't feel like it. This is why Alcadze are so hard to beat. The strategy itself has taken 2 minutes off the clock.
Right, and it's like now, that fight basically took another minute, and then guess what? Ziad can play quite aggressive here. They're going to have sound barrier most likely during this fight. It'd actually be a duplicate here as Ziad tries to get out of the way, and it's going to be an overclock from Labda and an off angle.
Oh, fancy footwork from Lethal there. Dodges a headshot on the OC. Yeah, Labda drops down, and Mymone with the copied ram. Double ram is just way too strong, trying to hold on to that point. And all right, GK, I mean, the clock was ran down, but Alcad just didn't have the staying power to really take that final fight.
Well, yeah, I mean, Alcatia there is going to play for a sound barrier, right? So you have kind of like Labda off the side. Hopefully that Ziad kind of holds that corner. And then maybe you can kind of force some of these ultimates out, and GK plays a little bit passive, and then you end up with a beat. But I love how GK decided to actually go quite aggressive there. They had like the Ash, they ended up using the dupe, and they push on forward. Let's listen into GK, see if they can take this fight.
Look trade on side. He's beats him. Sim half. Sim on you will.
I'm out. Yeah, only sway window. Are you throwing that?
Are you throwing pipe before? Yeah.
Only window.
Okay. I'm in. Yeah, get the right side flank this time.
I'm gonna TP window somewhere. TP pop.
I'm no shield already. No slow. I shield top. I'm walking point.
Yeah.
I'm Wait.
I'm ready to pick up.
TV now, left side.
Fight.
Hang on. I saw them. It's hard.
Oh, kill me.
Work TB.
I'm behind him. I'm
Big fight. Yeah.
Manika.
I can't up here. Get next.
They window, right?
Yeah.
I got a Ramo.
Oh, he did it?
Slow, they're pushing.
I'm getting in
Yeah,
spawn.
let's just get push side, they're gonna push the other side.
Yeah. That's fine, you go
Holding spawn now. Okay. Watch for their slow, guys. Yeah, you can win and help with this fight.
I'm walking on slow soon, full rail. I look slow.
You can win and help with this fight, okay?
I'm slow now. Ram them form with me.
We can push him, ready?
Yeah, I'm walking.
3, 2, 1, hit.
Slow. Go down low.
Ram knock.
Get me.
Oh, can Yeah, I'm taking it. Almost ready, Daniel. They're not looking at you.
They're backing.
Alcati are just relentless with these forward fights, this time taking the spawn hold, and Lethal does find the kill that sends them back, that gets a little bit of breathing room for our North American representatives here, but Alcad wants to close this series out here. Bob opens up for Lethal, but Alcad's going to kite this one out, give up a bit of cart time and re-engage.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna give up some cart progress here, right? But I know you're gonna obviously burn some time, and Alcatia did a great job burning even more clock there as they kind of move towards the spawn door. It'll be Labda here with an OC here from the top high ground. You have the rally popped here by Admiral trying to keep everybody alive, but guess what? Now you can just back up again here for Alcatia.
And Matrix can be backbreaking here. GK don't have an obvious response to it. Land is looking for that opportunity, wants to find something. Bit of damage goes into the backline, forces the drone out. Here comes the window, though, and attacking into that is a tall order. Mymone's doing it, though. The sticky bomb connection is good there. Takes down Kelix, taking out some of the mobility. It's up to Checkmate now, who immediately rips the symbol, keeps this fight going. And that kill onto UV might be enough. Mymone finds his second, though. Second support down, and that means you have no sustain in this fight for Alcott, but they just have enough health maybe to get this one over the line. Kuffa making it scrappy, has the Rambo if he wants to double down and recommit into this one.
Nah, I think there's no way, because you're going to have he does actually use it. I wonder here, Kelix coming back. Do you even think about using this beat? No, it actually looks like that Kuffa was just kind of forced down.
Checkmate's very low, and I think GK are going to know about it. He's getting healed up here, but Lucio getting active into the fight. UV follows it up. And this has been a trademark GK style. The Wu Yang Lucio gone into for desperation mode in this retake. Kelix has the beat, but they don't have Checkmate, so they've got to find kills very quickly. Mymone with the Ram Cop is going to stabilize things on point. Admiral dances away on the Lucio. Ultraviolet, though, not so lucky. Doesn't get out of this one. A bit of extra card progress has landed incredibly low, and the copied Rambold is just enough to get this one over the line with OT spawns. I'm not sure Katsuya get another fight.
I was going to say, do you get another fight? So you have the sim here available. You're going to have Kelix coming off of the spawn.
They're just not, I mean, the OT spawns are brutal.
I don't think you're going to be
like, Ziad's not even alive just now. I mean, if they just touch their death.
Yeah, Kelix thought about it. He rounded the corner and was like, you know what? I don't want to be a
You know what? The 1v4, I'm not taking that one. A little bit of respect to GK on that one. Lethal, this guy can hit a shot or two.
Yeah, so you know what? I don't want to be a TikTok. What was that? So let's back up a little bit. As You're in a pretty good spot, though, here for Alcad, right? You have the Annihilation here. You can get quite aggressive around this corner. No support ultimate to work with. I mean, Maimon, he's been so good throughout this map, but ends up falling there.
Honestly, respect to Maimon for just going for that, for taking that risk, because, hey, if that goes the other way, that's your opener. That's something to keep this game continuing. Breaking this corner, though, is going to be a tall order. You're close on a couple ultimates, but you don't quite have anything online, and we're running into that barrier where are you going to get another fight? If Alcad can delay this one for just a moment, they could be running the clock out in this next fight, and it's very strong in this choke.
This area to fight also is not exactly ideal for the Echo, right?
No.
Like inside of this kind of a hallway where it's close quarters, even if you're up at near the top of the roof.
Lethal, nice moves, man. Just stands and delivers onto Labda, and that's a big kill from your Ashe. Shuts down the OC, and Mason and Alcadzia packing. They're still here. They're still holding this one, refusing to back down for now. Checkmate in a bit of trouble on this offing. Has to TP back, playing the window, but this double angle setup with the TP is pretty nasty, pretty hard to break. Even with the pick, it's not enough for GK to pull the trigger and keep pushing. But now, with the stim wall down in overtime, you have to continue this fight. Here comes the beat from GK. They rip it, forcing back this position. Alcad recognize they have to back out. They can't stand toe-to-toe with the sound barrier. And as the stim wall expires, we're coming into advantage for GK, but Labda finds a crucial kill into Lethal. Here comes that Tidal Blast onto the Echo. You're diving and trying to take down UV in the backline. He's waving away for the moment, but Labda has found that kill. Maimon finds blood of his own, and maybe 2 Rams gonna be alive in this fight. Kuffa pops the first Ram. Steve Maimon has to go for the copy here as Kuffa is dropping, replacing his tank in the front line. They're actually still a winnable fight potentially for GK, but no, the copy is burned down. Maimon in his only Echo form, but it's just not enough. The Sim turret's cooking on the point, and Checkmate closes that one out. Nonetheless, though, is that the best push we've seen so far? I mean,
yeah, it might be.
Getting into third is a win of its own.
Yeah, no, a really good offense there for GK. I think, obviously, Alcadzia, I think just looking like how they just played it really safe throughout the entire map. There's never like a moment where they tried to try and make a risk type of play to get a hold. I thought Maimon had a really good first half. I mean, 18 and 2.
Very sick.
9,300 damage, but really it's about those pickoffs that he's getting on the Echo.
Yeah, I mean, the Echo was immaculate. You know, to be honest, Alcad are like making it surprisingly difficult given the performances on the individuals, but this is the strength of their comp, right? That even in some of these fights they can't win, strategically they're still getting the edge. They're still able to hold on sometimes when they do lose that first player because the team play is just so rock solid.
Yeah, and we'll see Lethal end up playing the Freya here on defense, so we saw some Ashe on offense.
I mean,
now
this is a pretty thick comp to be trying to play Stim into this is a real challenge. I mean, like, you're kind of crazy for playing Stim into this.
They're going to do it.
Yeah,
I mean they're going to do it.
Absolutely, they will. But Freya and Echo are just raining death from above on you, and you're trying to TP around.
But I guess what's the option then? Like, would you play? Like, what would you do if you're Alcadzia? Like, obviously their Sim comps are so good. There's not a great reason to move off of it, but
yeah. I would love to see Ziad go Diva into this, personally. I think that would be a pretty key pick here. One that could just provide, even with the Symmetra, provide some better frontline cover. But the Ram may be just too important to contest the cart on this map with how often we see a lot of fights decided by who's able to like hold those corners down. And I mean, there's just no tank better than Ram when it comes to holding the corner.
I would also say this team has more experience playing Sim into all these different types of comps than just about any in the world, right? Yeah. So if there's one team that can figure out how to kind of make it work, it is Alcadzia.
Big slow on the choke point from Kuffa there. He's holding the off angle well. And now, after the dust settles a little bit, that should be nice for GK playing those open sight lines. Yes, and there's Lethal opening up onto Labda. Drone forced. It's a bit awkward and defensive, but Kuffa caught in the room and bursted down. Still, the DPS continue to prowl it for GK with the open space. Maimon finds another. They're rolling cart nonetheless, despite having only 3 players alive. So without Kuffa, I mean, the progress is being made despite some defensive kills. The DPS need to get yet more done out of GK. Maimon dropping low, and he is going to be cleaned up as well. So, I mean, this is a fight that it feels like Alcadzia lost, and yet they can roll the cart.
Landon is so good, man. He's like inside of that room, and he just kind of continues to play from it and finds angles to heal everybody up and provide a little bit of damage because Maimon doesn't want to go down and kind of play into that room. Knows there's an immortality field there. He most certainly would have died.
Oh, big window, but Lethal crucially takes down that soldier. Maimon over the top, gets the beam in, cuts down Landon, and that's both of the backliners out first from Alcadzia. That's how you got to deal with this Sim comp, right? Take the legs out from under them. Don't get baited to focusing the Ram, and a brutal stall into Ziad. Admiral, a little bit hasty to take that kill, but it gets it done. And this is a reset where this is honestly one of the hardest spots in the sim comp, where you get full reset and now you have to cross so many challenging choke points. It can be done, and a perfectly played symmetric comp in theory can always, like find that way through. But you're giving GK so much agency to punish. Big stickies onto the TP. It's not enough though to find a kill. And Alcad, get over to the cart. This is how they want to fight. But GK have a lot of ults to deploy into this one. Here comes the copy. They don't give up the point. No C9 for now. Labda does take down Lethal, but 2 Ramatras on the field. There's a lot of AoE damage pumping into this sim team. For now, they're sustaining through it. But without Ziad, not sure if that's going to be able to continue. And Maimon able to take down Landon.
Kelix beats here. So actually tried to use the beat to keep Landon alive and doesn't actually connect with him to keep him up. And now you're going to lose Labda even after he finds one. So maybe a little bit of a blunder here for Alcatia as Kelix trying to use that beat to keep Landon up. He basically dies as he's going to drop it. And that is unfortunate. You would love to have that beat with everybody up.
And you were saying, Matt, I mean, Alcatia just hadn't taken any risks. They had played so stable, so consistently, and now they go for the gamble beat. This time it doesn't pay off. And this is an ult you would have loved to have going into the next fight.
Against the rally?
Yeah, now the rally is such a potent sustained ultimate. Checkmate does have that wall, and I mean, attacking into a Rambald is often a very poor play. So we'll see if GK want to get aggro with this rally. Likely going to be defensive, but already the drone's forced out. The sim wall as well, relatively defensive. GK trying to slow this one down. The rally, keeping things alive for the moment, relatively defensive. But Alcazia, the script is starting to turn against them. Here comes Kuffa into the flank, takes down Labda. That's one of your key attacking pieces for this offense. And with the bullet shot as well, now Kuffa popping the ult on top. This should be a real challenge. Alcazia, they need to sustain through this. They pop the counter ram ult. And actually, Maimon maybe going a little bit over-aggressive. It's been Alcatia holding on here, keeping this fight going, and they have a window and an OC to potentially close out first point.
Yeah, and you're going to get players back off of the respawn here for Alcad as Landon gets to the high ground here via a TP. Nice immortality field, keeping his teammates up. Checkmate would not have lived on through that.
Landon's so low, but the pressure on Cart is immense. Lethal does end up cleaning up Landon, but he has to come out of position to do it, and that ultimately secures the flip. So Alcadia hanging on there in a tenuous scenario. As you mentioned before, I think a lot of props has to go to a player like Landon, able to navigate these incredibly challenging scenarios on the Batiste and just continue to heal, continue to do his job, to be that stable force, keeping the rest of the team alive. But it does feel like they've been getting a bit picked apart by GK. This is the time now for the script to turn, for Alcazia to take the initiative, and it's going to be Labda with the OC.
Yeah, OC on a flank here with the Lucio. Obviously, he's going to protect him as a one-shot into Admiral and not able to finish off him, but with a back shot into Kuffa there, takes him out there with the OC. So that is a huge kill. You're also going to get Maimon, so maybe this opens up that second point.
Oh, Lethal. Lethal needs to stay alive now, but he's caught by this MTP, just can't get away. Checkmate, undeniable. Landon's going to have a very long walk back from spawn, though. Baptiste has no real way to fast roll out here. And if GK can just get a decently stable fight, I think Alcad are going to have to back off and let the clock run down just a little bit longer.
Yeah, can you maybe set up a... Nah, you can't even really set up a TP up here on the high ground to get him back. You also don't want to burn it, but it looks like actually Landon back in the mix.
Oh, that's a great sim wall. It's going to isolate the fight onto this side of Cart. You're continuing to pressure this in. GK are going to really struggle to get into this one. Kuffa just has to hold the front line, but the beat comes in, and it could be backbreaking. Katsia swarming forward over the cart. Ziad finds one, Landon with the next, and it's going to be Akatsia taking second point, and most likely the map now. GK struggled to close this one out in points 1 and 2, and it may just be too hard now. I mean, there's no room left for Echo to maneuver here in this choke point. We saw it on the defense, how powerful this Alcatsia strat is in the small room.
And you can't exactly play that choke there if you're GK, right? Because like a tank falls or something, then all of a sudden now everybody's scrambling down to the low ground. You're going to have to play a little bit more offensive here. So it looks like, they actually go on a little bit of a TP flank here. They have the Amp Matrix to work with as well. They flip the map.
A little bit of misposition Amp Matrix, I think, from Landon there, but it might still be good enough. Kuffa is rotating around the cart, staying alive, but his HP is dropping quickly. Ziad's on his back, taking down that opposing tank. No one's here to hold the cart, and the feed is Alcazia as they clean up this second map. Going to Shambali, letting this sim through proves to be hubris here from GK.
Yes, I mean, Alcazia, this is the types of compositions they love to play. They are the best at them, and even with a little bit of a wild card there with like the Echo, the Freya, things kind of thrown in, right? GK trying to play like Wuyong with whether it be like a Juno or a Brig, something along those lines. Man, they are just too good at these comps. I mean, Alcazia just still so strong.
It's such a statement win because it shows like, I mean, GK had a phenomenal game. Like, both Lethal and Maimon did about as well as you could ever expect on heroes that are quite good against this sim comp, and it just wasn't enough. OWCS just, once they get into these ult fights, once they're able to like force their will onto the cart, take the position they want with the sim, they just know how to close out these fights.
Yeah, and there towards the end, it was actually a really nice, like, so they TP and then use that Ant Matrix from behind, and it forces Kuffa into like a really weird spot where Kuffa is kind of like in that choke, but he's also split from the rest of the team because they can't come around and try and keep him alive there. And then he ends up ultimately falling at the hands of Ziad, who I believe has an annihilation at the moment, and just a really nice setup there from OWCS. And I would say a lot of it, right, it's the sim, but it's not even the sim like damage, and it's really the TP. They utilize that better, I think, than anybody else.
Absolutely. They're the best in the world, I think, especially these styles. Maybe Twisted Minds would take issue with that, as you know, maybe they want to challenge for it.
Yeah,
but
true.
For my money, I think when it comes to the way Alcad play, it just feels like even you can play this well, that's GKR, you can be this sick as an individual, and just in the end, you're getting out-stratted. You're being put in these unwinnable scenarios. And I mean, checkmate is about as accurate as it can be. I will say, GK played this series very competitively. They did look quite strong.
Yes, yeah, they didn't look bad.
Their style, and we talked about this, it's just a very tough round one draw. They're gonna have to fight it out in the lower bracket now. No more mistakes allowed.
Well, it's, you know, we've talked about it where, like, we thought this series would be close. It is a close series in like a 2-0. Like, I would say Shambali was obviously, very back and forth there, kind of went down to the wire. I think Alcad really kind of looked very strong in map number 1 and never really felt like EK had an answer. But hey, look, this is an Alcatia team with them and Twisted Minds at the top of EMEA. Both of those teams feel like they have a realistic shot of winning this event. And with a performance like that for Alcatia, you believe that they do.
Yeah, stocks up for sure for Sim and the EMEA teams. To find out more about how Alcad are feeling after this match, we're going to send it down to Danny with an interview.
Thank you so much, Jake. Yes, I am here joined by Landon from Alcatia. Great stuff today, 2-0 victory for you guys. I mean, I feel like you guys, it seemed like you guys were very well prepared against GK today. What was your preparation like for this matchup?
I think less of prepping for them and more like we know, like the comps we play are pretty obvious. You know, everyone kind of knows what they're getting into when they queue up into an Alcatia match. And I think that like dependence on a certain kind of comp is a weakness for some. But to us, it means like kind of no matter what GK throws at us, like we know like what we're getting into. We know how to solve it.
I mean, for the comps that you just mentioned, I mean, I'm guessing it's the Ram Rush comp that you guys are talking about. Do you guys feel like you guys are the best Ram Rush team that we have in OWCS?
I think we're probably like the best Ram team at adapting to a lot of comps. Like I think our team has a good idea of how to play like what we play into literally anything they can throw at us.
I mean, give me an example. Like, what were some of the I think adaptations that you guys had to make against GK today?
I mean, like if you look at the second map, that is not a fun matchup to play Sim into. Like Checkmate is playing into Wu Yang, Ram, Echo, Ash, but he finds a way, and like you never see Checkmate getting picked pre-fight, like with all this spam. Yeah. He's always there, always alive, finding a way to get value, and I think that's like what makes our team special.
I mean, yeah, I think even the casters are talking about like how are they going to make this Ram Rush comp work, and you guys made it work. So I think that's very fascinating. Let's talk about your match tomorrow. You guys are going up against Weibo. Landon, give me an honest opinion. What are your thoughts on Weibo Gaming?
They're really not a bad team, but I just don't think they're a great team either, and I think we're a great team.
Another easy win?
I don't know about easy, but I know we're going to win. I know we're going to win.
All right, that's it for the post-match interview, Landon. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow. Let's head back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Danny. So funny, he was trying to get the spice out of Landon there ahead of their match tomorrow. But taking a look back, I feel like, I don't know, Alcatia might not have much to worry about.
They should feel confident against everybody. I mean, with what Landon was saying, it's a lot of like what we were talking about during that, of like, they know how to play this comp against every comp at this point.
Yeah.
Like, everybody is throwing the kitchen sink at this thing, and sometimes it's worked, but guess what? Alcatia just keeps playing it, and eventually they figure out the right way to play the Sim, and whether it be the Ram or the Diva, into it. And I think that's like, when you have one comp you can fall back to as a team that you're like, okay, nobody else can do this, and we can just dominate on it. I mean, that's a great feeling to have.
I mean, look at that damage stat, right? GK is just pouring it on throughout the entire series, but the support line is just so durable. So many fights, OWCS stay alive with that back line. It's Landon and you know, keeping the heals on Ziad and able to, I mean, whether it's Paul playing the Diva, whether it's Shambali playing the Ramattra, they stay alive deep into the fight. They get into those, you know, extended trading retake scenarios, and they're just so strong in those low numbers engagements.
Yeah, it's tough when that damage doesn't actually translate to executions. No kills. That just extends those fights. But it was really great to see OWCS be able to perform, and I hope that GK is able to pull it back. They're going to be entering into the lower bracket where who knows who they'll be facing. That's something that we will be able to determine tomorrow. But I think they still have more to show us. This might have just been a tough opponent. And to your point, how do you get experience against the teams that are going to be running just this one thing?
It's also may not be an awesome meta for DK. Like in the sense that, you know, Kuffa would love to play some Hazard. You love to be able to play Maimon.
Right?
Yeah,
or Winston.
Ball.
You love to play Maimon on like Tracer, right? Like it may not be an awesome meta for them. So they may be trying to figure this out a little bit on the fly.
I mean, I feel like they had great games. I thought Kuffa looked pretty solid on the Ram. I like Maimon and Lethal put up big games on their respective heroes. Did like everything you could reasonably ask for them to do, and it just wasn't enough. I think this is more for me like how good OWCS are. I think they're a team that is probably thinking, you know, we kind of choked in the grand finals of Esports World Cup, maybe losing, but
Get
like
mad.
4-0.
Yeah, come on.
It shouldn't have been 4-0, and I think OWCS, they want to rewrite that script, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them with another shot at the grand finals. I mean, that's an early call, but I kind of believe in it.
Could be. The road to get there, though, is certainly going to be a tough one as we take a look at our bracket. You can see it updated with the OWCS win. They are going to be going up against Weibo Gaming, and that will take place tomorrow. Final match for us to determine is going to be that last quarterfinal. Crazy Raccoon will be going up against either Space Station Gaming or Team Peps for our final match of the day.
Yeah, that'll be a really interesting one, kind of see where both of these teams are at, right? Peps is a little bit of a surprise. Like, we all thought it would be VP. I know Peps, the week before they qualified, they lost to the good guys. If you remember back to the EMEA, little Crocs Roadhog action, and you see kind of what the lower bracket will shape out like. So, I mean, who knows what we're going to get from Peps.
The night is darkest before the dawn, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. But when we look at that upper bracket, Rose, I really think like OWCS and TM, like one of those teams, like they're both primed in a pretty decent spot to make a run.
I agree with you. I think there's a couple teams that certainly stand out in terms of their road to get there. I think Team Falcons, now that they've been able to get that win, even though it was so close, you know, I think that they also look like they will be pretty primed for success, even though that match is going to be really tough.
I mean, that Team Liquid, like they've been talking like, hey, we're going to beat Team Falcons, and you know,
This is the chance
you got to be confident.
Put up or shut up.
But exactly, with Varel showing, it can be done, right? They can bleed, and I think that's actually a huge statement. That one that Falcons is not going to be happy about having made this early into the tournament.
I think it shows that Giants can bleed, and hopefully that means good things for us in our final match of the day, where Space Station Gaming take on Team Peps. See you soon.
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseo. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing. surrounded by my enemies. Alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage, and I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. They're right to fear me. They will respect me. This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the final match of day one of the Overwatch World Finals, and we are here in beautiful Stockholm, Sweden, bringing you the hottest of Overwatch action. My name is Necker, and I'm so stoked to be here once again alongside Johnny to bring us through our final match of the day. And what a banger we've got here. We've got Team Peps versus Space Station Gaming.
This day has been a lot crazier than I actually thought it'd be. Look, I knew we were going to have some stomps in there. I think that we had a couple of close matches. But the way Varel took a map in all this Team CC, almost clutched it up against T1, that was quite surprising to me. So who knows what's in store for this last one?
I'm so excited because I feel like when we get a chance to look at both of these teams, I'm like, well, you know, it really could go either way. This is that one match where I said, maybe I do flip a coin, and that's how I end up doing my prediction for this one.
Yeah, I've decided to make a stand in this one, but I'll unveil that later when we are actually previewing the match itself. But yes, this one really could go either way because, you know, we got a Peps team that find themselves in this kind of scenario where a lot of people didn't expect them to be. They went 2-5 in Stage 3, but clutched it up in the playoffs to qualify for Stockholm. And on the other side, of course, SG, who were just one team fight away from winning it all in North America.
Right, I mean, maybe Team Peps are playing with house money and they feel a little bit less pressure heading into this. But for our final match of the day, we will be showing off Team Peps versus Space Station. But you missed action. If you weren't tuning in earlier on today, we can catch you up to speed in terms of the matches that you've missed. We had Team CC go up against Team 1, and the fact that Team Falcons and Vero was also 3 maps. Yeah, I'm hoping this one will also be the one.
I don't know, like, if a first to 2 can technically be a gigabanger. I think that's up for Twitch chat to decide. But I would say that those first 2 series were about as close to gigabangers as you could possibly get in a first to 2 format. And considering that we thought SSG Peps would be the closest series out of all these four, I think there's a solid case to be made that this one might live up to the expectations.
All right, well, let's talk about Space Station a little bit more, though, right? Because I think this was a team that had a lot of high hopes, and especially looking forward to the first half of the OWCS season for 2025. I think it was a really big disappointment that Space Station didn't make it to the mid-season championships. That was a land they missed out on.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big regrettable for SSG, the fact they couldn't qualify in the first place. They made some changes going into this stage, of course, moving on from Blizz and Kellan, and instead picking up Hawk, who's returning to Overwatch after a bit of a hiatus, one of the best tank players to ever play the game from North America. And now going into this one instead, they picked up Lep, and they've been looking really good, catering to Hawk's playstyle of the D.Va and the Zarya. He's been one of the best players on those heroes. And so that has been enough in North America to really secure second place and provide some really solid performances. But I think the big question is now on the global stage, is this going to be enough? Because earlier today, we've seen so many types of compositions, whether it's, the Zarya, the Symmetra, the double flex support backlines. This is a team that generally wants to play the Lucio Kiriko and then play around Hawk, Steve, and Zarya.
And Sugar Free on the Tracer. As we just saw in our previous matchup, sometimes having a team identity can be a benefit. Maybe this is going to be the same case for Space Station, where they have played this team and this composition around the D.Va and the Zarya so much that they're able to translate that to success over any team.
Yeah, and even like Christopher said it at one point, that it's a pretty easy composition to play on LAN, because if you compare it to like a wrecking ball and you gotta coordinate a wrecking ball with a tracer, like there's a lot going on.
So much going on.
And so considering we've seen a couple of teams with some pretty questionable performances today, I think we can pretty much reliably consider SSG a good performer when it comes to events like this. So I'm expecting them to really play at a good level today.
And as we look at Team Peps, who is going to be Space Station's opponent, this is a team that I think surprised a lot of people going through EMEA stage number 3. They are going to be coming in as the 3rd seed from that region, and hopefully they're feeling good. I mean, this is a team that I've always been so excited to see, whether it's been in Contenders or even here now in the Overwatch Champions Series. I hope that they're able to show us something really special, and I think that the players on the team can do that, but how will they fare against these top seeds from Korea, from Japan? Am I getting ahead of myself a little bit there?
Yeah, I mean, big question mark for this team, because a lot of people didn't expect Peps to be here in the first place, but then they take down Gen G, where there is an asterisk to be made. Of course, Exodial was having connective issues in that matchup that was the decider to qualify, but Peps, they got the job done. They deserve to be here after the performances in the playoffs. And now the question is, like you said, how will they fare against some of these other teams? I would say that they've shown that they're really capable when it comes to taking down Symmetra teams, which there are plenty of in the European region. But now, if you have to play an SSG where Willis has a pretty similar hero pool to Hawk, how do you do in a mirror matchup? That is a big question mark for this team, and Dip is another individual that I'm looking out for, having mastered the Tracer throughout the EMEA. Now you go up against Sugar Free, who is one of the best Tracers in the world.
And I'm now looking also at Zarya. When you look at the hit scan versus hit scan potential, I think Zarya's Spray and Sojourn has looked very good throughout the stage, and you don't get a chance to accomplish beating Symmetra teams if you don't have a good DPS system to support you on that hazard, as we've seen Willis actually show us. But I think you make a great point. Is the hazard actually going to come out here? Likely not, since Space Station hasn't really shown us a whole lot of Symmetra. But then, yeah, how does the D.Va look? How does the Zarya look? And do we also see some strategic bans that come out that maybe prevent a good answer coming out from Team Peps?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of good bans that come out here. If you're Peps, I think you definitely have to look out for the Lucio ban onto Lep. I think Lep has a massive target because of some of his hero pool limitations, right? So Peps immediately feel like they can go there. Well, it's Peps. They've been pretty comfortable, like flexing around. We've times seen, of course, FD God play the Wu Yang along with the Lucio and the Brig, and Exterion as well, playing the Kiriko pretty reliably, right? So I feel like Peps, they've actually shown a little bit more flexibility than we've seen from SSG.
Well, I gotta say, Johnny, I've got Space Station in my predictions. I do still think that this is a team that will be able to figure it out. I want to give credit to Team Peps here because I think like if there is going to be an upset, maybe this would be the match to get it done, but I still went with Space Station.
Yeah, I went with Space Station 2 in this one actually, and I think it boils down to the tank head-to-head. I just feel like SSG are going to be very comfortable with this matchup against Peps, and I think that Peps will have to play at a different level against the composition that you don't really see as much of in the EMEA region. So on a pure head-to-head basis, I really feel like SSG should be able to wrap this one up.
But I wonder what Danny actually chose here. All right, Danny also chose Space Station, okay? I wanted to have shown Matt's prediction because Matt actually picked Team Peps.
It did.
Believe it or not. And so I think that's one I will let him stake his claim to that later if that does come to fruition. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into our series, our final one of the day here for day one of the Overwatch Champions Series World Finals. Space Station and Team Peps ready to go. You can see Christopher Smiles here alongside the rest of the Space Station squad. And that's another thing that did change. Between stage 2 and 3, Space Station did hire Christopher onto the coaching staff, and he's the type of person that I feel like has such a legacy behind him. With the veterancy that also comes with this roster from Hawk, Sugar Free, already having experience in the Overwatch League, I think you have to look at Christopher as another one of those veterans that can help glue this team together, help them figure out those things like strategic bans and map picks that will help them find success.
Yeah, but even coaching the players up, right? And some of the players have publicly spoken about how much they appreciate having Christopher in the coaching staff. CG, of course, talked about how it's one of his favorite coaches he's worked with. Sugar Free, in an interview with Overwatch TV, talked about, I really love working with Christopher because he can explain things very succinctly, coach me up on heroes that don't typically play, like the Symmetra, for example. And we've seen how impactful Symmetra can be, and might not necessarily be a strength for SSG in a matchup like this. I don't think they necessarily want to take a Symmetra matchup, but if that is something that you can bring into the mix, that is a very useful hero to know. And Christopher, he provides the coaching necessary to bring them up to speed.
All right, well, no surprise here for our first map of the series. We're going to be going to Ilios. This is a map that Space Station have played a lot, and hopefully they have been able to kind of really figure out the way that you can get strength out of a Hawk Diva on a map like this.
Yeah, 100%. And they actually fared quite well against Team Liquid in the Grand Finals over in North America on this map specifically. They feel like they've got this map figured out. And considering that they have the Ilios map pick and then also the first ban, I can't wait to see what they've got planned for Peps here in this one. Like we talked about, the tank matchup is going to be fairly even. SSG are going to ban out that Wu Yang. I talked about it. FD God likes to play that Wu Yang at times. And I think SSG, they want to default into more of a standard meta kind of Lucio Kiriko matchup. Whereas the Diva ban from Peps, the nice Hawk, one of his best heroes.
I think the Diva ban is so smart because then that really does force Space Station into a direction that maybe you are going to be able to expect to see the Zarya, be able to anticipate what that means for your own composition. And on the FD God point, I don't know if he cares. Or he's going to mind the Wu Yang ban. Like, he's already shown to be an incredibly proficient Lucio. And so maybe there's still comfort there. You don't have to worry too much about that Wu Yang being banned out, even if you have had a lot of fun playing it as of late.
Yeah, at the end of the day, after these bans, I still think both of these teams are very comfortable with the style that is going to be required. I do think that SSG, obviously, they must have suspected that the Diva ban was going to come through, right? And so now, what do they actually have planned? Because I'm willing to say that even though the Diva is banned, their primary plan is probably still intact. And so what tank are we going to see? I think on a couple of these maps, like maybe we'll just see both players cater to the Hazard. It provides some mobility. What is still considered a quote-unquote off-tank hero, if you will. And that mobility can be really useful on a map like Ilios, of course. A lot of corners to try to secure.
Yeah, and I wonder then maybe Willis doesn't fear the little bit of a nerf that actually did happen to Hazard. Who knows if it's actually going to be impactful enough that Willis decides that Hazard isn't the right tank, but I think given the circumstances, if you have had a lot of experience on it, then why break something that isn't broken or fix something that isn't broken? Maybe you do actually want to break it, who knows? But if you're tuning in, make sure that you have your connection to your account on Twitch so that you can get your drops.
Yeah, and today is obviously, we have individual drops for each single day.
Yeah.
November 26th.
We've gotten value today.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of value today. It's been a long broadcast, but today is the today is the one of the days you can secure these ones, right? So we have drops for every single day here at the Overwatch World Finals. So make sure you tune in every single day and secure these free drops.
Did I hear that we have the other drops to show people?
Here we go.
Ooh,
Here we
I
go.
didn't see these before. The weapon charm is so cute. So now you really got to tune in on the 29th.
Wait, the blue Dollarhest?
Yeah, it's cute.
Yeah, it's very cute. Yeah, it's very nice. And there we go. The last day as well. Another one. So many horses.
I love the horse. Wait, give me the horse lore.
The horse lore? Well, I mean, it's made out of wood, and they were essentially toys like 100 years ago, before there were iPhones, iPads, before we had Twitter and TikTok and stuff like that. People were just like, well, we're going to play with these 3 horses, and it became a thing. So all the Swedish people, they grew up with toy horses.
I like that. Have you ever made one?
No.
Okay.
You think that I could carve a Dollarhest from a piece of wood?
I mean, maybe.
You are massively like giving me way too much.
I don't
credit
know, like you're a gamer, like
I'm a gamer. That makes me good at wood carving.
Maybe it means that you have like the hand-eye coordination.
I know I'm Swedish, Rose, but like I can't wood carve.
Okay, well, I thought maybe you got the Swedish gamer buff, and that would make you good at carving.
Who knows?
The little horses.
I've never tried, to be honest.
You gotta try now.
Okay, all right. I'll carve an Orisa first.
Okay, I like that. I like that idea. That's the newest drop for next season. Is a little
Dollarhest Orisa. I might have cooked here. Devs, hit me up.
There you go. Just waiting for our players to get ready, and then we will be able to jump into our first map of our final series that we have today. But I'm really looking forward to what's going to be coming up in the next couple of days as well, Johnny. Like, our first matches, they just make me so excited about how the rest of the World Finals is going to go. I wonder if this is the year we get a non-Korean team winning.
Okay, a lot of talk about the gap closing. I'm going to be a little pessimistic here. Let's see it first,
It's
all right?
not closing enough.
Yeah, we can't keep talking about how the gap is closing and then the EMEA teams are not able to overcome some of the giants. Obviously, okay, fair enough. Crazy Raccoon, they departed from the Mid-Season Championship early. We won once. I say we. Bro thinks he's on the team. I'm not on the team. But there could be a chance, but I think it's going to be really difficult. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, they're some of the best teams we've ever seen.
You're right. I just think maybe something is in the air. Maybe it's because it's cold here.
It's hopium. There's a bunch of hopium going
and
around.
It's cold.
I can't take it.
Oh, man. Yeah, but I have hopium because, I mean, just think about the way that these first couple of matches go. And I guess, like, I want to believe. Johnny's like shaking his head at me. He's like, you can't keep going down.
The barrel
this
match
path.
was an outlier. It must have been an outlier. Like, the barrel result is not indicative of Team Falcons at their very best. There's just no way. I refuse to believe the results we witnessed earlier today, they were one-offs. Surely.
They're going to hit the VOD review tonight. That's for sure.
Oh, that's going to change everything.
Who knows? Maybe it will. Well, you definitely know that the other teams can't keep getting away with it. And if you want to be that world-class team standing above the rest at the end of the World Finals, then you do demand perfection of yourself.
Oh, 100%. And I think some of those players do. It's just been a bit... I guess we've been questioning Falcons at times when they're like, why are they dropping maps like this? You know, they made it pretty close at the Champions Clash as well in our first to 2 scenario. So it makes you wonder a little bit, but I think both of these teams, they're eager to capitalize SSG. I think have pretty high expectations of themselves, and now being here at the World Finals, they have the players capable to put forward some really good performances, but they gotta kick off things here against the Nets.
And especially when a huge narrative for us has always been how do NA and EMEA stack up against each other. And we get a chance to see that clash a couple of times now. It's going to happen again here between the number 2 seed, FaceEIT Gaming, versus the number 3 seed from EMEA, Team Peps. They come in with a lot of hopes and dreams. A team that maybe we didn't expect to see here, but they earned their spot at the end of the day. And a lot of it was just off the back of some amazing team coordination. You cannot deny how well Willis, Dip, Zaro, they really did work together. That Wooyoung from FD God also helping to just kind of enable a lot of the DPS plays that we saw from both of those players. And then, I mean, Willis on the Hazard is just a demon.
Yeah, absolute demon on the Hazard. And he's actually seemingly locking a Terran spawn, at least for the moment. So we'll see what they're actually going to roll out with. Obviously, I do think that the most recent patch have maybe hit them a little bit. We talked about the slight nerf to Hazard, but also there's been a nerf to Tracer, which is one of Dip's go-to heroes. But what I will say about Peps is that they are a very smart team, and they look very coordinated. That's how they were able to beat some of these Symmetra teams. And so going into this matchup, I've no doubt that they have a really good plan in store. Now it's all about executing.
As a reminder, Team Peps and Space Station, they have banned the D.Va and the Wuyang respectively. So Hawk does not have access to one of his signature heroes, and similarly for FD God cannot play the Wuyang. But as we enter out of the gates here, Team Peps, they're rolling out with something that we've already seen from them. Zaro and the Freya can make great use of these verticality, and then Dip on the Tracer is still something that he is willing to lock in for this map. But on the side of Space Station, Sugar Free coming out with one of his pocket picks, the Echo. This is a flex DPS pick that we have not seen from him in some time.
Yeah, and it's actually really interesting now as Hawk is putting a lot of pressure onto this point, and Peps trying to rotate around this map and trying to find some of these picks. A lot of pressure on Dip here playing the Tracer, because Tracer is really good against both Freya and Echo. And if you can combine with Zoro, you should be able to secure an early kill, which should snowball the fight for Peps here. You can see them working around the map, trying to find a pick. But Dip goes down, and that's already a big advantage for Space Station. Team Peps will be forced to regroup.
Especially because Team Peps are split on this high ground. And this is the perfect opportunity for both Chronic and Lep to try to bully them off of the high ground, or at the very least, get a rotation on them so that they don't actually get an opportunity to use it.
Yeah, and you can see right now that Space Station are falling quite far back. We'll have to contest this point, and Hawk will step up to do so. But generally, they want Peps to rotate and make mistakes and try to find picks with this Freya and Echo. Well, he's working his way up a little bit here, but Team Peps, they haven't really been able to isolate a target just yet.
And Willis has to take some time to actually heal back up. That was a lot of damage that came in from both the Freya as well as Zarya. Now that Willis has been topped up, there is an opportunity to actually dive in with this Hazard. You can already see them kind of scouting for that. There's a Lucio all on his lonesome. Maybe Lef is going to be a big target here.
Doing a rush here.
Yeah, and as the Kasuna Rush gets laid over the point, this is going to be the time for Team Peps to actually press the gas. With a big pick onto Hawk, you're going to at least reset the charge from that Zarya, and all of Space Station is also going to have to take a step back. They let Team Peps take control of the point.
Yeah, and I think you've seen that the ultimates are building quite slowly here, and I think that's just a testament to how slow Peps are playing this. They're playing it very methodically and waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. 53% for SSG. I'd say they're quite happy with that, because as they're coming up on this ultimate cycle now, they essentially just need to win a couple of fights, and if they get enough value from these ultimates, they're going to be able to secure the round. Peps, I think a lot of pressure on them here now to secure some initial picks with this Freya, with this Tracer, because they don't have the Kitsune Rush to rely on anymore.
Yeah, or the Pulse Bomb that got
If they got dies with the sound barrier.
And that is not good. Not quite online yet, but now definitely not a factor in this fight. And that's going to let Space Station just get the point flip, only having invested the Bola shot and a duplicate here.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive here. Peps, they're on a big hole right now, facing this difference in ultimate economy. And you kind of just have to take one of these ultimates. Maybe you can force out the Kitsune Rush with CJ wanting to hold this position on the point here. But realistically, you need to get an ultimate out and try to kite it. If you try to match the sound barrier against two support ultimates, it's going to be a loss for Peps.
With that Kitsune Rush still being in CJ's pocket, they can just wait for Team Peps to show up and then go ahead and let it rip, which is exactly what they do. They layer both support ultimates though. So both CJ and Lep do not have access to that sound barrier, but as that overhealth is continuing to keep Space Station alive, Sugar Free, with a whole team effort, is able to take out Willis. And now with that main tank gone and both of these supports falling, this should just be cleanup here for Space Station. And if that's not enough, a grab on the side to ensure that no one else can touch the point. Space Station win the first round.
Yeah, very comfortable first round from SSG there. They secured the ultimate value like I talked about. But very early on in the round as well, Peps primarily struggling to find any picks with the Tracer and the Freya. And because they play this Hazard composition, they're kind of reliant on securing those picks in the first place. You want someone to be able to put some initial damage out onto the SSG roster that someone can follow up on that. Of course, Dip is always lurking on the Tracer. So them not being able to secure one of these picks early, that really came back to haunt them later on in the round.
Look, and there weren't even that many kills that were traded across the board. You know, everybody dying really like only once. And so that
really
really
unusual.
it is unusual. But that's to your point that you mentioned earlier, just how slow they were playing. They were just making sure that they weren't getting fully wiped.
Exactly. And so now you're seeing Peps, they're going to try to replicate this composition, but Willis is flexing over to the Zarya. Chronic here on the Ashe, of course, having received a buff recently with even longer distance when it comes to the fall-off damage. And this is a perfect spot for Chronic to just pump out this damage. Now, Zoro playing this Freya, going to be a more mobile hit scan. There's a pressure on Zoro here to try to find damage onto Chronic and find an opening pick for Peps.
But I think maybe this composition is better for Space Station. With Sugar Free on the Echo, you can actually go in and kind of play, you know, mousetrap. You're gonna try to sniff everybody out of there. At a Space Station, they actually end up getting control of this point first. You see Team Peps get that back up, and Willis is about to fall.
Again, yeah, Space Station happy to sit back here, and Peps have struggled to create any kind of space that then leads to kills, right? They haven't really secured any map control as of yet. And like you said, I wouldn't necessarily say they're favored in the neutral matchup here. So you have to be relatively explosively here and try to get one of those picks. Dip, Zoro, let's see what you can do.
It's really on to Dip, and so at least this is going to be the first pick that maybe resets the course here for Team Peps. As Sugar Free goes down, this might be a little bit more opportunity for Team Peps to actually play a bit more front to back, and I think they should just kind of give it up again. They're not willing to invest unless they know they have a full team of 5.
Yeah, now we've got Kitsune rushes coming up for either team here. This is all about limiting the Ashe as well. Peps, they should be pretty happy here dropping an aggressive Kitsune rush, and here they go.
And if that's not enough, then they actually have the sound barrier. Oh, no, he Ajax!
Oh, lefty god!
There had to be one in this tournament, but unfortunately it's here. Without that sound barrier, Space Station, they're able to make great use of their own rush, and also the bomb thrown in by Chronic.
Oh my god, not like this.
Oh.
I mean, that looked really good for Peps, but you lose a sound barrier like that, that is costly. That is very costly. And now with no support ultimates available for Peps, you're gonna find a way back into this round. A post bomb from Dip, but with a Suzu on the field, it's going to be a massively difficult to get value from this one. Hawk has the Graviton Surge. How do you work around this one?
You would have loved to have the sound barrier for this, but unfortunately a solo grab there onto Willis is good enough. As we've seen Team Peps try to play things a little bit slower, Hawk only needs to invest that grab and get one.
Yeah, only needs to invest the one ultimate. And now you can see SG forward holding with 75% here. They can quite happily let this point go if they need to. They just need to find the picks necessary to close this round out. And Peps, they're gonna struggle to touch here. Pressure on Dip, on the Tracer. Needs to be the man to touch here. Oh, a nice opening pick from Therion.
Yeah, I mean, a pick onto CJ is good. That's actually a signal for Space Station to try to step back. But they still have the duplicates to work with here on the Echo, as well as their own sound barrier advantage. So as we see the overtime start to go, it's going to be another pick on Azaro, and I think the staying power on Team Peps is going to be quite limited.
Yeah, this is looking really difficult for Peps here. Chronic goes down. You can see Peps trying to juggle this point. Lep is going to pop this down barrier if anyone starts dropping low. Willis, nice Graviton Surge.
Yeah, and as the sound barrier comes out to respond to it, there is going to be that duplicated Graviton Surge from Sugar Free that might just seal the deal. As Zarian does actually build up to the Kitsune Rush, nobody touches the point. And Johnny, that's a tough way to finish out that first map, but it does go to Space Station.
Oh, they were very much in that one, was Peps. Wow. That is a very tough Ruins round for Peps there. Obviously, the first one on Well looked very one-sided. SSG looked fully in control. But Peps, they should have brought that round closer. It's just not the way you want the World Finals to kick off. Obviously, just one map. You can bring it back. It's first to 2. You win your own map pick. Who knows about map 3? But that's a tough go for Peps. You really didn't get any momentum going in the first series, and you gotta go to a hot start here in the tournament.
It was tough to get a full team fight. Both teams very content with, hey, if we're a player down, we're just not going to invest in this fight. We'll wait for them to come back, play it slow, and that's why we saw very few eliminations actually get traded in either of the rounds we saw.
Yeah, it was a very slow matchup. And obviously, it's tough for Peps because, like we talked about, they didn't have an advantageous neutral when it comes to the damage output. They had to work some of those angles. And that takes a lot of time. For Dip, for example, you're probably going to work the inner side of the point to get the flank ready so you can capitalize with the rest of your team. So Peps, we talked about them being methodical. They definitely showed that they were methodical. But even if you're methodical, you need to execute well. You need to find the picks necessary to open things up. And as we take a look at the stats,
they just weren't able to find them. Dip.
Yeah, but look, I think you can't look at the damage too much, I feel like, because it's all about them being clinical and securing the frags without the much damage done. I think this was just the case of they weren't able to combine for those eliminations, right? So if you're going to play this slow style, methodical style, to try to build up into these team fights, a lot of staging being done, you need to be able to secure the picks, and they just couldn't. The damage players on the side of Peps here, relatively quiet.
I think that was more of the point I wanted to illustrate, is the fact that your supports are doing more damage than you. I think just does sell that picture even more. And I wonder how Team Peps would do if maybe they actually switched Dip to a different hero. But we haven't really seen much of that in Stage 3. For Team Peps, there really has been this Tracer, Zoro, and some type of hit scan. And then Willis on Hazard as kind of like that final way to secure their road to the Overwatch World Finals. So do we actually see adjustments from them? It's hard to say.
Well, I think Willis is playing comfort heroes. The Hazard, the Zarya, those are obviously the heroes that Willis feel very comfortable on, and I don't think Willis see any switch-ups from either of these teams when it comes to the tanks specifically. But I think you could have made the case that you're seeing the damage duos being played, and on the side of SSG, you had the Echo, you had the Ashe. Like, do we want to be more aggressive with our speed? Do we want to bubble our Tracer to try to get some momentum going and put pressure on SSG? I don't think Peps were able to do that, but now they get second map pick. They go to the map of their choosing, and we'll have to take a look what they have in store. Because I wouldn't have expected SSG to pick Ilios in the first place. So maybe it was a case of not feeling too comfortable on that map. It's not a win condition for Peps in this tournament to win Ilios necessarily. It's not a map that this team specializes on. So surely they must have good maps in store when it comes to the second map pick here.
Now, Space Station look focused. They look like they don't want to take the easy. They don't want to take the hard road. They want to make sure that this is going to be a match that is very decisively in their favor. And I think it would be a little bit nerve-wracking maybe if we don't actually see this go convincingly towards Space Station.
Yeah, I think SSG are definitely wanting to get off to a hot start in this tournament. 2-0 would be amazing for them, and then a matchup waits against Crazy Raccoon, which, look, it's Crazy Raccoon. But we've seen some crazy things today, so who am I to judge what that matchup would look like? But I think that would be a massive hurdle to get through if you're SSG. Because I think you're pretty happy just, even if you end up in the lower bracket, just the fact that you've won a match already, you know that your composition is working. It's something you can feel comfortable on for the rest of the tournament. So Peps here, they go towards New Junk City. And again, both teams probably very happy to play a map like this because it caters to the tank players.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see it because obviously this is one of the newer maps entering the pool for the World Finals. We haven't seen it in a hot minute, but it's already delivered some really fun moments today as we've started off our competition here. And New Junk City is like, I look at that and I go like, wow, Hazard would be kind of nice.
Hazard would be kind of nice. Yeah, it's definitely a hero that can work here. I think there's a lot of tanks that are pretty viable here on New Junk City if you want to play any kind of brawl.
Yeah.
I think what is going to be interesting is the flex DPS pick here, because typically Tracer has always been a fantastic hero on a map like this. But I think at this point, you could go in a different direction. A niche pick here would be something like a Genji. We saw Viper pop off on Genji here earlier today for T1. But Venture is always a solid pick on this map. And I talked about going into this series about how both Sugar Free and Dip, they love playing the Tracer. But is this going to be a map where either of those change things up? Well. And it's the Tracer ban from Peps, actually. They do not want to play against Sugar Free's Tracer.
And I don't blame them. Sugar Free is a world-class Tracer. If you take that out of the pool, though, I think this is where we get a testament of Sugar Free's flexibility. He does have a fantastic Genji. We just saw him play the Echo to success on Ilios. that is a hero pick we could actually see here on New Junk City, or at the very least, we get to see Sugar Free show us more. Get us prepared for the tournament ahead that is going to demand more than just Tracer out of that flex DPS role.
Yeah, I would love to see the Genji come out because the sugar-free Genji is legendary, of course. But I actually think there's a different hero here that SSG have sometimes played. It's a style that also involves the Zarya from Hawk, and it's the Reaper actually that could potentially come out from SSG in this kind of a scenario. I think it caters to the first point pretty well, and you're able to bubble up, put a lot of pressure onto the enemy backline immediately. But that's just one option. We've seen a lot of Zarya Reaper in EMEA, of course, as well. Gen G was a team that really enjoyed playing that kind of a composition. For Peps, though, really don't know where they're going to go with this one because we haven't really seen Dip flex as much. He's talked openly about how he loves playing a hero like Sombra, but I think that's pretty hard to make work here because a Sombra would be so exposed.
And it's slower than Tracer, it feels like sometimes.
It is slower, but if you have the comps and you're able to make it work, I actually think Sombra is a bit of a dark horse hero, if you will, this tournament. I think there's quite a bit of capable Sombra players in this tournament, like Lip. That's always the first name out of my mouth when it comes to Sombra players. But I think that Sombra has a use case. I just don't think it's going to be on a map like New Junk City to kick us off.
I think you're right. It would be very interesting to see the Reaper come out here. And I think, like, I agree with you, but I wonder, do you only play it for first point and then you switch? I think there is going to need to be some amount of heads-up play. Like, okay, we've got this 1 point, that's the strategy, then switch. I think some teams, sometimes they get stuck in like well, it worked, so we don't have to change it. But now it's not working, and we've taken too long to actually fix the problem.
Yeah, I think what's good, though, is that Reaper, I think it's fairly viable on all of these points. Primarily, I think we saw earlier today and Team CC were running Mei on all 5 points. And that was a bit of a question mark to me. It's just like, okay, you're forcing Mei on the outdoor points here on New York City. That's quite difficult. Obviously, made
Make
that
your own
very
kill
close.
box.
Yeah, good luck with that. But I do think that the Reaper should be quite decent on all of these points. And it's a very difficult playstyle to deal with if you don't know how to match it, if you don't know what the counter is, if you can't disengage and try to force these star bubbles out or get the Reaper away from you. So Dip here is hovering the Mei, which is another great hero. Obviously, I just mentioned, we saw it earlier here on New Junk City today. But are we going to see Dip roll out on it? I can't say that I've seen Dip play the Mei too much.
It really just has been permanent Tracer. But this would be the time if Team Peps were going to show us that they have a chance in this tournament. I think it starts with being able to see Dip play something else and actually get a map win with it. So as the gates open up, it is going to be a symmetric teleport out of spawn for Team Peps. Dip does stay on the Mei, bolster up by the Zarya that's coming out from Willis. As we see Space Station match that, it is going to be a Sugar-Free Echo to start things off.
Wow, Sugar-Free is really committed to these Echo. I think this is a testament to how strong Echo is right now. Difficult here for Peps, because who do you really isolate with the Mei here? You really only gotta look towards Hawk, you gotta force these star bubbles out, and there is the wall, pressure put on Hawk, and he goes down immediately, caught by Dip's wall.
Wow, I mean, that is one way to do it. We talked about it, make your own kill box. You just put a wall behind that player you're trying to isolate, then that's easy picking. So Team Peps, they get control of the flashpoint first.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a timer here that Space Station has to live through. They have to be wary of the speed boost from FD God as Peps are going for these kind of rotations, and they need to wait out this ice wall from Dip, of course, so they can capitalize with their damage coming in from all directions. Chronic, Sugar-Free. Another wall here on the Hawks, going to narrowly escape. Minor mistake from Dip there, actually, and now SSG. They can start surrounding Peps and poke them from all kinds of angles.
But I would start to get a little bit worried because the longer this goes on, the closer that Zerion is going to actually get to a Kitsune rush. Zoro goes down first, so it might not be something that Team Peps actually wants to invest in, even if Zerion just earn it. And as Willis falls, this is a surefire reset from Team Peps.
Yeah, so tricky spot there. Dip wasn't really able to catch Hawk the second time, and like we talked about, the damage players just rose up for Space Station. Chronic finding an early pick there, and great to see Chronic getting some momentum on that hit scan hero as well. Now coming into the very first ultimate fight here. And if you can force out an early ultimate here from Peps, that would be absolutely massive. Because if you are Space Station, I don't think you're too worried about giving up this space. You don't really want to fight against a Mei in this initial close quarter.
And then you can worry about cycling through with Sugar Free's duplicate as well as this overclock from Chronic that was able to earn up in that last fight. So Zario's going to be the first to pull the trigger. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush. But Chronic taking an off angle is going to pop that overclock. But great sight lines onto the rest of the team. Unfortunately, CJ gets hung out to dry and cannot invest his own Kitsune Rush into this fight. And Sugar Free gets got out of the duplicate immediately.
Yeah, that's really bad for Space Station. It actually looks like Peps are going to secure this very first point. CJ dying early, not being able to drop that Kitsune Rush in time. And Space Station, they have the ultimate bank required to probably win this point, but an early pick for Peps secures the very first round for them.
Clinical goes back to how Space Station had wanted to play this alongside Team Peps. They know if they lose the fight, they don't want to overextend ultimates because it's going to be about that patience at the end of the day that might be able to knit you the series win as a whole. But as we enter into this next flashpoint, it's going to be all eyes on Hawk. Has this Graviton Surge ready to rip, and CJ holding on to that Kitsune Rush. This might be a great way to open up the next fight.
Oh, but Dip actually catches Sugar Free with an icicle, and that is massive. CJ going to drop the Kitsune Rush still. They think they can win this, but Hawk goes down as well. 5 versus 3 situation. Graviton Surge from Willis is going to be enough here to pick up another extra kill, and that should be Peps securing the point there. That is a blessing for Peps that Dip was able to find an early pick.
But that was also still so much ultimate investment. They used the Graviton Surge there as well as the Blizzard. And that's going to leave Space Station with that sound barrier advantage. Oh, but Zoro, actually, he pulls the trigger really early. With the overclock out, it's going to force that sound barrier out of LEP. And so that is going to be a useful tool for them as Sugar Free is also able to take out Zoro. So Space Station come back in, they see the Mei Ice Wall come out, and now this is a chance for them to use this pressure from the Lucio, actually get this Graviton Surge to land. Even just one would be good enough to extend Space Station's time on this flashpoint.
And I actually love the decision from Peps here to rotate around. They don't want to fight Hawk there in that room, recognizing that Hawk has the Graviton Surge. So they take the extra time required to pivot around here. Graviton Surge comes out, Kitsune Rush as well, but there's no stun barrier to keep Peps alive. They're trading though, Willis with 2.
Willis with 2, and the fact that you still have this healing coming out from FD God means that Willis and Dip, they're not in danger of getting killed. They can stay on this flashpoint. They've already gotten 50%, and it's going to be on Space Station now to come in with this duplicate.
Yeah, and Chronic is trying to take the off angle here. Good start as well. Sugar Free. Let's see who duplicates actually. Lots of different heroes available. It's going to be the Staria for some extra pressure on this point. The extra 50% ult charge would be massive to get this Graviton Surge online. No sound barrier. Easy cleanup for Sugar Free. And they're looking quite good on this second point as well. Now, you can push up freely here, scout out what the enemy team is doing. And if you make things difficult for Peps here, it should be the final fight.
You have this Blizzard coming up shortly from Dip and resounding sound barrier here from FD God. So I feel like maybe Team Peps, if they can get on the point, they might be able to take this.
Yeah, but they gotta get there safely though, and they gotta build these ultimates. Space Station, they'll be looking to find a pick early here. No ultimates on their side. They have to go for a crazy play. They have to force an error.
I mean, Chronic can play at range here with the Sojourn. Maybe that's going to be the first pick that Space Station needs. But FD God uses this sound barrier very aggressively to get the jump on LEP. So now that LEP is out of the picture, it's going to be Team Peps that has more speed in their favor. And as Space Station walk back in, they could either use the Kitsune Rush to close the gap, but they're going to be walking into a Blizzard, and maybe they don't even need it. Zaru's good for a kill onto Hawk. And with that, this is going to be the second flashpoint going over to Team Peps.
Yeah, they're looking mighty comfortable right now, and LEP dying is so tragic there because SG were looking for the re-engage with the Kitsune Rush, but losing your Lucio speed, it just wasn't enough there, and Peps quite comfortably pick up the second point as well. But that was an indoor stage, obviously helps Dip get some value from that Mei. Now when we move over to a more of an outdoors point, this should be better for Sugar Free that good to get some value.
You would think so, but the way the Team Peps are playing this, they can still pull the trigger with the Blizzard. It's actually going to be a trade as Dip trades for Hawk, and then we will still see Space Station Gaming actually get a bit of a player advantage. Maybe this means they can win this fight raw without having to use any ultimates. This would be a big economy advantage for them.
Do you grab here? Oh, Willis actually trades out left there. That was a very tricky spot. I saw the Suso being popped by CJ, and I thought for a moment that maybe the defensive tools weren't enough. This point is yet to be capped, actually, as we just traded back and forth. Lots of ultimates coming up for Space Station, but Peps already have them. Zoro popping the overclock along with Chronic. Zoro finds one.
Okay, good enough now. Sugarfree was working up to that duplicate, so that's not something that they're going to have access to if this fight prolongs. Hawk not able to get that Graviton Surge either. So Team Peps, they take control first. And Johnny, it's looking good here for Team Peps.
Yeah, it's looking really good, and this is a spot as well where you can play aggressively. Zoro finds a late pick onto CJ as well. Quite a stagger. Now, left past the sound barrier, but he's not going to be able to navigate both the Graviton Surge and the Blizzard. And you can see Dip lurking, hiding here. They're going to choose to back off a little bit here. Let's see what they have in store with this plan, because they're going to forfeit all this space to SSG and maybe look for a re-engage.
But I think that's actually a benefit to Team Peps. Actually, look at the rotation that Willis is trying to take into the backline of Space Station. They've already forced out the sound barrier with the use of the Graviton Surge. There's a late Blizzard, and Willis unfortunately does eliminate himself with his own Zarya damage. But now Space Station have a chance to fight back. They do use the duplicate from Sugarfree to get out of the Mei, and they're gonna think about maybe using this Graviton here, but Hawk goes down! Now it's going to be up to this Kitsune Rush from CJ to actually be the difference maker to deny Team Peps from getting a 3-0 sweep on Flashpoint. But FD God actually takes out the Kiriko. So Team Peps, like, they're on some little slivers of HP, but they're making it work, and FD God even gets another one.
Yeah, they really were in that fight because of the FD God sound barrier, but one has to ask himself if that was the moment to really pop it. You could have saved those ultimates to give yourself a better chance in the end. Now you walk into this one. Xerion yet to build the Kitsune Rush, which is pivotal. So now you're relying on Zoro to kick out things off with this overclock. Maybe try to get out this Hawk Graviton Surge early. That would give you a better advantage if there were to be a second fight after this one.
It's possible. I mean, these fights have turned pretty scrappy, especially with the actual architecture of this point. Zoro can take an off angle with this overclock, is going to let it rip, and Hawk is going to respond to that with the Graviton Surge. But where are the kills? Zarya lets his Kitsune Rush over the point, and Zaru is able to take out CJ. And as Hawk falls, this looks like a Team Peps victory. They just need to clean up a couple of picks, and maybe Space Station gets themselves back in this with Sugarfree's duplicate. Can he actually use this to try to extend the overtime on this point? As he uses the Zarya, the overtime wick expires, and Team Peps, they win map number 2 versus Space Station.
Okay, all right. They're getting a little bit excited about it, tying the series up. They feel like they had one hell of a performance on New Junk City, and why wouldn't they? Looking real clean, playing that Mei composition, and credit to the entire team for making that work against the Graviton Surge. Dip walling off his team to gain the extra survivability needed to live through, and Zoro on the off angle with the overclock made things really difficult for SSG in the end. And so they pick up their map win here, their map pick, and force a third and final map. Another banger on our hands here, Rose.
I know. A full 3-map series here in our first 2 upper bracket, round number 1. And where do we go from here? Because it's been night and day. Even though both of these maps, they can play pretty similarly in terms of having this off-tank head-to-head with the Zaryas, they didn't do that on Ilios, but clearly on New Junk City, they did it and made it work.
Yeah, they looked really comfortable playing this Mei, and I think that's pretty scary for Space Station wherever they take this, because it's a playstyle that they have to be wary of. I don't think they want to play into a Mei, and I don't think they want to play into a double flex support lineup if we were to see the Wuya and Kiriko come out from Team Peps, of course. So SSG in a bit of a tricky spot here with their own map pick to head into this final map of this first 2 series. And then they gotta give credit to Dip here, who actually executed on this Mei, found plenty of value. Again, we haven't seen Dip flex around too much in this stage for Peps, but he made the Mei work.
Yeah, and that's where I'm getting nervous. But I'm also very happy to see this, because that was a question mark that we had after that first map. Can Dip play something else? The Tracer just looked too slow, and it didn't really feel like a huge factor being able to actually execute on the game plans that Team Peps had for Ilios.
Yeah, 100%. And now, just reviewing the gameplay here, I gotta say that, like, the Echo, I know that it's a really strong hero, but Sugar Free just wasn't able to find the picks required, didn't get enough value in this matchup. But that's the difficulty with the Tracer ban. Like, what would have really gone to? I'm not sure that Reaper would have been enough.
And I don't think
the Mei would have been able
either.
to slow things down, right? So yeah, both the Genji and the Reaper would have been really difficult to play into a composition like that, which I think also speaks to the power of Mei. Mei is a really strong hero and alternative right now if you don't want to take these more mechanical head-to-head duels.
Yeah, that was a very brief glimpse at the head-to-head between Sugar Free and Dip. And, you know, it is a bit of a stark contrast in terms of how much damage we've seen, but I do think that part of that is just how one-sided Ilios looked and how impactful Sugar Free was in that first map.
Yeah, I mean, Dip caught up on New Junk City because they were in quite the hole after that first map. They didn't really have anything going for them on Ilios, but evening things up here between both a damage player after 2 maps. Sugar Free, I mean, he is the carry player for this team so many times. Stage 3, Stage 2, like Sugar Free came up clutch and took SSG across the finish line. And I know we're in a bit of a different meta here. Tracer not as reliable off a pick, but Sugar Free still has to step up for his team.
I wonder if you go to...
There are so many maps, Rose. Like, it's so hard to predict what the map
It is,
next map
but
is going to be.
I'm kind of thinking like push. No, because Tracer is now off the table. You can't ban it again, or maybe you don't want to if you are Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station would love to see a Tracer map because
Yeah.
they enable Sugar Free to play that hero, yeah.
So I wonder maybe that is where they would go.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. You know, if you wanted to go to something like a new Queen Street, you know, we've seen SG play both Zarya, Reaper there in the past. And you can obviously play the Tracer. You got plenty of flank angles if need be. But realistically, I'd say that there are so many great Tracer maps in this pool. To begin with, you know, we haven't even mentioned any of the payload maps. It's going to be Route 66. So this is a really interesting map pick, actually. I'd say it's really strong for, you know, the Diva. If Hawk would like to play that hero and maybe favor himself in that one. And also, I'd say that it's a pretty good echo map at times as well, right? Sugar Free will be able to utilize some of this protection, the vertical protection, to go for some big assassinations onto the enemy back.
Oh.
But Peps is going to ban it out. They recognize the threat of the echo.
So valid, though, because I think you're right. Imagine just like that 2-pronged attack from a Sugar Free Echo as well as a Chronic Freya. Like, I think you have a lot of value from being able to actually kind of like play on the high grounds of Route 66. All those buildings make it so much easier. I think that Freya could still be very valuable here, but it makes sense you want to at least take one of those options out of the equation. But the break ban...
It's primarily just like a protection ban I'm feeling for Lucio Jericho in this case, yeah. And you know, you have already burned the Wuyang ban on Ilios. I wouldn't be too surprised if, you know, Peps, depending on defensive pack, etc., if they wanted to play something like a Wuyang in this one, as we take a look at Willis, of course.
Oh, that's cool.
Now faces an option himself. Yeah, he's posing. He faces an option himself of what are we going to play on this one, because I think Hawk pretty obviously is going to flex over to the Diva. He's going to be very comfortable playing that hero on this one. But what is Willis going to go to?
I think he could still play this Zarya. If we really want to. I mean, it could be hard. It definitely could still be hard. And I think that's why the Echo ban is very impactful. If there was going to be one thing that would really destroy something like the Zarya or make it more difficult to run, I do think it would be an aerial unit. Echo, Pharah. That's something that Zarya might not have very good access to damage-wise. But you have like good stair access to a lot of these high grounds on Route 66. So I don't think that Zarya is out of the question.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, Zarya could be used, and you can definitely, you obviously jump from the payload on certain rooftops as well, so you can gain that high ground if you want to. I would prefer a more explosive option. So even if you saw Willis play the Diva himself, you know, could obviously do that. Or the Hazard. I think you even have to consider the Hazard quite viable here in a matchup like this. So again, I think both teams are going to play comfort. I think that's the story of the game. No team is going to be uncomfortable heading to a map like this. But a big question for a Dip as well. Are you going to play the Tracer now? Are we going to see a bit of a Tracer head-to-head? Plenty of alternatives for either team.
I think that Mei could still be good on this map.
I think you get
Like,
slightly
there's-
outflanked by the Mei.
Yeah, like, but there's certain points of Route 66 that, like, you know, I have flashbacks to the like lower tunnel hold on first point of just having the Mei there. The turtle.
I am haunted by people playing Mei on third point in this in my ranked game. But keep in mind, I'm like low GM, so I'm not a pro player by any means. But heading into this matchup, I think flanks is going to be the name of the game, and that's where the echo ban is so crucial here, because that obviously was an issue for Peps. And so they're quite happy to get that hero off the board. Could be a decent Sombra map. I don't expect it, but there's quite a few health packs to hack if you would like. But it's going to be Dip rolling out on the Mei. You called it, Rose.
I just think that because it gave so much trouble to Space Station, I think that the Mei can still have that mental edge, you know? You don't want to play
100%.
against
No,
it.
for sure.
So
Can have a
you
mental
just
edge.
try it.
No, I mean, you have to work around it, and Space Station.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, they proved on New York City that they weren't quite able to navigate around the Mei. So Mei secured a lot of value there. And obviously, Root, different map design here. So, like I said, Mei is going to have a tougher time. But it's definitely still a threat you have to be wary of. And as well, it's a lot of objective pressure. And so even though Space Station, they have to be wary of this Mei, playing a lot on the card, stalling the payload, and buying a lot of time for this Peps defense now.
Oh, but look at this. Hanzo and Widowmaker as just a quick look, see if you can get a pick from Space Station. And as you see how close Team Peps are making that hold, one pick could have done it. But Space Station are going to settle into Freya and Tracer to start off their attack.
Yeah, and I actually don't mind the composition from SSG, especially what you're facing with Team Peps here. And I think you're going to see here with Dip maneuvering this Mei onto the payload. They want to make space for FD God and Zoro to get tons of damage in. And part of that is going to be Dip stalling the card, but an early death there is going to set them back, and they're going to lose a lot of this space onto this high ground. It's a great opportunity for Space Station to grab control of this point and make that retake difficult.
Yeah, because you can just play under big girls if you're sugar-free, whereas Team Peps, they're going to want to stay on top just to wait for Dip to actually get back and go in for a full recontest. But look at where Willis is. Willis is actually on the high ground, playing in the canyon here. This is, I guess still buying some time, but it's leaving room for this Space Station squad to actually take that big girl's high ground control away from them.
Yeah, and Hawk is actually getting a lot of damage worth here. We are seeing FD God is getting closer to that Wu Yang ultimate. Got some damage coming in here. But you can see they're just stalling the court at this time. Peps, they're being very patient. They're waiting. Here comes the Wu Yang ultimate into the backline. We go. Nice boop there by Lep, actually, preventing the value coming across. But Hawk is going to go down. Great distraction play by Peps.
Yeah, that was perfect because it did leave Hawk isolated from the rest of the team. While Space Station's backline was looking at Willis with that Tidal Blast, knowing that they cannot get knocked down to that, there was just no support there for Hawk in the front line. So Team Peps, they do get a chance to stabilize, but Space Station have 3-4 ultimates coming into this next fight.
Yeah, the big problem is, though, that you're going to have to use the Continuar here aggressively, and they trade them, both teams. Space Station able to get on top of Peps, and they should have no problem cleaning up Peps in this one. Should they be able to get a recontest here, it's going to be very difficult. With no speed on the side of Peps here, this should be Space Station pushing this cart in.
Yeah, and there's going to be a swap already. Willis doesn't want to play that Diva anymore, decides to match Hawk on the Zarya.
Yes, indeed, and you already have the high ground on the second point, so you don't have to worry too much about contesting the enemy team. You're going to be a bit behind here when it comes to the ultimate charge, but the Zarya and the Mei, they're going to be really good at holding this choke point here, so let's see what Peps can do with it. Let's listen to Space Station Gaming as they attack this second point.
You ready? Yeah. 3, 2,
Here's
1,
our two.
I'm ready. Hit his feet.
One buff, top right.
No wave.
No wave. One buff.
Push left. Yeah, I can walk left. I'm gonna leave it. Break. They're above. Just kill Bob.
Adios.
Beat up. So okay. Nice one. Let me know.
I'm behind them.
Oh, I'm dead. No grav. Just Bob. They have mail now. They may. We gotta try to get out the their wolves is close as well. Yeah, they will too. We're gonna try to get a wall and then we can look for grav after. Can Lep and Chronic go top right? Same time we go in. Go through mid.
Yeah, okay.
Are you going top? No, we have to come in. We have to come in.
Yeah. Come on. I can peek top right with you.
Can you walk in? Yeah, we guys ready. We guys ready. Tier one top left. Tier one. Okay, right half.
We no shift.
Sorry. One bob. Sorry, top. No. Sorry. Main top. Anyways. Sorry. I'm with you, left. Sorry. I'm with you.
No trade. Ashman.
Make it hard for the roll.
Yeah. He's top.
Can someone else pair? I want to stop. Yeah, I can.
I'm with top right now.
I have rush. Okay, they have mail too, right?
Yeah. May Wu. Where's CDs on their walk for my bowler?
Holding bottom left.
I'll take car, you guys go.
Three bottom left. Playing top. Main top. Yeah. 3, 2. Oh shit. Fuck. You're fine. Actually,
Space Station are approaching the second checkpoint, and as they do that, let's see how Team Peps are going to respond on this defense to prevent that.
Take top. Can you, I want to blast you over this. Yeah, I try to take aggressive. Wait. I can push. I don't have the port. Can you give me a... I have to try to walk left. How much speed? I cannot reach. Yeah, shoot. Play under, make a line. Okay, again. I'm making up trade. Reset. I can give you TV. No. I go to you. stay May or not? Okay, yeah, I think so. Just chasing. I'm dead. We can hold. Just play a bit more fast, okay? Yeah, what do you know? Pick a side. That beat grab 60. Beat grab 60, okay. Farm or grab? Can you hold close? Yeah. Oh, wait. Fit right. Yeah. I have to drop. This side. I'll take top. She's fine. Yeah. I want to look for grab. Okay, I want to look for grab and look for speed. Let me top my Pierre, I can't. Fit me. Join you. Just shoot this hard, just focus hard. Fit ping me. I can't join you with this. Yeah. I'm thinking from main. I can push main. Can you drop main? Can you push main? Can you push it? Yeah, walk up push. Q no. I'm sorry. Step on.
Space Station Gaming seem to think they can get through this first part of the third point just on that sound barrier alone. So we do see that commit, and now they're loaded for this final part of the point.
Yeah, and they have all the space required as well, so Team Peps are going to have a difficult time working out of their spawns. A lot of pressure onto them early. Willis could have a massive Graviton surge here, but who are you really going to isolate?
Oh, it's going to be Hawk to pull the trigger first, and Willis actually tries to throw it out as a desperation move. You saw the supports get hit by that on the high ground, but CJ is able to swift step away, and all the while Space Station are continuing to come up with kills. So this should be this final third point confirmed for Space Station. We do see Zerion throw out this Kitsune Rush just for that last little bit, and Willis does come back out on the Wrecking Ball to try to get that stall, but it's looking tough, especially now that CJ can invest his own sound Kitsune Rush into this. That's it, and Space Station will capture all 3 points.
Yeah, the defense really got away from Team Peps on that. Lost control on the second point and immediately lost the third point as well. I feel like the May got a lot of value early on as they put pressure onto the card and created enough distance for their backline. But then later on in this map, really didn't get enough value from the May to justify it. And we heard in the comms as well, Peps were asking like, hey, are you going to stick on the May? Dip decided to stick with it, but it didn't work out that time. Maybe that's going to affect their approach a little bit when they decide to attack.
Maybe you just use it for that first point, and that's it. And then that's kind of the problem that we were talking about. Maybe you just realize a little too late that you should have switched to something else. And unfortunately, it was kind of a steamroll after that second point when Space Station finally figured it out. But even from them, they kind of sounded a little disjointed in terms of what they wanted to accomplish on that second point when we first listened in.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit disjointed. But that's going to happen, you know, in some of these official matches, right? So I don't think that is too unexpected. I will say that, though, SSG, they look so much more comfortable. When they got through the gates on second point, from that moment on, like, they were set up and ready to go. Hawk was pocketed onto the Zarya, and they just didn't lose a beat from that time on. Now Team Peps they're going to have to reestablish and get some of this map control, right? Working the angles here on the offense. Dip is going to need to have some big impact onto the Tracer here. Let's see if Team Peps can put up a reasonable time here, capture out the map, and force overtime.
Yeah, 43 seconds left in the bank here for Space Station as they complete Route 66. And now it's Team Pep's turn. As they come out of the gates here on their attack, it's going to be Willis locking in the Zarya again. But this time we see Dip start on the Tracer right away.
Yeah, and that is almost a must. On a point like this, you're going to need to play these flank angles, put some additional pressure onto the Zarya, force bubbles with some of these pillars protecting you, of course. And Zoro, early pick onto Chronic.
Whoa.
That is a massive pick for Peps.
I mean, that just is going to give you so much space, and especially because Chronic was holding on to so much of this high ground presence. It's going to give Willis an opening to actually try to match Hawk on this high ground. And Zoro can start to make this rotation for an off angle.
Yeah, I mean, this off angle is great now for Zoro. Just looking for this railgun. If he can find another one, has to be wary of the Freya. Does get poked down, gets healed up in turn. But SSG, they look to have reset quite comfortably here now. Willis putting pressure on this card, but SSG should be able to get the jump anytime they see some opportunity.
And you can see just how Sugarfree wants to play this matchup. A lot of it with this Tracer is putting pressure onto Willis so that you're using those Zarya bubbles early, or you're demanding a lot of the healing resource out of FD God or Zerion. Hawk is still on this high ground too, and as he's able to wail away with 100 energy, just kind of sending it over the edge, this is going to really put the hurt onto Willis.
Oh?
But Zerion,
wow.
They come up really big in this fight, and now that front line is gone. It's on Space Station CPS, and even committing the sound barrier into this to try to secure the defense.
Wow, they're really pushing, but they're not contesting the card either. Sugarfree gets the pick on FD God, but that sound barrier is used for nothing.
And they get the point!
Yeah, Peps just pushed in the card because there's no one there to contest. So a bit of a wasted sound barrier there from SSG. Obviously, they could have gone for that. There was perhaps an opportunity, but to not be able to make it work with a point contest in the first place, that just feels absolutely brutal. And now, Team Peps an opportunity to snowball with this Kitsune rush early. Hawk has the Graviton Surge. Let's see if he want to put it out there to retain some of this space. They're going to back off temporarily.
I mean, you do have a combo there as well with the grab. You can also throw in the bola shot as he gets this high ground control. He does have a great sight line to try to group up everybody on Team Peps, but everyone's kind of playing apart until now. And as you do see the overclock come through from Zoro, it's a great Graviton Surge. You don't even need to throw anything else on top of it for Chronic to just get set up to click some heads.
Yeah, Hawk has done his job with a massive Graviton Surge there that keeps Space Station in control on this second point. And they're not scared to push up here a little bit. They want Peps to waste resources early on here. Hawk can build some extra ultimate charge. Now the big thing is you have to get out, of course. Dip already putting pressure onto this card, flanking around a little bit. So Hawk is fairly isolated here. He's going to drop low, actually. I think he's counting on the rest of his team backing him up. Kitsune Girl gets dropped by CJ. Chronic finds a pick up the Zoro here. So they're going to make this spawn hold work for the time being. And it's a powerful position to be in, because if you're feeling at a disadvantage, you can back out, but you're forcing Peps to utilize important cooldowns already in spawn.
I mean, Peps just have to go back to spawn entirely. You saw Zerion swift step out of there, and now Space Station, no, everybody's grouped up at spawn. We don't want to overstay our welcome.
Don't have any ultimates, yeah.
And since we only have that bola shot to work with, it's really not going to be that hugely impactful. When Willis is still held onto this Graviton Surge, as Zerion has this Kitsune rush to actually close this gap in this main choke point, you just don't want to get caught with your pants down here. But now that Willis is on the cart, you should expect to see some explosive things.
Yeah, so Sugarfree is actually guarding the cards here as the Hawk avoids the Graviton Surge.
Oh.
Huge bola shot from Chronic, actually. And that opens up this fight. That is a massive pick, because it essentially shuts down the Peps push here. They drop the Kitsune rush themselves, so Peps is still lying around here. They're looking for a Graviton Surge, but SSG is not giving them any ins into this fight.
I mean, the Kitsune rush can't even really be used here because it was laid down on the low ground. And when Team Peps was already down a member, they don't really want to just kind of step out in the open like that. But Chronic still has that high ground. You're just putting yourself up to get eliminated by the Freya. And Team Peps, they still have this Graviton Surge to work with, but you've held on to it for so many fights now.
Yeah, that's an amazing fight win for SSG, because they know that Peps have the tools, especially with the Graviton Surge, to win one of these fights. But they don't enable Peps to use them in the first place. It's great positioning from them. Willis now contesting the high ground here for the time being. Going to generate some of this charge, and again, he'd love to drop this Graviton Surge on all and isolate him. But SSG, they're flanking them, they're isolating them, picking them apart from all of these different angles. So Sugar Free and Chronic, they're looking really good here on this defense.
Now they've really shown up, and the fact that Willis has been denied an opportunity to use this Graviton Surge again is a spelling disaster. 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and Team Pep still have to round this corner and secure the second checkpoint. And with that Suzu, it was going to deny Sugar Free from being able to use that Pulse Bomb, but the job is still not quite done yet. FD God is going to come back out of spawn here on the Lucio, and as Space Station still have this high ground control, you're looking at Chronic right now. You're looking at Let maybe coming in and getting a little bit of revenge from that sound barrier that was used previously.
Yeah, both teams staging at the minute here with ultimates coming online for SSG. They want that Graviton Surge, they want to get Kitsune Rush. Happy to give up this hard push. FD God resetting his ultimate charge after dropping that Tidal Blast. That's going to be at a disadvantage as Willis now gets taken apart because of this Graviton Surge by Hawk. And now SSG, they have the positioning, they don't care about the card. CJ going to drop the Kitsune Rush as well, and they should be able to clean things up here. Willis over to the Hazard. This is a Team Pep that is now scrambling, trying to find anything going on this second point.
And Willis is getting body blocked here in the canyon. How do you actually get close enough to this cart without taking too much damage? It's going to have to be a question that is answered in the next couple of seconds, because there's only 6 more seconds left on the clock. The Kitsune Rush is going to help them get past this main choke point, and Dip is there to at least start to trigger the overtime. But Zaro has to get something done with this overclock as he lets it rip. Everybody from Space Station scatters out of these Soldier sightlines, and that's going to set Space Station up for success. Chronic finds FD God. The Lucio is gone. The speed for Team Peps and the survivability is off the table. And so Space Station, they get another pick onto the DPS tier of Team Peps, and it looks like this push might be over. Space Station gonna slam the door here in Team Peps' face on the second point as soon as they clean up the rest of these members.
Wow, Space Station game. They're gonna close out this series with just immaculate positioning. They stayed alive for so long in that final fight and didn't give Peps any inch whatsoever on that second point. That was a flawless defense for Space Station. Massively impressive there to hold on.
And after that second map ended up going the way of Team Peps, I really thought, okay, May was a fantastic answer. Looked like Space Station were really going to struggle actually being able to kind of get through that. But they found a way at the end of the day, and that's really all that's going to matter. Space Station, congratulations to them. They do get the win over Team Peps, and they get to move forward in the upper bracket for the World Finals. So clutch.
So clutch indeed, as we take a look at the stats. And this map was never in doubt for SSG. They show that this is a map they can rely on for the rest of the tournament. A comfort map here, Route 66. And being able to showcase that you have maps like this available to you. CJ, dropping
I'm
to
looking at
27-1.
Sugar Free. That's crazy.
37-0. That is quite powerful.
That is the Sugar Free that shows up on the international stage at a World Finals. That is why we consider him to be a world-class Tracer. But I think what was really impressive is that it wasn't just the Tracer from Sugar Free. I think the Echo looked good, maybe struggled a little bit on New Junk City, but I think a lot of that could just be the space that we saw Team Peps want to try to take some of these fights, and it was challenging for the Echo to actually get close enough when I think there was a really great heads up there from Team Peps to say, well, we can just kind of push the pressure onto the Echo, and then as soon as she doesn't have any boosters anymore, she's low on the ground, like that's when we get the cleanup.
Yeah, I think it's really good for Sugar Free to prove that he has the Echo as well as the Tracer in this series, because that is something that other teams have to be worried about now. Are we willing to go up against SSG in an Echo matchup? Because there are quite a few maps here where Echo is really viable. And if you ban out the Echo, well then Sugar Free is really happy to play the Tracer there as well. So really impressive series from SSG. I think they build themselves a lot of leeway for the rest of this tournament, because now you've proven that you're really good when it comes to Echo and Tracer. You've proven that you're really good on Route 66. And as the other teams prepare for this team, it's going to be even more difficult to figure out what are going to be the optimal strategies.
I love how we're seeing this meta develop already here for the World Finals. I feel like this has really become a wide open book. And for a lot of teams that are coming in with all of the boot camps that they played, they've already gotten a bit of a taste of what these teams are already looking forward to. But now that we have all of our upper bracket round 1 finished, looking forward to tomorrow. I mean, some of those teams waiting in the wings, they have tape now. They can actually go ahead and look and see, well, okay, well, some of these teams, they did play all the cards already. Now we know what to prepare for, and I think that's definitely something Sugar-Free Echo, great call out, and we'll see a little bit more tomorrow.
Yeah, big congratulations to SSG. You're now playing Crazy Raccoons. Good luck, buddies. Obviously, no, that is a massive win to get off to a hot start. Joking aside, of course. And I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they've looked vulnerable on stage before. They lost against Nightmare in the Champions Clash. They lost, of course, in the mid-season championship as well. So it's not like Crazy Raccoon are unfamiliar to taking losses on the international stage either, even though they have been so dominant historically, right? So now you're playing a team like SSG, who have this very defined style where Hawk is always putting out really good performances. Sugar-Free is always carrying. It's really good signs for SSG here, Rose.
But it's been great to see Hawk come back into competitive Overwatch, and Danny has an interview with him right now, so let's see how he's feeling about this win.
You're absolutely correct. I am here with Hawk from SSG. Hawk, I mean, first day, first match, first win. A lot of firsts today. How are you feeling?
You know, that win was, you know, we kind of expected to win that one. You know, we were supposed to win that one, but they weren't. They kind of showed us some stuff that we didn't really expect. You know, like the May kind of ran me down on that second map. I mean, I just got walled the first fight and then ran down a couple of other fights. And that was a little rough. But I think when we were able to have the space on the map on the first and third map, we were able to get something going, get some snowball going, hold the map, hold the angles, just, you know, win the match.
Yeah, I feel like you guys definitely did have your strategy, and it definitely did work. I do want to focus more on you because I feel like, for me personally, I haven't seen you in quite a while, and now you're back. I just want to get your, like, how are you feeling? Like, how does it feel to be back? I guess not on stage yet. I mean, this is still considered a stage, but I mean, you know, being back in like a tournament setting, being able to play in LAN, like, how does that make you feel?
Honestly, I never knew I would be back here. I remember last time I would play, it was in Dallas last year, the first major, and I'm like, you know, I didn't think I'd have this feeling again, but you know, we're having a good time. You know, we're not on stage yet, but it's still a competitive environment. We're across from the other teams, and you know, the coaches are behind us. They're all in person. That doesn't usually happen when we're online. So, you know, I think we're having a good time, and you know, it's good to be back.
Yeah. Talking about good time, I feel like tomorrow's gonna be a good. I don't know if it's gonna be a good time or a bad time, but I mean, you guys are with this one. You guys are gonna go up against a pretty tough team. It's Crazy Raccoon, from what I remember. Hawk, how do you feel about that one? Be honest with me.
They're gonna get absolutely dominated. No, I'm just joking. They're gonna be really good. They're gonna be very tough to beat. We'll try our best, but you know, like, a team's the best in the world for a reason. They've just been so good for so long, and or I guess Falcons is also the best in the world. But you know, you saw the maps be a little close today versus Falcons, and you saw like Team CC almost beat T1. So maybe tomorrow's a 1 in 100 chance. You know, we just start dominating. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
It might be closer than 1 in 100. You know, maybe like 1 in like 20, maybe. But I mean, you know, like you said, and you're a veteran yourself. Like, you know, anything could happen in a tournament environment. So there is a chance. I do believe that you guys could maybe win against Crazy Raccoons, but we will find that out tomorrow. That is it for the post-match interview. Let's head back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Danny. I love Hawk. He is one of my favorite players. In terms of just, you always get a real raw answer from Hawk. You never have to worry. And as we take a look at some of these highlights, map number 2, Rose, that's where Peps had their number.
You heard Hawk talk about it. We also identified this during the map itself. I think Dip playing the Mei was a very good surprise there for Team Peps to pull out, and that ultimately was able to lead for them getting a map win in the series. And then we go to Route 66, and then Johnny, completely different story. This was like quite one-sided.
Yeah, Sugar-Free just looked in complete control of this map. And I just love the positioning from SSG, how they play this. They looked really clinical, like they weren't committing a lot of mistakes. Like, yes, at times, left, did you maybe commit a couple of the stun barriers you shouldn't? Yeah, but for the most part, the fact that they were able to stay alive so long in the series, I think that was a massive showcase of them playing on LAN and being really clinical and not committing a lot of mistakes. And that is what you have to do. If you want to be successful in a tournament, you can't be giving up free mistakes to the enemy team.
Yeah, and we take a look at some of the stats here, Rose, and it paints the story of a one-sided series. It may not have been exactly as one-sided.
Well, I gotta ask you about this, Matt, because you predicted Team Peps ahead of today.
Well, look, if there was one series I thought we could see an upset, I wasn't picking Varel. And
that's fair.
Maybe Varel would have been a better bet.
So looking at it,
they were closer to beating Falcons than Peps were.
they actually were, which is kind of wild to think about. I think what really probably ends up hurting Peps here, and it probably is something that lingers throughout the tournament, is like Dip has really been making his money on the Tracer, and at least early on, it does not seem like Tracer is strong, but we got to talk about Sugar Free. I mean, his counterpart on the other side, right? Whether it be the Tracer or the Echo, I mean, he was farming.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a diff, to be honest with you. Sugar Free made his impact, definitely felt on that Tracer.
Go down on a limb there. He's 37-0.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
But I feel like what is so crazy is that it's not the first time either.
No.
Just like, yeah, we've seen like a handful of these from Sugar Free. Yeah, some against Dilducks, but now here against Team Peps as well. Yeah. It's like they all count. The fact you're able to go like 37-0 is absolutely ridiculous.
That's nuts.
I mean, yeah, as you see kind of the series layout here is that SSG closes it out in the third game. Rose, how far do you think they can go?
SSG?
Yeah.
It's a tough call. I mean, Danny says 1-20 maybe for their win over Crazy Raccoon. But I think I have to see where the rest of the bracket falls, because I do expect Crazy Raccoon to probably win that match. And then who do they face in the lower bracket to actually make that run?
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see. There's an opportunity. Maybe one of those Chinese teams is lurking in the lower bracket, and that would be a matchup that I'd love to see. Team CC, they looked really good earlier today. That feels like a lifetime ago where Team CC almost
it's been a long day.
Well. It's crazy. Like all the teams just really strong. Like all expectations are out the window now.
Well, I mean, look, obviously Team CC, they were very strong earlier, but we got to take a look at our DHL daily highlights, and this is Falcons versus Varel. Hey, it's our boy Cargo. We love Cargo.
We love Cargo.
He's bringing us the goods here. Because this series, I mean, we were all kind of like, all right, we got to watch this. Let's see what happens. This one turned into a banger, Rose.
So good. I mean, it's just like, what do you expect more of on the international stage for the OWCS World Finals, except for just a killer matchup? I mean, I think Varel surprised everyone. Remember the predictions ahead of this match were like 90% Team Falcons and 10% Varel? Well, those 10% believers, you gotta give them credit here, at least for that one map win. I wish the channel points went like that to predict like the actual number of map wins in the series.
Get points.
If I got channel points for just being close, I'd be a channel point bazillionaire. As we zoom in here, our upper semifinals for tomorrow are set. So Crazy Raccoon versus SSG, Weibo versus Alcatia, TM versus T1, and then Team Liquid versus Falcons. Is there one match, Johnny, here that like really catches your eye, that stands out?
No,
to you?
if you just single out one match out of these, I think you're crazy, because
Pick
all
one
four
out
of
of
these
the
are
hat.
going to be absolute gigabangers. If you force me to,
I
guess I would say Twisted
Yeah.
Minds against T1, because I think Twisted Minds is potentially the third best team here in this tournament. I really put a lot of respect on them, but they have to get off to a good start here and actually take out a team like T1, who has the capability to be really good themselves, but I feel like Twisted Minds should get away with a win in that one.
What about you?
I'm Team Liquid and Team Falcons. Like, come on, that's gonna be such a banger.
After seeing the Falcons game today, I mean, that is way more interesting.
Like maybe Team Liquid wins,
Yeah,
especially because this is their stage.
Right, and I mean, it's hitting everything. The NA hope, right?
Right,
we need
more
the
NA
fans
hope,
NA hope, right? Yeah. Hey, NA fans, still tune in. There's NA hope. No, let's take a look.
Nothing ever happens.
Let's take a look at the schedule. You never know. We almost had Varel win today. I mean, literally,
nothing happened. It was just close.
Literally, anything can happen.
Almost won.
I mean, look, if Team Liquid were to end up getting by Falcons, I mean, that is a huge accomplishment for them. It kind of puts it puts NA in a different kind of wheelhouse, at least for me.
Closing.
I think Weibo versus Alcatia is going to be a pretty wild game. Let's take a look at the schedule here just to get you guys filled in on when those games are going to take place and in what order. So, SSG, you close out the night. You get back here early tomorrow because Crazy Raccoon, they're looking for a payday there early. As Weibo then will face off against Alcatia. TM versus T1, and then Team Liquid versus Falcons to close it all out. Hey, don't sleep on that second match of the day. That one's going to be a banger.
That's going to be a banger. Because I really don't.
So good.
Yeah, we don't really have any idea how good Weibo Gaming is. I'd say recently we felt that they've been a little bit disappointing. But they have some of the best players to ever come out of China. It's the Chinese super team, right? And the big question is, are they maybe slightly out of their prime? Do they still have it, right? But I think Alcatia is going to be an incredibly tough test. I don't want to count Weibo Gaming out, but Alcatia should be the favorite.
Yeah, I would say so as well. So that'll be the match schedule for tomorrow. So those are all bangers. And, you know, some of the teams that lose today, right? You have like a day to go back to the hotel. You get some practice in. You can sulk a little bit, maybe. Kind of get down. Don't get down.
Don't be sad.
Yeah, practice. Get ready because you're going to come back.
Get some fresh air.
Yeah, you're going to come back into the arena.
Cold.
Or,
yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah. It's very cool. Or what you can do is probably here in the next little bit, the Vendetta Hero Trial is going to be live. So you're going to be able to jump into games.
Okay, do that.
But you could practice.
Maybe later.
You could practice for the tournament.
Maybe
now.
You could play it. Actually get in there and practice Vendetta for the future of your Overwatch career. So that'll be live at 11 a.m. PT, 1900 CET. So that is in just a little bit. So that is one where you'll be ready to play that new hero, get into the game in action as Danny Lim has approached the stage and started to eat out of the candy bowl.
Glad someone is eating the candy.
That Johnny has provided.
Some of that is a little like suspect to me.
Yeah, no, the candy has kind of started to morph into the bowl. Yeah, it's not been good.
No, it's like I don't like licorice, so like I'm looking at some of that. I'm like, oh, I definitely don't want to eat like.
No.
Well, that was the point. If we got predictions wrong, it would have been forced to eat the licorice.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we are all winners on this table.
And before we go, just final thoughts on the day, Johnny. How was day one here at the World Finals?
That was absolutely crazy. I did not expect these games to be this close, but I felt like my hair grayed a little bit more than I would have liked. Now it might gray even more in day two.
You stop that.
Have a bite.
What about you, Rose?
I'm with Johnny on this one. I'm so pleasantly surprised at how close some of these matches were. So I can't wait to see what tomorrow's going to hold because I think there's some upsets on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean the matches are very close. I am not eating. The matches are extremely close today. For me, it's. We're not seeing a lot of Tracer, which I think is definitely going to throw a lot of teams for a loop. So I'm excited to see how some of these teams fare in that upper bracket tomorrow. But for me and the rest of the gang, that is it for day number 1 here at the OWCS World Finals. We will see you tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. CET. We'll see you there.
There were fallouts, we've been up, down, but I blame myself. There's no doubt, we're back up now, who knows why we fell. Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love, yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love, yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan, 'cause I feel the love. barely even knew ourselves. There's a cool breeze as the air clears. I don't